My name is Chinfang. I woke up in a small, poor house I didn't recognize. A girl in plain clothes sat beside me, crying quietly. She called me her husband. My head hurt, and suddenly a wave of memories filled my mind. I realized I wasn't dreaming. I had somehow traveled into another world and taken over this body. The man I now is also called Shinfang, a hunter in a village at the base of Black Mountain. He had fainted for 3 days after running into monsters while hunting. Now I was awake, and his wife Lin was here taking care of me. She had been bought for him by his father. She was young, kind, and worried about our future. I could tell we were poor. The porridge she made was more water than food, and we had only a few coins left. This world was harsh, ruled by warlords, full of monsters with constant famine and death. The dynasty was old and collapsing. To survive here, even normal tasks like chopping wood or fishing required permits, and those permits came with taxes. I had a hunting permit, but paying the monthly tax would be hard. Things were even worse than I thought. Wongu, a man from the hunting team, came by pretending to be friendly, but I knew the truth. He had once forced me into danger, and now he wanted to steal my permit. I refused to sell, but he reminded me the tax was due soon. We didn't even have enough money to cover it. Lin Shu tried to mention Lord Huang, the richest man in the village. He was known for taking many women as concubines and destroying anyone who got in his way. My father had refused him once, and he mysteriously died. Now it seemed Lord Huang was targeting me too. Maybe for my permit, maybe for my wife, maybe both. Just when I felt things couldn't get worse, something strange happened. As I finished the porridge, a screen appeared before my eyes like in a game. I had no idea what it meant yet, but it might be my only hope in this cruel world. After drinking a bowl of porridge, I suddenly awakened a strange skill, nutritional absorption. Then a panel appeared in front of me showing my stats and skill progress. It felt like I was inside a game. I wasn't strong or talented, but I had something powerful. I could gain skills and grow just by working hard. This panel was exactly what I needed. Life here is harsh debts, heavy taxes, and threats from men like Wang Hu and Lord Huang. But if I can train and improve step by step, maybe I can survive, even win. I asked Lin to buy rice and meat for dinner. Then I grabbed my father's old bow and started practicing in the yard. I could barely hunt rabbits before, but I had to try. With every arrow I shot, my archery skill increased. I realized emotions affected growth. Anger gave me more focus. So I imagined the target was Wanghu. Even though I was hungry, I didn't stop. Seeing the skill numbers rise kept me going. After a while, I thought about improving the bow, maybe even building a crossbow using what I remembered from my old life. Lin returned with rice and meat. It was all our savings, but I didn't complain. We needed it. At dinner, I saw something amazing. Every bite of food boosted my nutritional absorption skill. It climbed quickly, faster than archery training. If I eat like this again, I might level it up soon. After dinner, I picked up my bow again. Lin seemed like she wanted to say something, but stayed silent. I didn't notice. I was focused. I shot arrow after arrow, pushing myself even in the dark. Finally, after hours of training, the panel updated. My archery skill evolved into basic archery, and I awakened a new talent, perfect shot. My strength and spirit even increased. I couldn't believe it. I had truly grown stronger. It was just the first step, but it proved something important. If I keep working hard, I can rise up from nothing. I won't be controlled by anyone, not Lord Huang. Not Wanghu. This world may be brutal, but I now have a way forward. After I awakened the perfect shot talent, everything changed. I used to be just an average guy who had never touched a bow, but now holding it felt natural, like I'd been training for years. My body felt stronger, and the stats panel confirmed it. My archery skill had evolved, and my accuracy was now perfect within 100 steps. That night, everything was quiet and dark around the village. Most people stayed inside after dark because monsters sometimes came down from Black Mountain. My house was small and simple, and though Lin and I were married, the original me didn't care for her. But now things were different. I saw her waiting for me, and something in me softened. Later that night, she came to my bed, scared and seeking comfort. I didn't push her away. The next morning, I woke up to find I had gained a new skill and technique with 10 progress just from one night. That surprised me. If this skill grows from intimacy, I might unlock another talent. But for now, I focused on training and survival. Lin Shua cooked porridge again, raising my nutrition absorption skill to 58. Still, I knew I needed meat to level it up faster. I told Lin I'd go to Black Mountain to look for small prey, nothing dangerous. She worried, but I reassured her and grabbed my father's old bow, a knife, and a few arrows. Once in the forest, I stayed near the edge and started setting traps. Each trap gave me a bit more experience and trap skills. I didn't plan to go deep, just enough to catch birds or rabbits and earn some money. But I wasn't alone. Wang Hu and his gang were secretly following me. I had just finished setting some traps when they showed up, laughing at my efforts and mocking me. Their leader called my traps childish, clearly looking for trouble. I stayed calm on the outside, but inside I was alert. These people wanted to cause harm, and if I wasn't careful, today could end badly. Still, I had skills now. And for the first time, I wasn't powerless. When I saw Wang Hu and his group in the forest, I knew something was wrong. I tightened my grip on my bow. They didn't just happen to be here. They were following me. Wang, who made it clear Lord Huang had sent them to teach me a lesson for interfering in his business. They came at me with full confidence. The Yang brothers charged first, laughing at my archery, but they underestimated me. I shot Yang Hao straight through the throat. He dropped instantly. Then Yang Bao hesitated for a second, and that was all I needed. One more arrow, one more body on the ground. 2 kills and my basic archery skill jumped with each shot. It felt good, powerful, but Wang Hu was different. When I shot at him, he blocked it with his arms wrapped in iron wire. That's when I realized he wasn't just a brute. He had real training, maybe even a martial stage warrior. I couldn't win face to face. I turned and ran into the forest, shooting arrows as I went to slow him down. He chased me fast and furious, blocking my shots with ease. But one arrow found his calf and he screamed in pain. His rage only grew, but I finally earned some breathing room. While running, a new message appeared. I had awakened forest running. Suddenly, new techniques filled my mind and I moved through the trees faster, smoother. I kept firing arrows and noticed something interesting. Just hitting Wang, who gave me more skill progress than killing weaker men, I realized it must be because he was stronger. My archery was leveling up fast, and I believed if I pushed it just a bit more, I could beat him. I started laying small traps behind me, trying to wear him down. Even though he destroyed most of them, each trap earned me more experience. I was getting stronger with every step, every arrow, every trap. Wu might have come here to kill me, but now I had the upper hand and I wouldn't waste this chance. While setting traps in the forest, I noticed something exciting. My trap skills were improving fast. Every time a trap worked or slowed Wang Hu down, I gained experience. It made me realize just how useful these skills were in real combat. But Wang Hu wasn't giving up. He was chasing me like a madman, breaking traps and pushing through thorns. It was obvious this wasn't just about money. Huang Laozi had definitely sent him. That made me furious. If they were bold enough to threaten my life like this, I had to fight back. As I ran, I felt something shift. The forest no longer slowed me down. I started to feel like part of it. That's when I realized my forest running skill was leveling up, too. I moved into thicker brush, which would have stopped most people, but not me. Wu was close, but every time he got near, I pulled further ahead. Then I heard him yell something about using the iron arm technique. I looked back and saw him charging through everything like a beast. His arms were covered in iron rings, smashing trees and traps alike. That's when it hit me. This was the strength of a true martial artist. I wasn't ready to fight him head-on, so I focused on keeping my distance and firing arrows. Most bounced off, but a few hit his legs and slowed him down. Suddenly, I felt a rush of energy in my legs. A message popped up. My forest running had reached proficiency, and I awakened a new talent. Light as a feather, my speed increased and I took off like never before. Wang Hu couldn't believe it. He thought I might be a martial artist too. While he was stunned, I kept moving and firing arrows. 2 hit his knee, making him even angrier. But I was already planning my next move. I led him into a dense patch of thorns full of traps. He laughed, thinking he could crush them all. But I wasn't trying to stop him. I was gaining experience, and it worked. My trap technique skill reached proficiency, and I unlocked a new talent, quick-witted. At that moment, I knew for sure fighting was the fastest way to grow stronger. And with the system, nothing could stop me for long. Talent, skillful hands. Your trap setting speed increases by 10. The damage of your traps increases by 10. Your spirit 1. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Did it really increase 2 attributes by 10 at once? This was unexpected. At that moment, a wealth of information about simple trap setting methods flooded his mind. He continued moving forward. After several minutes, Wang Hu, furious, smashed a thorny bush to pieces. He was about to charge forward when he recognized his surroundings and paused slightly. Why is it here? Wang Hu thought in shock. At that moment, as he relaxed his guard, a loud bang echoed. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward him. Seeing the direction, Wang Hu's anger flared up again. Boom! He punched the arrow, shattering it. Then he stomped his foot and charged forward several meters. Seeing Qin Fang standing still ahead, Wang Hu felt exhilarated. He laughed loudly. Today is your last day. Qin Fang stood there with a mocking smile and replied, "Let's see who dies first." You, Wang Hu sneered, but the next moment his expression changed dramatically. Suddenly he heard a piercing sound. Then he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Ah, Wang Hu screamed. He quickly looked down and saw that a sharpened stick had pierced through his foot. His face turned pale in shock. Is this bamboo of good quality? He was about to examine it closely. If it was indeed valuable, he would have struck gold. However, as he tried to inspect it, his expression changed again. He quickly attempted to retreat, but his face turned ashen. At that moment, as he shattered the arrow with his foot, for sharpened bamboo poles suddenly shot out from all directions. "Break for me," Wu shouted loudly. He smashed the bamboo in front and to the left with 2 slaps. Then he bent down, narrowly avoiding a bamboo pole on his right. However, he couldn't escape the bamboo behind him. Before he could fully stand up or dodge, he heard a loud thud as a bamboo pole pierced through his waist. Where did you get this first-grade spirit item? When did you set up this trap? Wong's face turned pale as he shouted. He looked at Qin Feng ahead, fear flickering in his eyes. He never expected that Qin Feng could set up such a trap right under his nose in such a short time. He quickly cut the bamboo from his waist, glanced at Qin Feng, and then turned to leave. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Wang Hu, do you really think you can leave after trying to kill me?" Wang Hu sneered. "Do you think that even injured it would be easy to kill someone like you? You don't understand the gap between warriors." Qin Feng remained calm and from 50 m away drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh, Wang Hu felt anxious. He never expected that Qin Feng wouldn't even give him a chance to negotiate. Wang Hu quickly shouted, "Qin Feng, don't you want to know why your father died? Don't you want to know why Lord Huang is targeting you?" But as he spoke, Qin Feng's expression remained calm, showing no sign of worry. Swish. One of his arrows was blocked by Wang Hu's iron fist while the other pierced through his heart. Wang Hu tried to block the arrow, but it was useless. With a dull thud, he fell to the ground, eyes wide open in shock. He never imagined that he would die at Qin Feng's hands despite his strength. Qin Feng stood still, taking deep breaths. Phew, that was tough. He finally relaxed when the information on the panel refreshed. "You have killed a first-grade warrior. Your basic archery proficiency 10. Just a first-grade warrior, and it was so difficult. I can't imagine how strong those higher-grade warriors must be." After a moment, Qin Feng walked over to Wang's body and sighed. He could see that the exposed skin of the king tiger seemed to have a layer of gray cocoon over it. This must be the realm of a first-class warrior, Qin Feng thought. He had already made up his mind that when he returned, he would find a way to become a warrior. Then Qin Feng searched the king tiger. Besides a few pieces of silver, he found a stack of banknotes from Wang Bank, with the smallest denomination being 50 taels. There were at least 4 or 5 notes in thickness. "Is the hunting team leader making this much money?" Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. What excited him the most was finding a small booklet among the money. Looking at its contents, Qin Feng felt a jolt. Low-level martial arts, iron fist technique. Qin Feng was thrilled. This must be the training method of the king tiger. I didn't expect it to be carried with him. Today's gains instantly lifted the gloom that had been weighing on Qin Feng's heart. Unexpected wealth really comes quickly. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Feng prepared to quickly head down the mountain with his haul. After all, the rewards from this trip were enough to deal with the troubles ahead. However, the next moment, after checking the surroundings, his expression changed slightly, and he dared not stay there any longer. He quickly headed toward the outskirts of the mountain. His face grew even more serious. How could it be here? He had reached the boundary between the outer and core areas of the Black Mountain. The original owner had died 3 days ago because he encountered monsters in this core area and was scared to death. Qin Feng's expression was grim. He did not want to waste time here, especially since there might be monsters around. With his current strength, he could not possibly deal with them. He had to escape first. However, not long after, Qin Feng's expression changed again. He felt as if the blood in his body was flowing faster. When he saw a familiar place ahead, his face turned pale. Chileng Valley. This was where the original owner had seen monsters attacking people. He never expected to be chased by the king tiger and end up here. Qin Feng felt a weight in his heart. Since monsters had appeared here before, if they showed up again, he would likely be no match for them with his current strength. Feeling the seriousness of the situation, he decided to leave immediately. However, at that moment, the skill nutrient absorption on his panel began to flicker slightly. What's going on? Qin Feng wondered. Looking in that direction, he saw only some brown blood stains on the ground, indicating that a battle had taken place there. At this moment, he felt a pull coming from that area. After a brief hesitation, Qin Feng couldn't suppress his curiosity and quickly moved over. What he saw was a trace of brown on the ground. He felt a stir in his heart and touched it with his finger. Buzz. In that instant, Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his finger and the blood stain on the ground vanished. Then, new information refreshed on his panel. You have absorbed a drop of diluted evil god's blood. Nutrient absorption skill proficiency 15. Looking at the panel, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Evil god's blood. What is that? He had only touched a tiny bit, yet it increased his proficiency by 15. If he could get a few more drops, wouldn't that directly boost his nutrient absorption skill? Unfortunately, after absorbing this drop of diluted evil god's blood, there was no longer any pull in the area. Worried about other dangers, Qin Feng decided not to linger and quickly left the place. In the inner area of the Black Mountain, traces of monsters had begun to appear. Although he suspected there might be something there, it wasn't something he could deal with right now. Moreover, the gains he had made this time were already enough. There was no need to stay any longer. Fortunately, he soon rushed out of the inner area, and only then did Qin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. He even went to check the place where he had defeated Wang Hu and the others. In just a short time, the smell of blood had attracted some wild animals from the forest. The bodies of the few people had been so devoured that no traces were left. Qinfeng then abandoned the idea of hiding the evidence. On the way, he familiarized himself with the changes in his body and checked his current information. Name: Chunfem cultivation, none technique. Iron fist technique, not yet learned. Skills: nutrient absorption, 96 progress. Basic archery, 36 progress. Inong technique, 10 progress. Trap technique, 1 progress. Forest running, 3 progress. Talent: beginner talent, perfect shot. Within a 100 steps, your archery hits the target every time. Basic talent, easy movement. When running in the mountains, your speed will increase by 10. Basic talent, quick hands. Your trap setting speed increases by 10 and the damage of your traps increases by 10. Seeing this information, Xinfeng felt a bit happy. Choosing to go into the mountains this time was indeed the right decision. He didn't expect that he would make such great progress during the battle. On the way back from the mountains, Qinfeng shot 2 wild rabbits and brought them home. This scene caught the attention of some villagers in Han Village who looked on with envy. This Qin kid is really lucky. He even found 2 wild rabbits. Yeah, I heard that some time ago there were monsters in the mountains that attacked people. I can't believe he survived, but it's nothing special. I heard that someone important has taken notice of his family. So who knows what will happen next? Some people had unusual expressions and said, I heard that Wang Hu and a few others followed Qin Fang into the mountains. Now that Qin Fang is back, what happened to Wang Hu and the others? A few individuals looked concerned and quickly headed in another direction. Qin Fang ignored their chatter. When he was injured, only a few people watched his family's house and there was no kindness shown. Shuir, look what I brought back. When he returned home, Lin had already prepared rice and was waiting by the table, looking a bit worried. She sighed in relief and said with surprise, Husband, you're back. Seeing the 2 rabbits in Chunfeng's hands, her expression turned to one of amazement. Husband, you're amazing. Qinfeng smiled and said, let's cook 1 rabbit for dinner. Lin nodded happily and replied, okay, I'll listen to you, husband. Qinfeng felt a bit excited as well. He hoped that his skill in nutrient absorption would reach a proficient level tonight, and he wondered what talent he might awaken. Also, the iron fist technique he got from Wang, who should help him unlock the martial arts of this world, while Qinfeng was developing steadily on the other side in the Hang family courtyard. Although it was called Han Village, it was actually located outside the village in a large independent courtyard surrounded by fields owned by the Huang family. Now in one of the houses, Huang Haiying, the head of the Huang family, sat in the main seat, listening to a villager's words with a surprised expression. Are you saying Qinfeng is back? Wang Hu and the others haven't returned. The villager in front said flatteringly, yes, Lord Huang, you asked us to keep an eye out and I have been watching closely. Hu Haiying remained calm and nodded. I understand. You did well this time. Later, you can collect a reward of 100 coins. The villager who brought the news instantly looked delighted and said, yes, thank you, Lord Huang. Just for delivering a message, receiving 100 coins was much better than farming. Meanwhile, Huang Hin sat in place, his brow furrowed deep in thought. How could Xinfang, an ordinary person, escape from Wang Hu? Did Wang Hu take my money and run away? Let's wait a bit longer. Since it involves Inzai, we shouldn't be too hasty. Then Huang Haixing said coldly. Butler Lu, investigate the whereabouts of Wang Hu and his group. Understood. Xinfang did not inquire much about the Hong family situation. Now he had received a large sum of money. He just wanted to focus on his own development. As for the Hong family, with just Wang Hu causing him so much trouble, he had no thoughts of dealing with them. At dinner, he had eaten most of a rabbit. Lin sat beside him, her face full of happiness. She was content with this simple life where they had meat to eat. On the other hand, Qinfeng also had a hint of joy on his face. New information appeared on his panel. You have eaten a bowl of rice. Nutrition absorption proficiency 2. You have eaten a rabbit. Nutrition absorption proficiency 3. Your nutrition absorption skill has reached proficiency, and you have awakened a new talent, natural strength. Your strength 2, spirit 1, speed 1. Chunfeng's eyes lit up, natural strength. He quickly opened the panel information. Name: Chunfeng's skill, nutrition absorption proficiency 1, basic talent, natural strength. Your strength will continuously increase with your growth. Everything you eat will turn into energy, enhancing your physical power with a daily increase limit of 1 point. This talent is perfect for me. Xinfeng was thrilled. To awaken the talent of natural strength was truly ideal for a martial artist. And at that moment he felt as if the flesh in his body was tearing apart. The density of his flesh became tighter. Then in a short time, it quickly healed. If Qinfeng's body was originally extremely thin and pale, now after awakening his innate divine power, he has started to develop some muscle definition. However, just as he opened his eyes with joy, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, Qinfeng exclaimed. At that moment, with the awakening of his new talent, his body underwent a transformation. His digestive system also changed rapidly, absorbing all the nutrients and converting them into energy. His flesh was becoming stronger, but he felt extremely hungry, as if every cell in his body was crying out for food. With a grim expression, Shinfo, under Lin Shui's shocked gaze, quickly finished several bowls of leftover rice. After managing to suppress his hunger a bit, he cleaned and cooked the remaining rabbit, eating it as well to finally ease his hunger. "My dear," Lin said with concern. Qinfang smiled and replied, "It's fine. I might just be using a lot of energy training." Lin asked, "Should I cook more rice for you?" Hearing Qinfang's words, Lin's face lit up with joy. She realized he was training, and in this world there were legends about warriors, including tales of eating an entire cow in one meal. She had no doubts about it. Qinfang said, "No need. This is enough." While Linu cleaned the table, Qinfang sat by the oil lamp and took out the iron fist technique he had obtained from Wang, who looking over the information inside. He felt some concern about this vast world, especially regarding the existence of demons, as his original memories included a terrifying scene he had witnessed. Additionally, the diluted blood of the evil god he had absorbed in the mountains weighed heavily on his mind. Upon opening the iron fist technique, the basic information on the first page helped Qinfang understand more. "I see," Qinfang thought. According to the information, the warrior levels in this world are divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. To reach the first rank, one must cultivate a martial art to its limit, resulting in a transformation of the body. The transformation of a warrior is divided into layers: skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. As long as one can become a warrior, even the lowest level, a first-grade warrior has undergone skin transformation. Such a person can handle several opponents at once with defense and strength that are noticeably better than an ordinary person. In this remote village, they are definitely a formidable fighter. This made Qinfang ponder. No wonder when he faced Wang Hu before, even though his arrows could hit Wang Hu, they only caused minor injuries. The difficulty of penetrating defenses increased, likely because Wang Hu had undergone skin transformation once. "I wonder how many warriors there are in the Hong family. What level is the strongest among them?" Qinfang said with a serious expression. Wang Hu was clearly from the Hang family, and now he was dead. Although it could be said he died at the hands of a beast, it was uncertain if the Hang family would believe that. Thinking about this made Qinfang feel a bit troubled, and he had no mood to rest. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he began practicing the iron fist technique methodically. The iron fist technique is an external skill, and it also mentions the need for special herbs. The accompanying medicines are clearly the core, but they have been torn away. The remaining techniques alone would be useless to others, but with Qinfang's panel, he had no worries. After completing the techniques methodically, information about the iron fist technique appeared on his panel. Technique Iron Fist Entry Progress 1. After practicing a few more times, the progress reached 3. Noticing that it was already dark, and after the day's events, he felt quite tired. He decided to stop practicing for now and would continue to improve his proficiency in the iron fist technique the next day. He felt that it wouldn't take long before he could reach the next major level of the iron fist technique. If Wang Hu heard Qinfang's words, he would probably be furious. Wang Hu had spent decades practicing the iron fist technique and barely reached the limit-breaking level. Qinfang's speed of training was so fast, yet he still felt it was somewhat slow. After turning off the lights, he saw Linu's shy expression and smiled. "My lady, it's late. We should rest." Linwell lowered her head and replied softly, "I will listen to you. Tonight we will do it twice. I will listen to you." A night passed. The next day, Qinfang woke up feeling refreshed. However, thinking about the information he saw yesterday still left him feeling a bit regretful. "You had a pleasant night, and your Inyang skill has improved by 10 points. Skill Inyang Technique Beginner Progress 20. Although you wanted to gain more proficiency, unfortunately, it seems there is a daily limit, currently around 10 points per night." Shunfang thought about this and realized he could research this area more in the future. Today, Shunfang chose not to enter the mountains. Planned to practice his iron fist technique more and assess his current strength. He felt confident that he could handle a first-level warrior. However, he was unsure about facing a second-level warrior. With Linu by his side, he didn't want to attract any trouble. Meanwhile, at the Hong family residence, Huang Hin looked very upset as he faced his butler Lu Hao and said coldly, "What did you say? Wang Hu and the others died at the hands of beasts?" Huang Haing found this hard to believe. How could a hunter, especially a first-level warrior like Wang Hu, die to a beast? Lu Hao, the butler, also looked troubled and said, "Yes, sir. While tracking, I found the bodies of the other 2 on the outskirts. Wang's body was found closer to the inner area outside Chiang Valley." As Lu Hao finished speaking, Hong Kai's anger shifted to concern. Outside Chiang Valley, Hangin's expression changed, and after a moment he took a deep breath and said coldly that Qinfeng Boy was confirmed to have been attacked by demonic energy. Right Lua nodded and replied, "Yes, sir. I saw Qinfeng being attacked by the demonic energy before I left." Wang Hang sneered. "This is interesting. Even a first-level warrior could die from demonic energy." "How did he survive?" Lu Hao, looking thoughtful, said, "Sir, do you think Qinfeng could be a gifted individual?" Hanjin laughed and replied, "Gifted individuals are extremely rare. Only those from families with top-tier warriors in their ancestry might have such talent. This Han village is just an ordinary village. It can't produce gifted individuals." He continued coldly, "The information about Qiang Valley must not leak. If the demon patrol gets involved, it will be troublesome. First, check what's going on, then take action in the next few days to deal with Qinfeng. The shadowy figure beside him may not be as effective, but it's better than wasting time." Lua respectfully said, "Yes, I will take care of it right away." Only the head of the Huang family remained seated, his eyes glinting coldly as he murmured, "From what my brother said, someone has recently set their sights on Han. Could it be that other information has leaked? This is troublesome." Qinfo was unaware of the information circulating in the Hong family. In the courtyard, he was practicing the Iron Fist technique. "You have practiced the Iron Fist technique. Your proficiency has increased by 1. After a morning, Qinfeng glanced at his stats, and his proficiency in the Iron Fist technique reached 24. "I wonder if there's a way to speed up my progress." Qinfeng pondered. According to the information in the manual, martial arts training is related to certain special medicines. If he could obtain those medicines, his training speed might improve. Unfortunately, the manual did not provide any details. Qinfeng thought that even without the special medicines, combining other tonics that boost energy might also speed up his training. However, to buy such tonics, he would need to go to Heshi City. It was about 70 mi from their village, and they used to form teams of dozens to travel to Haiyan City when they had a large supply of furs. Now that the hunting team leader was dead, it was clear he wouldn't find anyone to go with him anytime soon. He had to set that thought aside for now. Anyway, with the panel available, I'll focus on improving my proficiency. Qinfeng decided that he needed to break through at least once before heading to Hashi City. In the meantime, he went to the village grain store to buy several dozen pounds of rice and a few pounds of pork. After lunch, his nutrition absorption skill also gained some proficiency. In the afternoon, he continued to work on the Iron Fist technique, feeling that this was the best way for him to improve for now. A day passed. His proficiency in the Iron Fist technique reached 45. As for his concern about the Hong family causing trouble due to Wang Hus, nothing had happened yet. He felt relieved for the moment. For now, he focused on improving himself. Another night passed. Panel information. Name, Shunfo Martial Art Fist Technique. Entroval Progress 45. Skills Nutritional Absorption Proficiency 15. Basic Archery Proficiency 41. Inyang Technique Entroval Progress 30. Forest Running Proficiency 11. Trap Technique Proficiency 11. Basic Talent Natural Strength increases strength by 1 point daily. Perfect Aim, Easy Movement, Skilled Hands. The additional strength comes from the boost of natural strength. Qinfeng can feel himself getting stronger. He plans to advance his Iron Fist technique to a new level today and see if he can awaken a new talent. However, while he was practicing, there was some commotion at Uncle Lu's house nearby. Surprisingly, their son Lu Yuan, who had been sent to Blackstone City, had returned. Lu Yuan, a childhood friend of Qinfeng, was sent to learn blacksmithing in Blackstone City a year ago due to his strong build. In the afternoon, while Qinfeng continued practicing the Iron Fist technique, he suddenly heard Lu Yuan outside the yard, surprised, saying, "Chu, are you practicing martial arts?" Qinfeng saw Lu Yuan and smiled. "Just exercising a bit. You're doing well in the city." After all, he was slowly working on the basics of the Iron Fist technique. His pace was slow, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. However, seeing Lu Yuan, Qinfo was amazed. Lu Yuan was now nearly 2 m tall and had a strong build that was intimidating. The awe in the eyes of other villagers when they looked at Lu Yuan spoke volumes. Lu Yuan nodded, "I see. Xingu, if you want to practice martial arts, don't just figure it out on your own. You really need guidance, and sometimes special herbs are needed, otherwise it can easily harm your body." Upon hearing this, Qinfeng paused, puzzled, and asked, "Xiao Yuan, since you've been in the city longer, can you tell me about martial arts? How can I get guidance if I want to learn?" He had only seen some basic information in a book about the Iron Fist technique. Lu Yuan had been in the county for a year, so he clearly knew more than Qinfeng, who lived in the village. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Chenggu, I only know some basic information too, but since you want to know, I'll share what I can. In Blackstone City, there are several ways to learn martial arts. The simplest way is to pay to join a martial arts school. There are about dozens of official schools in the city where you can learn something by paying. Secondly, there are many gangs in the city. By joining these gangs, you can learn martial arts through fighting. Thirdly, you can join some powerful families, as they often have martial arts skills preserved within them. These are all methods that ordinary people can easily access. The most difficult way is to join the official organization, the Demon Patrol. If you can pass their assessment, you can learn proper techniques and your status will rise significantly. Qinfang was a bit surprised and asked. Demon Patrol. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, this is currently the most powerful organization in our great Qin dynasty, overseeing the world and very formidable. There was a hint of longing in his eyes as he added, if you can join the Demon Patrol, it would mean a significant leap in status. Even county officials can't interfere with them. By the way, I heard you encountered a monster recently. The Demon Patrol specializes in dealing with such creatures. Qinfo was surprised. They specifically handle monsters. He thought about the terrifying scene he witnessed where a monster was attacking people, which lingered in his mind. Additionally, the drop of diluted evil god's blood he had encountered sparked his curiosity. He realized that if he wanted to learn more about this, he would need to find out more about the Demon Patrol in the future. I wonder how one can join the Demon Patrol, Qinfang asked. Lu Yuan shook his head. I don't know about that. I've only heard that the Demon Patrol recruits powerful martial artists or geniuses. The specifics of the process are unclear to me. Qinfang didn't press further, realizing Lu Yuan didn't have much information. He then asked, by the way, you mentioned that powerful families also train their own martial artists. What about that, mister? Huang from outside our village, does his family count as a powerful family? He had some concerns about the strength of the Hong family if they were not strong. He considered the possibility of removing them entirely. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan quickly shook his head. Mr. Hang's family definitely doesn't count. At most, they have 3 to 5 entry-level martial artists. They are just maintaining the surrounding farmland. Among those towns, a family can have at least dozens of martial artists with some mid-level martial artists in charge. However, I heard there is a powerful force in the town called the Hang Family Village, which is one of the stronger family powers. I wonder if Mr. For Huang is related to the Hong family village. If there is a connection, we need to be careful. Qinfang responded thoughtfully, I see. 3 to 5 entry-level martial artists are not weak, and as for mid-level martial artists, he still doesn't know how strong they are. Lu Yuan continued, by the way, Qinfang, if you go hunting in the mountains soon, be careful. Recently, many unfamiliar martial artists have come to our Blackstone city. It seems they're looking for something. Our blacksmith shop has received many weapon orders, and I need to help my master, so I came back early. If you go to the town later, you can find me at Yang's blacksmith shop. If I'm not home, please help keep an eye on things. Qinfang smiled, of course. He then exchanged more information with Lu Yuan, which helped Qinfang understand more about Blackstone City. After Lu Yuan went home, Qinfang stood still, deep in thought. He sighed. Gangs, families, officials, the beginning of chaos. The great Qin dynasty dominates the world, vast and boundless, divided into 9 provinces and 36 prefectures, each with dozens of towns, and each town has many villages. Their Black Mountain village is just one of those small villages. He didn't know much about the upper levels, but the lower society was filled with various gang conflicts. The blacksmith shop where Lu Yuan worked was just a small force. As for the people from the city searching for something in Black Mountain, he felt it had nothing to do with him, especially since he didn't want to go to Black Mountain recently. Staying home to improve his skills was enough. After dinner, Qinfang noticed his iron fist skill had reached 91 proficiency. Instead of going to sleep, he continued to practice martial arts in the dark of night. Whoosh! It looked slow, but if someone got close, they would hear a whistling sound as Qinfang swung his arms. The sound was deep, like a tiger's roar. Qinfang felt a sense of anticipation. It seemed he could elevate his iron fist skill to a higher level today, unsure of what kind of talent would awaken. On the other side in the Lu family, Lu Yuan looked through the window and saw Qin Feng practicing martial arts. He sighed to himself. It seems Brother Qin was really affected by seeing the monsters attack people a few days ago. What a pity. He missed the best age for training, and without guidance, he won't achieve much with just this basic style. After watching for a while and not noticing anything special, Lu Yuan lost interest. He chatted a bit more with Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, feeling hopeful that once things improved in Blackstone City, he could bring his parents there. On the other side, in the Hang family courtyard, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Bang! A cup shattered into pieces. Hang Hai sat in the main seat looking very displeased, and Ko Hai said, "Are you saying the news has leaked?" Luha below looked worried and replied, "Yes, sir. According to our information, there are already rumors in Blackstone City about a secret realm in Black Mountain. Though it's just a rumor, it has caught the attention of many. Today alone, several groups have entered Black Mountain." Hong Haishan's expression changed, looking very grim as he said it. "Our family has been here for decades, and just as we grasp some clues, it gets leaked. It seems someone doesn't want me to take credit for this. A cold smile appeared on Hong Haitian's face with a glint of cold light in his eyes. In a short time, he figured out what was happening. Then he said coldly, Lua, arrange for someone to bring that in back tonight. We will take the lead and use him for our ritual. This is our chance to rise. Be careful and try not to attract others' attention. The butler Luha looked excited and said, yes, sir. He felt a thrill at the thought of a chance to rise. They had been waiting for the right moment for so long. Was it finally time to begin your Iron Fist skill proficiency 1? Your Iron Fist skill has reached 1 proficiency. You have awakened a new talent, exceptional strength. Your strength 2 speed 1. In the night, Qinfeng looked at the new information on his panel, his face lighting up with joy. Finally, a breakthrough buzz. In that moment, he felt a powerful energy surge into his arms. He sensed that his arms were rapidly transforming, becoming more refined. Name, Chin Foam level, first rank, skin refinement stage, skill, Iron Fist technique, proficiency 1. Basic talent, exceptional arm strength. Your arms can unleash double your own strength. As the information flooded in, Qinfeng felt a surge of joy. Was this really his talent? He tested the strength in his arms. Just by slightly clenching his fist, he heard a faint sound in the air. The power contained within it increased compared to before, and this was without using his exceptional arm strength talent. What delighted him even more was that with the breakthrough in the Iron Fist technique, although it mainly enhanced his arms, it also subtly strengthened his entire body. His legs had become stronger, which improved his speed. Additionally, he had finally advanced to the first rank level. Touching his skin, he felt pleased and had become much tougher. If he encountered Wang Hu again now, Qinfeng felt he wouldn't need to run away. He could probably defeat Wang Hu with a single punch. Then, under Linu's concerned gaze, he turned off the lights and rested, enjoying a pleasant night. However, in the middle of the night, Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Outside, Lua stood with a first-rank warrior. Arriving at Qinfeng's house, observing the house in the night and hearing the 2 breaths inside, a cold light flashed in Luha's eyes as he said in a chilling tone, attack. Yes, beside him, a man in black, wearing a mask, quickly rushed towards Qinfeng's room. They had a plan before coming, a quick and decisive strike. Bang! A loud noise burst open Qinfeng's door. The man in black charged straight into the room where Qinfeng and the others were resting. However, in the next moment, boom, a punch landed directly on the throat of the man in black. He didn't have time to react before his throat was crushed. The man in black collapsed. Qinfeng stepped out of the darkness, his expression extremely grim, with Linu behind him looking worried. Qinfeng said, stay at home and don't move around. I'll go take a look. Linue replied with concern. Okay, be careful, my dear. Qinfeng picked up his bow and knife. When he removed the mask from the man in black, he was filled with rage upon seeing his face. It hung haying. The person beneath the mask was someone from the Huang family outside the village, someone he recognized. He never expected that Huang Leasi would dare to send someone to attack him at night. He felt both shocked and angry. If he were truly the original person, he would surely be dead tonight. Hundreds of meters outside the house, Lua stood in the darkness, looking puzzled. What's going on? He glanced at Qinfeng's house, narrowing his eyes. There should have been a sound after finishing up and returning with Linu. Why was there no noise now just as he was about to check? A sudden loud noise startled him. What Lua's expression changed as he narrowly dodged an arrow. How could this happen? His face turned grim. In the next moment, a figure rushed toward him from the darkness. Iron Fist technique, Qinfeng shouted. Lu Hao barely managed to block the attack, but was sent flying several meters away. Qinfeng's eyes shone brightly in the dark, stronger than Wang Hu, but not by much. Come again. Lu He's face was filled with disbelief. A martial artist, how did you suddenly become one? Qinfeng's gaze was icy. Butler Lu, it really is you. Die with that. He delivered another punch using his incredible strength. Lu Hao, seeing Qinfeng's power, looked grim and snarled. It seems I can't let you live. He also unleashed his own power, but in the next moment there was a loud crash. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Lu He's arms were shattered. Then the force struck his chest, crushing it instantly. What Lu He's face turned pale, filled with unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Qinfeng stood there breathing heavily. He glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, feeling somewhat pale. However, after his experience in Black Mountain, killing didn't trouble him much. In fact, he felt his blood flowing even faster, shivering all over, filled with excitement. Am I really a passionate warrior? Qinfeng thought to himself. He let out a breath, calming his excitement. At that moment, a new message appeared on his panel. You have killed an enemy with Iron Fist technique. Your Iron Fist proficiency 5. You have consecutively killed several martial artist enemies. You have awakened a new skill. Killing intent. Skill. Killing intent. Beginner progress 2. Killing intent is also a skill. Qinfeng was a bit surprised. He wondered what kind of talent this skill could awaken, but now is not the time to think about that. Looking at the bodies on the ground, he needed to deal with them first. After all, even though the current Dukian was a bit chaotic, if a few people died secretly, it could be said they were killed by monsters. However, if it was a public murder reported to the authorities, it would definitely cause trouble. Fortunately, Xinfang noticed that the villagers of Han were not coming out to see what was happening. Most had tightly shut their doors. Even the homes that were once lit quickly closed their doors, fearing they might be targeted. Shenfang shook his head and chuckled softly, almost forgetting that this world was different from his previous life. Quickly, he grabbed one of the bodies and under the cover of night rushed to the outskirts of Han. He threw the body into the mountains. The smell of blood could easily attract wild animals at night. He watched from a distance, and soon wild animals came and dragged the two bodies into the forest. Only then did he choose to leave. He naturally searched the two bodies. However, he only found a few hundred taels of silver notes on Lu's body. The martial arts techniques he wanted were nowhere to be found. He had to give up. On his way back, he looked at the brightly lit courtyard of Hong Laozi in the distance. Occasionally, shadows flickered. Xinfang's expression turned cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. He was puzzled about why Hong Laozi wanted to target him. Was it really just for a hunting license his killing intent surged? But seeing the bright lights in the courtyard along with at least several martial artists and dozens of ordinary people, he felt some pressure. I'll hold back for now. After I develop further, I'll take care of Huang Laozi, Xinfang thought to himself. Meanwhile, at that moment in the Hong family courtyard, Huang Laozi paced back and forth in the courtyard, accompanied by dozens of other hired fighters. He occasionally glanced towards the distant village, his face filled with worry. What's going on? Why haven't they returned yet? He muttered. It shouldn't take so long to deal with an ordinary person. The other figures in the courtyard were also dressed in black, their faces covered. Most of the valuables in the courtyard had already been gathered. In recent days, many fighters had been invading the Black Mountain, and even signs of the demon patrol had appeared. He was reluctant to take risks for someone like Xinfang and had planned to leave the area with the Yanzai. However, he didn't expect that Lu Hao would still be gone after all this time. Go check on Lu Hao. Is the Yanzai in trouble? Huang Laozi said in a low voice. Yes, replied a man in black respectfully, leaping onto the high wall and heading toward Xinfang's home. But in the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the night. An arrow shot through the darkness, striking the throat of the black-clad man. You used basic archery to kill an enemy. Your basic archery proficiency 5. You killed an enemy. Your killing intent proficiency 3. Not far away, Xinfo, with a piece of black cloth covering his face, watched Hang Laozi and the others in the courtyard with bright eyes. He whispered, if I don't kill you tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Shunfeng's expression was cold, filled with killing intent. In just a few days since arriving, he had faced several assassination attempts from Huang Laozi's men. He knew he wasn't a match for the Hong family yet, but he couldn't swallow his anger. That's why he came to the Hong family's vicinity, hoping to find a way to vent his frustration. However, he didn't expect to witness such a scene. Huang Laozi was leading so many people, clearly preparing to retreat. Xinfang was surprised. What's going on? Could it be related to what Lu Yuan said about the recent situation in Hashi City? He pondered that according to Lu Yuan, many unfamiliar fighters had recently come to Hashi City, searching for something in the Black Mountain. Was Huang Yuan worried that more fighters would arrive and discover something? The strange situation with the Hong family made Chunfeng involuntarily think of the scene he had seen before, where monsters devoured people. He had been forced by Wang Hu and others. Initially, Xinfang didn't have much thought about it, but now a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Monsters. Wang Hu and the others must have known that moving forward towards Qinglang Valley would be dangerous. Could it be that the Hong family is connected to the monsters? As Xinfang considered these thoughts, his expression grew more serious. He also recalled what he had just heard from Huang Laozi about the Yin Shenjai. Was that referring to Shuer? Was the Hong family targeting him because of Shuer? Various ideas raced through Chunfeng's mind. He wanted to understand what was happening, but he had too little information. Moreover, after he shot and killed the warrior who was trying to capture Linu, chaos erupted in the Hong family's courtyard. A large number of warriors quickly gathered. Someone exclaimed, "Divine Archer." In the darkness, killing a first-tier warrior with a single arrow, especially when they saw the arrow piercing through the throat, left many feeling shocked. Their faces showed fear. Meanwhile, hidden in the trees, Xinfang realized that the Hong family might be colluding with monsters. His heart sank. No wonder so many warriors had gathered. It was far more than the few first-tier warriors known to the outside world. There might even be second-tier or even third-tier warriors among them. I need to be careful, Xinfang thought. With this in mind, he quietly tried to conceal himself even more. The Hong family wanted to abduct his, and he couldn't easily retreat now. He glanced at the sky. Dawn was not far off. He wondered if he could hold out until then. At that moment, as Xinfang pondered these things, a new message appeared on his panel. You have successfully hidden your form in the darkness and deceived dozens of enemies. You have awakened a new skill, stealth. You have hidden for 10 minutes. Your stealth skill proficiency 1. You successfully deceive the enemies by hiding. Your stealth skill proficiency 1. Seeing the updated information on his panel, Qinfeng felt a bit of surprise. He could awaken skills passively. Moreover, after awakening the new stealth skill in Qinfeng's mind, some vague techniques for hiding his presence emerged. These made it easier for him to conceal himself among the trees. Meanwhile, in the Huang family's courtyard, Hang Leiyusi looked uneasy among the crowd. Observing his surroundings, he called out, "I wonder which friend is passing by. If you're in trouble, I, Huang, am willing to offer 500 taels of silver to make a friend." Hearing this, Qinfeng felt anger rise within him. Taels Huang Leiyusi is too wealthy. This money must come from exploiting the people. Hang Leiyusi is cunning and ruthless. I must not let him know that I am just a newly promoted warrior, nor my true identity, or I will be in trouble. Qinfeng thought, his expression darkening. At that moment, his face changed slightly, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Just as Huang Leiyusi was speaking, he noticed a figure quietly leaving the courtyard from a corner. The person was dressed entirely in black and wore a black mask. If it weren't for Qinfeng's enhanced vision after awakening his talent, he might not have noticed the warrior at all. If that warrior made a move, he would be discovered, and with dozens of warriors surrounding him, he would have no chance to escape. Qinfeng suppressed his thoughts. 100 steps to hit the target. He fought with a cold snort. In the next instant, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow flew. The warrior's expression changed. Upon hearing the sound in the darkness, he shouted, "Over there," pointing in Qinfeng's general direction, trying to dodge the arrow. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain as the arrow pierced his heart. He managed to let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. This scene turned the faces of those in the courtyard even paler. It's Brother Neo is dead. It's the sharpshooter. It must be the sharpshooter. At first, Qinfeng didn't understand why the people in the courtyard were in an uproar. But the next moment, the information that refreshed on his panel made him realize what had happened. You have killed a second-tier warrior with basic archery skills. Your basic archery proficiency 20. You have killed a second-tier warrior. Your killing intent proficiency 10. You successfully concealed your position. Your stealth skill proficiency 5. Messages refreshed one after another, and Qinfeng was surprised. Is he really a second-tier warrior in our remote village at the foot of the mountain? One of Hang Lei ordinates is actually a second-tier warrior. At this moment, Qinfeng was filled with shock. His belief that Huang Leiyusi was involved with demons and had another identity grew stronger. Moreover, seeing that his basic archery skill had reached an 80 proficiency level, he felt a sense of anticipation. It seems very likely that my basic archery will soon reach a higher level. I wonder what my talent for hitting a target from 100 steps will evolve into. With this expectation in mind and having successfully shot down even a second-tier warrior, Qinfeng felt more confident. Looking at the chaos in the courtyard, he sneered. In the midst of the confusion, he shot 2 arrows in quick succession. In the darkness, sounds echoed. Accompanied by 2 screams, he had shot through the throats of 2 black-lead warriors. You have killed a first-tier warrior. Your basic archery proficiency 10. Your killing intent proficiency has increased. Your stealth skill proficiency has increased. Your basic archery proficiency has reached 100. Then the information flashed and refreshed instantly. Your basic archery has reached 1 mastery. Your initial talent for hitting a target from 100 steps has been upgraded to intermediate talent. Intermediate talent. Triple shot. Within 150 meters, you can instantly shoot 3 arrows in succession, either spreading or concentrating your attack points with enough power to pierce a 1 ft thick wooden board. Looking at the information on the panel, Qinfo was slightly astonished. 1 ft thick is about 13 of a meter. To be able to pierce through such thick wood means his arrows will have terrifying power, and even a lower-tier warrior would find it hard to block. Right, in this world, warriors are divided into 9 tiers from the lowest to the highest level, with each 3 tiers forming a level lower, middle, and upper. Lower-tier warriors are still refining their physical bodies. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. This level of archery had significantly increased his attack power. Moreover, his killing intent continued to rise as he defeated more enemies. Skill killing intent progress 38. Come again, Qinfeng thought, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. At the same time, in the Hang family courtyard, fear filled the eyes of some martial artists as a new warrior was shot down. Is there a skilled archer? Quickly hide. Not good. Who is it? The demon patrol. This is terrifying, sir. What should we do? Many martial artists were filled with dread. The sight of an enemy lurking in the darkness terrified them, especially since they didn't even know where the enemy was. Hang Leiyusi's face also darkened at this moment as he shouted, "It can't be the demon patrol. The people from the demon patrol are at least 4th-tier warriors. They wouldn't attack like this." In that direction, let's charge together. Based on the strength of the arrows, it's likely just an ordinary second or third-tier warrior. Once we find him, it will be his end. Whoever kills this person will receive a reward of 1,000 silver notes and 10 blood recovery pills. As Hang Lei-Yusi's voice rang out, he directly announced the reward for eliminating the enemy in the night. His eyes were cold. He knew he could easily kill this insignificant foe. However, he was also worried that if he acted, it might attract the attention of the demon patrol, especially with so many recent events in the Black Mountain. He couldn't guarantee that nothing would happen. With a heavy reward, brave souls would surely emerge. In that moment, as Huang Lei-Yusi finished speaking, many martial artists who had been hiding began to change their expressions, a hint of greed appearing in their eyes. After some hesitation, one shouted, "Yes, let's kill. If they were strong, why would they attack from the shadows? Right, let's take action." With cold shouts, the first speaker led 3 or 4 others moving swiftly through the night towards Qinfang. These individuals were skilled martial artists. They believed that once they found the right position, they could withstand Xinfang's arrows. However, in the next moment, Qinfang chuckled softly in the darkness. "They're coming." In an instant, 3 arrows were shot out. A whistling sound echoed through the night. Not good. The 3 rushing forward were filled with horror. But the next moment, they let out a terrible scream. The arrows had almost simultaneously pierced through their throats. Several people were covering their necks, not expecting to be hit at the same time. You used basic archery to kill 3 warriors, gaining 24 proficiency. You killed 3 enemies, gaining 30 killing intent proficiency. Skill, basic archery proficiency 25. Skill, killing intent entry level 75. As Qinfang continued to shoot enemies on a small hill several kilometers away, a figure was watching the Hong family's house. In this figure's pale hand was something resembling a compass, with a red dot flashing pointing directly at the Huang courtyard. The person whispered, "The aura of the demon cult's minions." It seems that only some warriors have discovered it and are attacking this demon cult hideout. Standing on the hill, the person observed the battlefield of the demon cult minions, their expression calm. Such low-level demon cult members were not enough to make her intervene. However, she was somewhat surprised by Qin Foam, who was hidden in the shadows. She had been deceived when he didn't shoot arrows. Moreover, she was impressed by Chunfeng's archery skills. "He's actually an archer, a main attacker on the demon battlefield. How did he appear in this small village? I wonder which faction trained him." The person spoke softly, not directly intervening, preparing to see what this skilled archer could do. She had always maintained a calm demeanor, admiring Qinfeng's archery. This level of skill would be considered good even in some magic patrolmies. However, when Qinfeng shot 3 arrows in quick succession, instantly killing 3 people, the figure on the hill changed expression, eyes filled with shock. 3 in a row. Who is this? An archer of this caliber could provide immense value on the battlefield. Her expression shifted and she became serious, preparing to head toward that location. Such a skilled archer must not be lost at this moment. Just then, inside the Hong family, Huang Haitian's face was extremely grim as he coldly said it. "How could this happen, you worthless fool? Even if I am exposed today, I will kill you." At this moment, Huang Haitian's face was filled with anger. He was initially able to hide behind these people to avoid revealing himself. However, now with Qinfeng's arrows attacking, he looked around and found that the dozens of warriors had dwindled to just 3. These 3 were pale and hiding behind rocks and walls, their faces filled with fear. "The demon patrol must have arrived," one said. "It could be a 3rd-tier archer." "We're doomed," another added. "Sir, I can't go out. If I show myself, I'll be killed," said the last. The remaining few were pale with fear. Even though they were greedy for the 10,000 taels of silver and the blood-replenishing pills, they dared not act, feeling like turtles hiding in their shells. Huang Haitian's face twisted in anger as he shouted and charged toward Qinfeng's direction. "If you want to die, then I'll kill you first and then find that ancient." At that moment, Huang Haiying revealed a porcelain bottle in his hand. As the bottle appeared, both Qinfeng and the figure watching from 1,000 meters away changed their expressions dramatically. It was a small, transparent porcelain bottle about the size of. Inside there was bright red blood. Qinfeng's expression changed because at the moment the bottle appeared, his nutrient absorption skill trembled once again. This was similar to the time he encountered the evil god's blood in the monster-infested area. This made Qinfeng's eyes light up with anticipation. "Even this diluted blood has brought me dozens of proficiency points. I wonder if absorbing this entire bottle of evil god's blood could evolve my nutrient absorption skill again." However, the next moment, his expression shifted. After Huang Haiying took out the porcelain bottle, he suddenly laughed wickedly and drank a large gulp of the evil god's blood. "My evil god's blood." At that moment, Shunfeng's face turned grim and he felt a chill in his heart. He had thought of the evil god's blood as his own, but he never expected Huang Laosi to drink it directly. After Huang Laozi consumed the evil god's blood, his aura exploded with power. Boom! It was as if there was a thunderous roar from the ground. Huang Laozi's cultivation level surged dramatically in that instant. Originally, Huang Laozi seemed like an ordinary person. However, in just a moment, he transformed from an ordinary person to a powerful being. His eyes turned blood red and his exposed skin showed red marks. His hair also became a striking red half-demon. It was really you last time. Seeing Huang Heng's transformation, Chun Feng's expression darkened as he said in a low voice, "Demons in the Dayan Empire. Everyone knows that once you encounter a demon, there is no mercy. Demons consume the souls and bodies of warriors, while warriors hunt demons. Only some warriors who ally with demons form a group known as the Demon Cult, followers of evil gods." At that moment, Huang Heng, rushing forward, finally caught sight of Qin Feng's blurred figure and heard his words. Instantly, the murderous aura around Huang Heng intensified as he shouted, "Ah, Qinfeng, it's you. How could you have such archery skills? Did you inherit the demon blade?" Seeing Xinfeng, Huang Haitian's expression turned wildly crazed. He sneered, "So it's you killing two birds with one stone. First, I'll capture you, then I'll take Linu. How about turning you both into tragic lovers?" Hangen's chilling words made Xinfeng, who wanted to escape, freeze in place. 3 stars align. Xinfeng's voice was icy. In that moment, he shot 3 arrows in quick succession, aiming for Huang Hai's heart. However, as soon as the arrows were released, Huang Yang shattered the first one with a punch. Huang Haishing smirked. "This little power can't break my defenses. Kneel before me." But he didn't expect that after destroying the first arrow, 2 more arrows followed. With a loud explosion in the air, Long Haitian's face palled as he barely managed to dodge a vital spot. The next moment, 2 arrows pierced through his arm. With a cough, he spat out blood and his expression changed. In that instant, his left arm was severely injured. Qinfeng kept his gaze fixed on Huang Haing, a cold smile on his face. "Is that all you've got?" Hanging appeared terrifying, but it was clear he couldn't withstand Chunfeng's arrows. He needs to retreat and keep his distance. Then he can definitely kill Huang Haing while flying a kite. However, his speed is clearly much slower than Huang Haing's. In that moment, after being heavily injured, Huang Haing's face twisted with rage as he shouted, "Come again." He then took out the remaining half bottle of evil god's blood and gulped it down. Instantly, his aura surged wildly, breaking through a limit. 4th rank, Xinfeng's expression darkened. Although Huang Haing was within the range of his arrows, the sudden speed increase was alarming. With a counterattack, Huang Haing used his injuries to break through Qinfeng's defenses. Before Qinfeng could react, Huang Haing charged in front of him and shouted, "Kneel down." With a loud shout, he swung his hand at Qinfeng. Although Qinfeng's face looked grim, he did not hesitate. He coldly shouted, "Iron Fist Technique, extraordinary strength." At the moment he threw his punch, he activated his extraordinary strength talent, doubling his power instantly. Boom, he barely collided with Huang Haing's attack. With a thunderous sound, Chunfeng's attack was shattered and he was sent flying. He landed half kneeling on the ground, pale and coughed up blood. This kind of power, Xinfeng's face was grim. This power far exceeded his current level. Watching Huang Haixing charge at him again, Xinfeng felt a wave of thoughts rush through his mind. His speed was not slow, and with the stealth skill, he had a chance to escape into the mountains or darkness where he could potentially shake off Huang Haixing. With the 3-star combo, he might even have a chance to shoot Huang Haing down. Thinking of this, he decided not to linger and prepared to turn and leave. Hanging, seeing Qinfo getting up and looking lively, was somewhat surprised. At most a 1st rank, and yet you're still alive. He was genuinely shocked. In just a short time, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. "Your strength exceeds that of ordinary people. You must be a warrior with awakened talents. How did you awaken? Tell me what you know, and I'll make it quick for you." Huang Haing continued to pursue Qinfeng, not considering that Qinfeng could escape. In his view, Qinfeng was now a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely under his control. A cold smile appeared on Qinfeng's face. Just as he was about to speak, a whistling sound cut through the night. Not good. In that moment, a red light suddenly streamed directly. He was instantly sent flying, spitting out blood. His face turned pale with fear. A flying sword, the demon patrol. His voice trembled with terror as he turned and ran away. Holding a porcelain bottle filled with the blood of a dark god, he had been cautiously sipping it before, but now he drank it all without hesitation. Amidst the screams, Huang Haixing's body began to mutate. In an instant, he became extremely thin and elongated. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his speed multiplied several times as he dashed into the darkness. The sword energy shot into the night, followed by a scream echoing in the darkness. Then silence returned. Qinfeng watched this scene, his expression filled with uncertainty. What just happened? The demon patrol. Originally planning to flee, he hesitated, rooted in place, afraid to move. The red light that had pierced the night left him shaken. With his enhanced talent, he could barely make out some details. After the evolution of his talent, it didn't mean his original abilities disappeared. Instead, they merged into a higher level of skill. Thus, Qinfeng's vision had improved. He had been ready to escape, planning to shoot Huang Hang in the night. But the sudden red light had repelled Huang Hang, causing him to flee in panic. From the screams that echoed in the darkness, it was clear that even if Huang Hang survived, he would be in bad shape. Moreover, Qinfeng was shocked by the red light. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a flying sword. Was this a martial arts world or a cultivation world? Various thoughts raced through his mind. Just then, a figure descended from the night. She had a slim figure dressed in red with a delicate face. A strand of hair was lifted by the breeze, giving her the appearance of a neighborly girl, yet she radiated a fiery energy. As soon as she arrived, she exclaimed, "These followers of the demon cult truly deserve punishment. It was careless of me. He had complete evil god blood in him." Even after injuring himself, he still managed to escape. But he was hit by my sword energy, so he won't be able to act for the next few months. Where are you from? How did you find this gathering place of the demon cult? The woman in red looked at Chin Foam and asked directly, her eyes shimmering with a fiery glow. Her intense gaze swept over Chin Foam before he could respond. She frowned slightly and said, "Are you already 18? Awakening your warrior talent at this age is a bit late. It seems you must have lacked resources before, which caused the delay. Your hands show strength. Is your talent related to power, and your eyesight seems enhanced too?" As she spoke, there was a hint of regret in her tone. After just a glance, she seemed to understand Qinfeng's condition and asked her questions directly. Qinfeng was shocked to hear her words. He didn't expect that just one meeting would allow her to figure out his situation. In that moment, he felt his skin tighten. This must be a powerful warrior, Qinfeng thought, feeling a mix of awe and surprise. He hadn't anticipated meeting someone so strong in this world so quickly. Based on what Hanging shouted before fleeing, this woman was rumored to be the demon hunter. From what he heard from Lu Yuan, the demon hunter belonged to the official forces. In a short time, various thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly formulated a response. Chunfeng cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Thank you for saving me, Mississippi. I am from Han Village. 3 days ago, I was forced and framed by Huang Laosi. I encountered demons in the mountains and barely managed to escape. I only know how to shoot arrows, so I practiced at home, but Huang Lei, you see, has been trying to kill me these past few days. I had no choice but to fight back. I really didn't expect that Hong Laozi would turn out to be a monster." Xinfang said apart from his own panel, there was basically no hidden information. He didn't know what kind of personality or thoughts this demon patrol officer had. If the other party misunderstood him, he could be killed with a single sword strike. If he had confidence in ambushing the previous Huang Haixing from the shadows, facing the red-clad sword cultivator before him made him feel alarmed all over. She was terrifying, absolutely not someone he could handle right now. Hearing this, the woman in red showed a hint of surprise in her eyes and said, "You just awakened, and you were from this village." Qinfeng looked a bit confused and replied, "Yes, I don't know what talent means." He had some thoughts in his mind about the awakening of cultivation skills and various talents. Was this a special ability, or did this world also have such things? The woman in red glanced at Qinfeng and didn't explain much further, saying, "I understand now. The things from the Hong family are your spoils of war. You can take them with you now." Upon hearing this, Qinfeng quickly smiled and said, "If it weren't for the fair's help in the end, I would have probably died, so these things should belong to you." He had no idea what the personality and thoughts of the woman in red were. Naturally, he wouldn't take these things on his own. After he spoke, the woman in red smiled and said, "I'm not greedy for your little belongings. It's just that the commotion here has attracted the attention of other warriors. Choose 2 boxes for yourself and leave." Qinfeng replied, "Thank you, fairy." In the area, there were about 7 boxes, some over a meter long and a few were open, containing mostly clothes and similar items. Qinfeng had no particular interest in these. He then chose 2 small closed boxes that were about a foot long and close to hanging. Besides being easier to carry, these small items might yield better rewards. The woman in red nodded and said, "Don't wander around for now. The situation in Black Mountain has attracted quite a few followers of the demon cult. With your strength, encountering even one of them could lead to your demise. I will come looking for you again." Qinfeng was surprised and quickly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Yes, thank you, fairy." Then he felt no attachment to the other possessions of the Hong family. He turned and left immediately. After all, without the fair's help, even if he managed to shoot Huang Hang in the end, he could still suffer serious injuries. There was even a chance of worse outcomes. At that moment, he heard some sounds of movement from a distance, which made his heart race. Clearly, other warriors were arriving. As for what happened in the Black Mountain, he had no desire to investigate. He didn't ask any questions. He knew that the more he knew, the quicker he could meet his end. Right now, he didn't have the ability to handle that, so he turned and left. The moment he stepped into the darkness, he activated his stealth skill. Hidden in the shadows, he made his way back. You were hidden in the darkness. Your stealth skill proficiency, too. That night he used many skills and techniques, but he was extremely tired. The only thing weighing on his mind was that Huang Haing had escaped. From his earlier encounter, it was clear that the woman in red had the ability to kill Huang Haing, so he wondered why she hadn't acted. The woman stood calmly, and upon seeing Qinfang enter the darkness, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. What happened? Did he really disappear so quickly? If it weren't for her keen senses, it would have been difficult to spot Qinfang even with the eye. At that moment, the sounds of movement echoed and several figures landed outside the Hong family residence. These warriors were filled with various energies. Upon seeing the treasures in the houses, some had greedy looks in their eyes. Others were puzzled, asking, "What's going on? I sensed a battle involving a peak 4th grade warrior here. How could that happen? Are these demon cultists?" Some were shocked by the scene before them. A few even wanted to check the belongings left by old 4th Huan. However, at that moment, someone noticed the woman in red examining the bodies and exclaimed, "Divine Phoenix, Sword Cultivator Yunshi, ranked 10th on the human list. She's here too." Some of them looked on with awe and said, "We didn't know the fairy was here. We should leave." They didn't dare to get any closer and quickly retreated. Only a few people remained, watching the situation and guessing what had happened. At that moment, the woman in red, Yunshi, simply smiled and said, "I just found a gathering point for the evil cult. It's best for everyone to leave quickly if you have things to do." "Yes, fairy, you are impressive." The others looked at her with admiration and awe, and they chose to leave immediately. Then Yunshi waved her hand, and everything in front of her vanished. In the night, Yunshi glanced at the place where Qinfang was. She took a step and disappeared into the darkness. As she moved through the night, she held a jade token that glowed with a red light. Yuchi smiled and said, "I wonder if this cult member will bring some surprises." On her jade token, there was a dim red light that kept moving forward. It was none other than Huang Haing, who had fled earlier. The demon blade secret was indeed important, but for Yunshi, destroying the cult's gathering place would also be a significant achievement. At the same time, she arranged for someone to check on Qinfang's whereabouts. Qinfang was unaware of what happened next. He only knew that several martial artists had appeared outside the Hang family's courtyard. Fortunately, the Huang family's location was outside Black Mountain Village. Otherwise, it would have affected the village long ago. However, this made Qinfang feel even more serious. The presence of these powerful martial artists shattered the inflated confidence he had gained from awakening various martial arts talents in recent days. "I'm still too weak. I can't be reckless," Qinfang thought. Soon, when he returned home, he found that the door, which had been kicked open, was now closed and propped up with wood. "I'm back," Qinfang said softly. Darling Linu joyfully replied upon hearing his voice. She hurriedly opened in the somewhat damaged door. As soon as Qinfang entered the room, Lin rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "Darling, I was so worried about you. Are you okay?" Linu's body trembled slightly. It was only when she felt Qinfang's embrace that she found a sense of safety. Qinfang smiled and said, "It's fine. Everything has been resolved. Don't worry. The Hong family is gone, so we don't have to be concerned anymore." Lin was astonished and exclaimed, "What, the Hong family is gone, dear? Can you?" At this moment, Lin felt a bit nervous. She closed the door, unsure and worried. Qinfang smiled and said, "Yes, I only dealt with a few ordinary henchmen from the Hang family. The main thing is that a powerful person passed by and wiped out the Hang family." He didn't want to say too much, fearing that knowing more would only make Lin more anxious. Lin tightly hugged Qinfang, wanting to snuggle into his arms like a little cat, and said, "Yes, you're the strongest." Qinfang embraced Linu as well. The events of the night had made his complicated feelings gradually relax. In the dark, the frightened Linue had fallen deeply asleep in his arms. Qinfang looked at the night sky, his eyes bright with determination. He thought, "It seems I need to head to the county town soon. It's not safe in this mountain village." He still had 200 or 300 taels of silver, so he could rent a place in the county town and settle down. At the very least, he wanted to ensure the safety of himself and Schwer. He did not want to experience a break-in like tonight again. Now that things had calmed down, he also had some questions. Who was that woman in red? What did she mean when she said she would come looking for him again? Could it be that he might have a chance to enter the demon patrol? Was this an opportunity for a great leap forward? As he pondered these thoughts, fatigue from his body took over, and he fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, he woke up feeling refreshed. He first checked the information panel. When he saw the changes, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "I didn't get a chance to look closely yesterday. Even my killing intent skill has improved," Qinfang thought with excitement. "You successfully refined energy for a day." Strength 1. You defeated several enemies. Your killing intent skill has increased to 1 proficiency. You awaken a new talent. Strength 1. Spirit 1. Name Chunfang skill. Iron Fist Technique 15 proficiency. Skills. Nutritional Absorption 21 proficiency. Basic Archery 11 proficiency. Inyang Technique 40 proficiency. Forest Running 15 proficiency. Trap Technique 11 proficiency. Killing Intent 1 proficiency. Stealth 51 proficiency. Beginner Talent Innate Strength. You can refine nutrients daily for 1 strength point. Killing Intent Determined. When enemies enter a radius of several dozen meters around you, they will be deterred by your killing intent, losing focus for at least 0.01 seconds, which decreases as their mental strength increases. Skilled Manipulator. The formations you set up can increase attack power by 10, and the setup speed is also 10 faster. Like walking on flat ground, when running in mountainous areas, your speed can increase by 10. Intermediate Talent 3-star Arrow. You can shoot 3 arrows instantly targeting the same point or spreading out the attack. Looking at the information on the panel, Shunfeng felt a bit relieved. He was getting stronger, especially with the natural strength talent, which allowed him to increase his strength a little every day. Although it seemed small, it could accumulate over time. He felt that his strength was growing stronger. He wondered how much stronger he would become if he continued to accumulate like this. Moreover, the most important thing was that during last night's battle, his killing intent skill had also improved significantly. Killing Intent Determined. This skill surprised him. It was a talent that attacked the mental aspect. It seemed he should consider how to enhance his mental strength in the future. During battle, if he used this talent, even a brief moment of deterrence would be enough for him to counterattack. However, the range was a bit small, only several dozen meters. He wondered how it would improve with upgrades. Next, he turned to the chest he hadn't checked last night, which had a copper lock. When he returned yesterday, it was already very late. Plus, some warriors had been drawn to the area, and he was worried that breaking the lock would make noise and attract attention, so he hadn't checked it then. Now he could take a good look at what Hong Hai and the others had left behind. As for the copper lock on the chest, he hadn't dared to tamper with it last night for fear of making noise. Now he had no worries. He took a nearby hatchet and struck down, breaking the box open. When the first wooden chest opened, it revealed a pile of silver. There were about 700 to 800 taels. In addition, there were dozens of silver notes, the smallest denomination being 50 taels, totaling over 1,000 taels of silver. Seeing this, Qinfang was amazed. Huang Leiasi is really wealthy. Linhua was also shocked and asked, "Husband, did you bring this back from the Hong family?" Qinfang smiled and replied, "Yes, after we finish a few things, we will go to the county town." After last night's events, he had already been thinking about moving. Now, seeing these items, he felt even happier. With this silver, we won't have too many problems when we get to the county town. Lin Shui was equally astonished. It was the first time in many years that she had seen so much money. She exclaimed, "Husband, you are amazing." Shunfang smiled and said, "This is nothing. I will make sure you have a better life in the future." He smiled, but inside he still felt a bit worried. From what Huang Laosi said last night, he initially thought it was about obtaining a hunting license, but it turned out to be related to Lin Shua. He was unsure what in Shenzhai meant. However, since Huang Leiasi was from the demon cult, mentioning such things clearly indicated trouble. He would need to investigate this further. Then he moved on to the second box. Qinfang felt a bit of anticipation. When he saw the second box, he was surprised. It was clearly more exquisite than the first one. However, it only had 1 clasp and no bronze lock. It gave him a sense of both value and ease of management. He thought to himself, it seems Huang Laozi believes these items won't be lost, so he didn't lock it. With that thought, he opened the box. As he looked inside, his eyes widened in surprise. Is this really what I think it is inside the box? There were layers of soft silk tightly protecting a small white porcelain bottle in the center. Inside the bottle was bright red blood, blood of the evil god. Seeing this, Qinfang was thrilled. Previously, he had accidentally refined a trace of demon god blood, which greatly improved his nutrient absorption ability. He felt regret when Huang Hang escaped with the evil god blood last night. He never expected to find new evil god blood today. What a great find! He felt a surge of energy within him. This bottle of evil god blood was far more than the trace he had refined before. I wonder if I can refine this bottle of evil god's blood, and if my nutrient absorption skill can be improved to a higher level, Qinfang thought to himself. He quickly put away the porcelain bottle of demon blood and turned to Linu saying, "You must not tell anyone about this." Lin looked a bit confused but nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand, my husband. These things are very precious and I won't tell anyone." Qinfang nodded. Good. He then prepared to check the situation outside. As long as there was no urgent matter, he would refine the evil god's blood first. Although he was still in the room, he could hear some noisy sounds from outside. It seemed many people were investigating the situation. If he stayed inside for too long without checking, it would seem too deliberate. Just as he stepped out of his house, he heard a relieved voice. "Qinfeng, you're really okay." "I was just thinking whether I should check on you all," Lu Yuan said with concern in his eyes. "Last night we heard some fighting sounds from the village, and one seemed quite close to us. Are you all right?" Lu Yuan looked worried, adding, "I also heard that several bodies have been found in our village. Those warriors are truly terrifying." Shinfo replied, "Yes, we heard about it too. Some residual energy even hit our house. Those warriors are really ruthless." Thankfully, after returning yesterday, he had dragged a few bodies from his place further away. Otherwise, the morning would have been filled with blood. Lu Yuan nodded. That was indeed lucky. Fortunately, the Great Shin Empire has laws that prevent any warriors from harming civilians. If they do, they will definitely end up on the wanted list of the Demon Patrol, and that would be terrible. Wanted list? Qinfeng asked in surprise. Yes, it's a list published by the Great Qin Demon Patrol for the most dangerous criminals who are being hunted by the patrol and the authorities, Lu Yuan explained. Each one has a bounty of at least 1,000 taels. Chunfeng's eyes lit up. There's such a thing. I wonder how strong you need to be to take on someone from that wanted list. Lu Yuan shook his head. There are no specific requirements. As long as you can bring back the head of the wanted person, you can usually claim the reward. Qinfeng thought, I see now. He felt a bit dazed inside. Although the current Dian dynasty faced many crises, it still maintained a calm appearance. He continued to listen to the noisy sounds in the village. Various discussions reached his ears. It's terrible. Did you hear the Hong family was completely slaughtered? What is that true? Were those attackers targeting the Hong family? No. I heard that Mr. Hang was a follower of the demon cult and was killed by an inspector from the demon patrol. Mr. Hang was a follower of the demon cult. That old man finally got what he deserved. It's about time. There were many discussions, especially when mentioning Mr. Hong, where shock and horror filled people's eyes. A man who had lived in the village for decades turned out to be a follower of the demon cult. Some people were skeptical at first, but once they saw that some of the guards from the Huang family had mutated bodies showing demonic traits, fear and shock spread among the villagers of Han. The anger of those who had been oppressed by Mr. Huang finally had a chance to explode. After all these years, many people in Han village had gone missing. In the past, villagers were unaware, but now they immediately thought it must be related to the Huang family. Many angry families even stormed into Mr. Hang's home to vent their frustrations on the bodies lying on the ground. Qinfeng and Lu Yuan chatted a bit longer and learned some information. Lu Yuan invited Qinfeng to check out the situation at Mr. Huang's residence. After a moment of thought, Qinfeng decided to go with Lu Yuan to see the scene at the Hong family's courtyard. Last night, Qinfeng hadn't felt much, but seeing the place in the early morning stirred his emotions. He saw numerous bodies lying on the ground, some with broken arrows stuck in them. Fortunately, they were just ordinary arrows, leaving no special marks. The courtyard of Mr. Huang was soaked in a pool of red blood. On the ground, the bright red blood had mostly dried, forming spiderweb-like patterns, which was extremely terrifying. Aside from a few martial artists who occasionally came here to check things out, they quickly left afterward. At first, many villagers were quite restrained. However, once someone took the lead, a large number of villagers began to loot the Hang family's courtyard. Hang Lei, you see, the bully, is finally dead. Now we can sleep well. Yes, he even stole my family's silver. All these things are mine now. I'm really grateful to the person who destroyed the Huang family village. If Huang Leiasi continued to live, we would have had a hard time. Exactly. If I knew who it was, I would gladly build a monument for him. There were all kinds of discussions happening. Qinfeng stood at the edge of the area, observing the situation. He felt a bit complicated. He had already obtained the most valuable items, so he wasn't interested in anything else. With a sigh, he prepared to leave. However, at that moment, new information suddenly refreshed on his panel, causing him to pause. Looking at the updated information, his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? You have received heartfelt gratitude from others, and you have awakened a new skill, faith power. Qinfeng was astonished. Faith power. What does this mean? Can this really awaken a new skill? Faith power. Entry progress 1. You can gather faith power from any genuine gratitude or admiration from others. It can be used to enhance mental strength and awaken soul-related talents. As he read this information, Qinfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't expected to gain something like this. Indeed, as the faith power gathered, he noticed white lines appearing above the heads of these people. The other end of these lines seemed to connect to his mind. In a blurry vision, Qinfeng felt he could sense a vague white ethereal figure. Is this my soul? He murmured, feeling a hint of excitement. Mental strength is related to the soul. He never thought he could awaken this skill. Moreover, the skill's proficiency was rapidly increasing. You have received gratitude from others. Your faith power proficiency 1. Similar messages kept refreshing. Power of faith entry progress 31. But that's all there is to it. Only a few hundred people came here, and clearly not everyone feels grateful for the fall of the Han family. Xinfang didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he knows how to improve this skill and might even gain new spiritual abilities, he feels a sense of anticipation. I should go back and refine that bottle of evil god's blood. No matter how things develop, improving myself is always right, Qinfeng thought. Then he didn't stay there any longer and went straight home. He closed the door and began a new period of seclusion. He shut the windows and bedroom door, letting Linhua provide some cover outside. There shouldn't be any problems, Qinfeng thought. He then took out the bottle of evil god's blood. He didn't dare to risk whether the woman in red could sense the blood. If she comes back, he would refine it. Then without hesitation, Shunfeng opened the porcelain bottle and poured the evil god's blood into his mouth. Buzz. In that instant, Shunfeng felt a massive surge of energy rushing into his body. Moreover, he could faintly hear a terrifying howling sound as if it was rushing toward his mind. The newly awakened skill, Power of Faith, provided a mental boost that helped him withstand this impact. A sharp pain struck him. Xinfang was a bit alarmed. What's happening? Just as he was worried, information quickly refreshed on the panel. You're refining the evil god's blood. Your nutrient absorption skill proficiency is continuously increasing. Your nutrient absorption skill proficiency 555, while Qinfo was refining the evil god's blood on the other side in the Black Mountain. At this moment, the woman in red, Yunxi, was swiftly moving through the forest. In her hand was a jade token with red light points flickering on it. She was tracking the fleeing Huang Leiyusi. However, at this moment, the red light point on the jade plate was sometimes bright and sometimes extremely dim, as if it could disappear at any moment. This made Yunzai's expression cold, and she murmured, "Only a higher-level formation can hide my tracking plate." Her eyes sparkled with bright light. There really is a gathering point for the demon cult in this Black Mountain. Could it be related to the secret realm of the demon blade that appeared in Black Mountain, Yi pondered. She originally intended to focus on Hong Laozi to gather information about Black Mountain, but she unexpectedly lost track of him. Now, the red light above was constantly flickering, making it hard for her to determine the direction. Yuni sneered, "No matter what, it must be in this general direction. Let's see how long you can hide." Boom. With a cold snort, Yunxi waved her hand and several swords fell, causing trees in front of her to collapse and burn. This scene made the nearby warriors look at her with even more respect. At that moment, as Qinfeng from Black Mountain Village took out the blood of the evil god, Yuni's expression changed slightly. On her magic-seeking disc, a red light flickered and then covered the entire disc. Blood of the evil god. Seeing the change on the magic-seeking disc, Yunxi's expression shifted instantly. At that moment, the disc pointed outside of Black Mountain. A quick glance at the direction confirmed it was towards Black Mountain Village. Yunxi's face darkened as she looked at the forest ahead. The figure of Hong Hai, who was following her, had already disappeared. To evade her tracking, he must have used some kind of shielding formation or another secret realm. It was clear that there was a gathering place for the demon cult within Black Mountain. The legendary secret realm of the demon blade might even be in their hands. I need to go back and check. We can't ignore the demon cultists who can use the blood of the evil god. If they break into the human city, it will cause serious trouble. After making her decision, Yinxi abandoned the chase and moved towards Black Mountain Village. However, shortly after she left Black Mountain, the fluctuations on the magic-seeking disc slowly faded away. Seeing this, Yunhai was surprised. It's gone. She thought, did that demon cultist just pass by, or have they already caused significant harm? Thinking of Black Mountain Village, Yunxi's expression grew serious, and she quickened her pace. Fortunately, as she reached the outskirts of Black Mountain Village, she saw wisps of smoke rising and some figures still moving about. He finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the people from the demon cult had come to check the situation after learning about the Hong family's downfall. Yunxi thought to herself and decided not to rush back to Black Mountain. As long as she confirmed that there was something in Black Mountain, there was no need to hurry. Moreover, at this moment, she recalled Chunfeng's swift skills from last night and felt a bit puzzled. This was a good opportunity to learn more about him. Meanwhile, Qinfeng was unaware of Yunxi's situation. He had already consumed a vial of evil god's blood. As the information on the panel refreshed, he received updates. You have digested a vial of evil god's blood. Your nutrition absorption proficiency is continuously increasing. Your nutrition absorption skill has reached mastery. Your basic talent, innate strength, has evolved into the intermediate talent, iron skin, increasing your strength by 5 and your defense by 5. As various updates appeared, Qinfeng felt a surge of energy flowing through his body, tightening his muscles and bones, causing a transformation. This change was far greater than before. More importantly, he noticed that his skin was also beginning to change. Looking down at his exposed arm, it seemed as if a thin layer of film was covering it. Feeling this, Qinfang was amazed. Is this a newly awakened defensive attribute? He opened the panel information. Name, Qinfang Strength 21, Speed 9, Mentality 10, Defense 5. Seeing the refreshed information, Qinfang felt delighted. In addition to enhancing his strength, the amount he could increase daily had risen from 1 point to 2 points, allowing him to improve his strength at a faster rate. Then there was the newly awakened defensive attribute. Qinfang was intrigued and picked up a rusty machete from home, drawing it across his arm. It should have cut him, but instead it felt as if it was gliding over leather. Only a white mark remained on his skin. Qinfang couldn't help but gasp. This defense is quite strong. Although he had just gained this defensive attribute, he felt he could already withstand some ordinary attacks. This is already a significant achievement. Not to mention, it can continue to improve over time. After tidying up, Qinfang didn't stay in the room for long. He went outside to practice archery instead. Nowadays, many people in Black Mountain Village are talking about various things outside. If he stayed in the room, he would surely overthink. Plus, he didn't know when the lady in red would appear. It was better for him to keep practicing archery. You hit the bulls. Your archery skill level has increased by 1. However, it was a bit unfortunate that shooting at a fixed target now brought very little improvement. It was better than nothing, though. While Qinfang was focused on shooting, a surprised voice nearby asked, "Is this how you usually practice archery? Is this how you can achieve such skill?" The voice startled Qinfang. He hadn't noticed someone had come so close. Looking over, he saw the lady in red from yesterday. Qinfang cupped his hands and smiled. "Greetings, Sir Demon Hunter. This is the method my father taught me for archery." He felt a bit anxious since he had only recently consumed the blood of the evil god. He wondered if the lady in red would notice the difference in his energy. Fortunately, when he saw her staring at him with a complex expression, he felt relieved. It seemed that his skills were indeed stronger. At that moment, Yunshi continued, "You awakened your martial arts talent passively after witnessing demons attacking people a week ago. Before that, you had only practiced archery, and your father died hunting in the mountains a month ago." Xinfeng's expression was calm as he respectfully replied, "Yes." It was not surprising that Yunshi could find out about him. She was still shocked by the information she had gathered. After hearing Xinfeng's words, she felt even more complex emotions and amazement. To awaken so recently and already be able to enter the basics of martial arts and your archery skills have improved so much, it's truly remarkable. Unfortunately, you are a bit older. Considering your bravery and fighting last night, I will give you 2 choices now. Qinfang was surprised and asked, "What are the choices?" He felt a bit puzzled. Yuni nodded and said, "As a magic patrol officer, we also have the mission of searching for martial arts talents in various places. Although you have awakened your talent, you have missed the best age for training. If you want to continue developing in martial arts and even become a magic patrol officer, it might be quite difficult. I have friends in Blackstone City. I can help you get into the patrol department, which will ensure you a worry-free life. Also, the Magic Patrol has training me's in various locations that prepare future Magic Patrol officers. I can give you a chance to enter Blackstone Academy, but I can't guarantee the final outcome." After saying this, Yuni looked at Xinfang, who was deep in thought. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. With her keen insight, she could easily tell that Xinfang was at the first level of martial arts. For his age, that was somewhat weak. However, he was a young martial artist who awakened in a mountain village, so she didn't have very high expectations. What stood out to her was Chunfeng's impressive archery skills. In Thosmes, he would likely be quite strong and had great potential. She didn't want to give up on Qinfang easily. When Qinfang heard the 2 choices, he didn't hesitate and said, "Fairy, I want to go to Blackstone Academy." Yuni replied, "Are you sure? If you can't graduate from the academy, your situation might be worse than if you joined the patrol department. After all, in the academy, if you can't keep up, the resources you can access will be very limited. You might end up as a wandering martial artist, which would make it hard to support your training." Yuni frowned as she spoke. She was deep in thought. Today, she had investigated many details about Qinfang and was somewhat surprised to learn he was a local from the village. Seeing Xinfeng's archery practice had further amazed her. After pondering for a moment, she decided to let Xinfang make his own choice. In today's unstable world, a spot in the patrol department was enough to attract many people. While Blackstone Academy might offer a brighter future, it also had its uncertainties. She didn't expect Xinfang to make such a firm decision so quickly. Xinfang smiled and said, "I have always admired the Magic Patrol since I was young. Since I have the chance to try, why not give it a shot?" He had his own thoughts as well. He has great potential for the future. Naturally, he should choose a path with broader opportunities for cultivation. Yuni nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's go with this choice. Every Demon Patrol officer has a long-term task of finding talent for the Demon Patrol department. Here is my recommendation token. Take it to the center of Han City to Han Academy. Go directly to the registration office, and you will become a student of Han Academy. However, your future cultivation will depend on your own efforts." As Uni spoke, she waved her hand, and a black token with dark red engravings about the size of half a palm landed in his hand. On the token, there is a dark red character for Chin, and on the back there is a pattern resembling a phoenix spreading its wings. Just seeing it left him in awe. Uni smiled as she saw Qinfeng put away the token and said, "I hope we can meet again." Qinfeng nodded and replied, "I will work hard." Uni nodded again, said nothing more, and turned to leave. With each step, she covered dozens of meters, disappearing from Qinfeng's side in a short moment. Qinfeng stood still, gazing in the direction Yunhai had gone, feeling a mix of emotions. The recommendation token was still in his hand, radiating warmth. He realized the immense value of entering a cultivation academy like the Demon Patrol Department. He never expected that this Demon Patrol officer would give it to him so easily. As for the name of the woman in red, Yuni did not mention it, and Qinfeng did not ask. In her eyes, he was probably just a small figure. Qinfeng's expression remained calm. He was someone with great potential. As long as he continued to cultivate, he believed he would carve out his own future to the county town to seek knowledge. Qinfeng resolved in his heart. Everything that happened in Han Village was beyond his expectations. His eyes showed determination. He needed to go to a place with broader information. In Han, there were clearly opportunities, yet he didn't even know what they were. With his current level of cultivation, he didn't even have the qualifications to explore them. I must cultivate quickly and raise my power and skills. Once his cultivation was sufficient, he would return to Han to see what lay in Chiang Valley and deeper within Han. Regarding the existence of Chiang Valley, he wanted to inform the woman in red that it might be a gathering place for demon followers. However, seeing her disappearing figure, he sighed and said nothing more. After all, his thoughts were likely incorrect, unless she asked or something changed. After Yunxi left, Qinfeng noticed that some neighbors were looking at him with confusion and a hint of respect. "Isn't that the person who wiped out the Hong family yesterday? Why would they come to see Qinfeng?" "Yeah, I heard that person is a demon patrol officer." What did Qinfeng do to attract their attention? I don't know, but it seems like Qinfeng has changed a bit. His archery skills are impressive. Various whispers filled the air. At that moment, Lu Yuan, standing nearby, looked at Qinfeng with envy and said, "Brother Chun, you've quietly made connections with important people." Qinfeng smiled and replied, "I just helped out a little." Lu Yuan said with admiration, "Brother Chun, I always knew you would succeed. When you make it big, help me out too." Qinfeng laughed. "If there's a chance, I definitely will. By the way, when are you planning to go to the county town?" Qinfeng asked directly. Lu Yuan replied, "I plan to head back this afternoon. I only took 2 days off from my master, and I need to get back to blacksmithing tomorrow." Qinfeng responded, "I see. We're also preparing to go to the county town." Lu Yuan looked puzzled and asked, "Brother Chun, what do you need to do in the county town?" Qinfeng nodded, "I want to see if there are better opportunities. Otherwise, relying solely on hunting feels a bit risky." Lu Yuan wanted to mention that it might be tough in the county town, but thinking about the recent chaos in Han City and the Hong family's destruction, he held back his words and nodded, "That's true. Given the current situation, going to the county town is safer. After all, there are usually martial artists of 5th rank or higher stationed there." Shunfeng felt a bit complicated, unsure if his trip to the county town would go smoothly. Qinfeng nodded, "Yes, I hope for good opportunities." There was also a hint of worry in his eyes. Although Yunxi gave him a recommendation this time, he was unsure if there would be any surprises. Until it was completed, he was reluctant to tell anyone else. He pondered these thoughts. Then Shenfeng chatted a bit more with Lu Yuan. After that, he found Uncle Lu and returned the silver that Lin Shui had borrowed, adding an extra half-tael. Uncle Lu looked at the silver and quickly said, "Qinfeng, you're going to the county town and you need money now." Lu Yuan also encouraged him from the side. Qinfeng smiled and replied, "It's okay, Uncle Lu. I've earned some money from hunting in the mountains recently, so I can manage." He had over 1,000 taels of silver on him, which gave him confidence. Uncle Lu, being an honest farmer, accepted the silver without further argument, saying, "All right, then I'll take it for now." Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. At that moment, he started to observe Qinfeng more closely and felt a bit shocked. Qinfeng's strength seemed impressive. This made him admire him a little. As for going to the county town, there was nothing much to pack. Besides bringing his bow and arrows, Qinfeng chose to leave everything else behind. He planned to return later when he was more settled in the county. If it were just Qinfeng and Lu Yuan, they would have walked to the county town since it was only a few dozen miles away. However, with Lin Shui joining them, they decided to take a cargo ox cart, which was a flatbed cart carrying some goods. Several nearby villages teamed up to go to the town together. After paying 101, Linu sat on the cart while Qinfeng followed behind. As they traveled, Qinfeng's skill in running through the mountains improved. "You were running on the road." Your mountain running skill proficiency 1. After 2 hours, his mountain running skill had greatly improved. Skill mountain running proficiency 51. The proficiency of this skill increased significantly, making Qinfang's speed more stable and faster. Lu Yuan noticed this along the way and was a bit amazed. Qinfang was truly impressive. His endurance was even stronger than his own. During the journey, Qinfang also chatted with others who had been to the city before, allowing him to learn a lot about Black Mountain City. They traveled along the official road. Qinfang was initially worried about encountering bandits, but the journey went smoothly. At a mountain checkpoint, the leader of the convoy paid a small protection fee, and the rest of the trip was uneventful. Gradually, they began to see more travelers along the way. As the number of people increased, Qinfang spotted the location of Han County ahead. Upon seeing the towering city walls, which were several dozen meters high, he felt a sense of surprise. "Is this the county town?" Qinfang exclaimed. The black walls, dark as ink, looked as if they were forged from black iron, glimmering with a cold light. From a distance, it resembled a massive beast lying on the ground. They were heading toward the east gate of Han City, where a long line of people was waiting to enter. In front of the city, these individuals appeared as small as ants moving slowly. Even Qinfang, who had seen big cities before, felt a jolt of amazement at the sight of this grand city. He hadn't expected such a large city to exist in this ancient dynasty. Lu Yuan, noticing Qinfang's expression, chuckled and said, "It's impressive, isn't it? I felt the same way when I first came here." He continued, "High City, enclosed by its walls, covers over 100 square km and is home to millions of people. Beyond the walls, there are even more residents. If you add them all up, the population of Heshi City reaches 3 million. This is the second largest city in our Nanchun prefecture, showcasing its grandeur." Qinfang was astonished. Is it really that enormous? This was beyond his expectations. As they got closer to the county town, he noticed many low houses outside the city walls. At the city gate, numerous citizens and newcomers were lined up. Soldiers in black armor stood on either side of the gate, exuding a menacing aura. Seeing this, Qinfang felt puzzled. Lu Yuan explained, "There's an entry fee to enter the city, which is 100 coins. Unless you're a local resident or have a formal job in the city where your organization pays taxes to Hishan City, you won't be able to survive here. The city does not allow anyone to sleep by the roadside. There are patrols every night, and if you want a place to stay, besides hotels, you need to seek protection from various powerful groups. Without a place to stay or a residence permit, you will be directly expelled, and re-entering costs 100 coins, which is like paying 100 coins a day for accommodation. People outside the city choose to live there because they cannot afford the daily entry fee." Qinfang was a bit surprised. There is such a way to do it. Lu Yuan said, "Yes, no matter what, it's still safer than some remote places. I suggest that if you have no other options, you could come to the blacksmith shop where I work. I can tell my master, and you can start as an apprentice or something and at least survive." Qinfang replied, "I plan to take a look first." Lu Yuan said, "Okay." Then the captain of the caravan, a plump, wealthy man in his 50s, smiled and said, "Everyone has arrived at the destination. Now you can go your separate ways." Qinfang was with Lin Shui and Lu Yuan. Qinfang paid 200 coins as the entry fee. As he entered the city, he sensed the guards on both sides with a hint of killing intent. They seemed to carry a murderous aura, the scent of someone who had taken lives. This made Qinfang a bit astonished. Being a first-class warrior could allow one to roam freely in Black Mountain Village. Yet upon arriving in this county town, he could only guard the gate. After paying the entry fee, he was met with a wave of noise. Looking at the scene before him, Qinfang felt a bit dazed. In his view, there were several blue brick roads leading in different directions, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. On both sides of the road, there were various shops, some with 2 or 3-story buildings above them. They sold all kinds of goods, including food, medicinal pills, and talisman. There were also some small vendors attracting customers. Seeing all this, Qinfang was amazed. He felt as if he had returned to the past to stroll through a market. Lu Yuan glanced at the surroundings and smiled at Qinfang. "Qinfang, I have to go back. You can explore the county town for a bit and get to know the environment. Since it's your first time here, I suggest you find a hotel to stay in tonight. Although living outside the city is cheaper, it is less safe." Qinfo nodded and said, "Okay. If I want to quickly understand the basic situation in the city, where should I go?" Lu Yuan replied, "You can go to Wang Tower and buy a map that shows the distribution of power in the city. That way you'll learn more. As for Wang Tower, it is a top-notch business that spans several states in the Great Qin. The items there may be a bit more expensive, but they are genuine and well-regarded. Some small stalls outside might sell similar items at lower prices, but they are more likely to be counterfeit, which could lead to misunderstandings about the county. To get to Wanong Tower, just follow this main road straight ahead. Do you see that golden rooftop? That's Wang Tower. It's a tall building with 7 floors. Xinfang nodded and said, okay, I understand. Lu Yuan, being just an apprentice, needed to hurry and report back. After parting ways with Lu Yuan, Xinfang took Linu and headed toward Wanning Tower. Lin closely followed Xinfang, her eyes filled with wonder as she looked around. Holding Qinfeng's hand, she softly said, husband, this county town is really bustling. Are we going to live here from now on? Xinfang replied, yes, don't worry. With over 1,000 taels of silver in hand, he had no reason to be concerned. He just needed to decide whether to rent or buy a house next. Let's go check out Wang Tower, Qinfeng said with a smile. As they walked toward the tower, they looked at the small stalls along the way. However, Qinfeng felt a great impact as he noticed a shop selling elixirs. This caught his interest. He had limited information, but knew that elixirs could greatly speed up martial arts training. He glanced at the prices and saw that even the lowest-grade blood-boosting elixirs cost several taels of silver each. This made Qinfeng exclaim, elixirs are so expensive. Alchemists must be very wealthy. No wonder they are considered one of the richest professions. Lin, walking beside him, also had a sparkle in her eyes. They also saw shops selling martial arts techniques. In the villages outside the county, many restricted texts were being sold in large quantities here. However, they only listed some low-level and intermediate martial arts techniques. He had also seen the iron fist technique before. However, the lowest price was 50 taels of silver. After thinking for a moment, Qinfeng decided to give up. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he didn't yet understand the situation in Blackstone City. In this case, it was better to learn more before making a purchase. He then didn't bother to look at other shops and went straight to the outside of the Wang building. Once he arrived, he understood why Lu Yuan said that Wanning building was the most reputable. It was the most luxurious mall he had seen in Blackstone City with 7 floors. Each floor had a splendid appearance. There were 2 maids dressed in gold and silver at the entrance guarding the door. As soon as he arrived, someone welcomed him inside. Young master, I am the maid, Shaolu. May I ask what you need? Xinfeng replied. I need books that can help me quickly understand the current situation in Blackstone City and the martial arts world. Do you know where I can find them? As he spoke, Qinfeng was amazed. On this floor, there were glass display cases showcasing the items for sale, complete with prices. Just a glance revealed various pills, weapons, and spiritual herbs. The quality and grade of these items were indeed far superior to what he had seen from the street vendors. This left Qinfeng in awe. However, he noticed that the prices started at several taels of silver. If this was just the first floor, what would the prices be on the higher floors? On this floor, most of the people he saw were martial artists dressed in ordinary clothes. Those who were slightly more elegantly dressed were invited to the higher levels. Soon, under the maid's guidance, Qinfeng found 2 books he liked. One was titled 20 Years of Change in Blackstone City, and the other detailed explanation of martial arts basics. After picking them up, Qinfeng felt excited. It was indeed what he was looking for. Seeing Qinfeng's eagerness to check the books, the maid smiled and said, Young master, we have various reading rooms on the 3rd floor that would make it easier for you to read. Would you like to use one? Qinfeng asked. How much does it cost? The maid replied with a smile. The basic rate is 300 per hour. Qinfeng was slightly surprised. It was indeed quite expensive. He then said directly, all right, I want a quieter environment for 2 hours. The maid looked surprised and replied, thank you, sir. Then she and Lin went straight to the 3rd floor. Indeed, there were private rooms one after another. Once inside, Qinfeng picked up the detailed martial arts guide of Blackstone City to read. Even with the recommendation from the woman in red, he wanted to understand the current situation better before making his choice. First, he looked into the major forces in the city. As he continued reading, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. So this is how it is in the city. The most powerful force in Blackstone City was naturally the city lord's mansion. Besides that, several large families controlled most of the city's businesses. Additionally, there were various gangs that held sway over certain areas. To survive in the city, one could hardly avoid these forces. Even setting up a stall required affiliation with a gang. Otherwise, one might face trouble. Moreover, Blackstone Academy was one of the strongest forces as it was affiliated with the Demon Patrol. As long as one became a student of Blackstone Academy, they could live well in the city. Even ordinary gangs would show some respect and not easily provoke them. Every spring and autumn, Blackstone Academy held a major recruitment examination, in addition to recommendations from some demon patrollers. However, candidates had to pass certain tests as well. Regarding the talented individuals, Xinfeng found information in the materials he purchased. In the Great Xin world, martial artists were held in high regard. Most martial artists were ordinary people who might spend their whole lives without making any progress. Among those who could successfully sense their vital energy and begin training, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening some talent for cultivation. Some had abundant energy, while others had naturally strong bones allowing them to progress rapidly in their training. These individuals were known as the talented ones, and they could generally break through to at least the middle third rank. Some even had the opportunity to become martial arts masters. They were the most favored by the Demon Patrol when it came to recruiting martial arts geniuses. Martial arts were divided into 9 ranks. The first to third ranks were called the lower 3 ranks, primarily focused on body refinement, including skin refining, bone forging, and refining. The fourth to sixth ranks focused on energy cultivation and were referred to as the middle 3 ranks, which included true energy, divine strength, and true intent. There was not much information available about the upper 3 ranks. However, when it comes to the 7th rank, one is already considered a master in the Dean Empire. The Daean Empire consists of 9 states and 36 prefectures, and any master in a state is regarded as a top-level warrior. The 8th rank is a great master, and the 9th rank is a martial sage. Each martial sage belongs to the highest level of strength in the Daean Empire and serves as a strong defense against demons. In the 9th rank, each level is further divided into 4 stages. Early, mid, late, and complete, which relates to martial arts training. Currently, Xinfang has practiced the Iron Fist technique to a skilled level, which means he is a mid-level first-rank warrior. There are various levels within martial arts. The limit breaking he saw before represents an upgrade in rank, which is correct. However, techniques like Iron Fist, which can only break limits once, are generally considered to be of the lowest level. According to the information on martial arts, it states that the higher the level of the technique, the better it is. As for the reasons behind this, Xinfang did not receive specific information. This led him to decide, it seems that if I want to develop better, going to Black Mountain Academy is the best choice. Otherwise, obtaining high-level techniques and resources will be very difficult. After some time, he continued to look at more information. After having lunch and learning more about the basic situation of Heishi County, Xinfang took Linu and headed straight for Black Mountain Academy. Black Mountain Academy is the highest-level institution in the entire Heishi city. It also has lower-level schools that train warriors from a young age. In Xinfang's understanding, Black Mountain Academy is like a high school. It holds a very high status in Heishi City and is located in a core area. At first, Xinfang was worried about potential troubles, but upon arriving at Black Mountain Academy, he found that many parents often bring their children here, almost like a visit. The copper-red main gate was closed, but a small side door occasionally had young students coming in and out. I wonder how to use this recommendation token, Xinfang thought, feeling puzzled. The Red Cloud Fairy only gave him a recommendation token, but did not explain how to use it. There was a small guard station at the entrance of Black Mountain Academy with 2 guards stationed there, emitting a certain level of energy. Although not very strong, it was enough to deter ordinary warriors. While Xinfang was still deep in thought, a sudden laugh came from beside him. "Hey, do you want to go in?" Xinfang was startled. Looking over, he saw a young man in a white outfit standing next to him. He was slightly chubby with a round face, and he was smiling widely. "Who are you?" Xinfang asked, a bit confused. From the man's clothing, it was clear he was a student at Blackstone Academy, but Xinfang wasn't sure what he wanted. The chubby man said with a laugh, "No need to worry. My name is Huan Bong. I like to do a little business. If you want to experience the atmosphere of the Martial Arts Academy, you can pay a few silver coins and I can take you around." Xinfang was surprised. "You can bring outsiders in." Huan Bong replied cheerfully, "Yes, as a student of Blackstone Academy, I can bring friends inside. It's just a tour, so it won't cost much. It also allows the students to earn a little extra money, so what's wrong with that?" Xinfo was taken aback. "Aren't we here to practice martial arts? Do you really need money?" Huanba glanced at Xinfo and shook his head. "Of course, the rich study martial arts. And if you don't have money, how can you enjoy the best resources, weapons, and medicines? All of these cost money, especially for students at Blackstone Academy. There are many places to spend money on training and rare materials. Without money, it's hard to get anywhere." Huan Bong Xinfo was surprised. "I didn't know it was like that." "Then please take us in to have a look." Lin Shua, who had been quietly following Xinfang, finally spoke up. Zhu Beiyang's face lit up with joy. "Great, I'm sure it will be worth your while." He then led Xinfang through a side door into the school. As Xinfang followed Wan Beiyang, he noticed Wu Beiyang handed something to a guard, who then led them into Blackstone Academy without a glance. This made Xinfang admire Wu Beiyang. He really knew how to do business. Once inside the school and after passing through a screen, they could see some of the buildings within Blackstone Academy. Upon entering the main gate, the first thing they saw was a large square covering over 10,000 square meters with a foundation paved in black bricks. In the square, there are various training equipment. There are wooden dummies, rings, horizontal bars, and stone weights. Currently, there are dozens of students in white clothing training in this square. Most of them appear to be around 17 or 18 years old. They are all focused on their training, looking busy and dedicated. Huan Bong smiled and said, "This is the training square of the academy, and all this equipment is free to use." Xinfang was amazed. He also noticed a designated area for archery practice with both stationary and moving targets. This made his eyes light up. Such a spacious area for martial arts practice would be fantastic. Huan Bong cheerfully added, "There's also an indoor training area over there. If you have the money, you can even hire a teacher for one-on-one martial arts lessons." Xinfang was surprised. Teachers also provide one-on-one instruction. Huan Bong replied, "Of course, teachers need to train too. Resources are limited though. Over there is where we have our classes, along with the library and registration office. However, you can only look from a distance when accompanied by a student. Getting too close might lead the academy's students to think you're up to no good and report you." Xinfang's eyes sparkled as he nodded. "I understand." After Wan Beiyang showed him around the training ground and was about to take them out, Xinfang asked with a smile, "Huan, is there anyone else entering the academy?" Now Wan Beiyang shook his head. "Not really. The autumn enrollment has ended and the requirements for outside admissions are very high. Unless through special channels, it's unlikely for new students to join. Given your age, you're about the same as us. You can participate in next year's autumn assessment. If you qualify, you might have a chance." Wei Yang smiled. Although some martial artists in the academy looked down on outsiders, there were also students like him who were willing to engage with them. As long as these students showed interest in the academy, it meant more opportunities for business, allowing him to gain more benefits. Qinfang listened to Huan Bong's words and didn't think much before saying, "Brother Huan, I have a recommendation letter from a demon patrol officer." "Can I still enter the academy?" He spoke calmly. He didn't approach anyone directly because he was worried about potential complications. Now that he was already inside the academy, he had been observing the environment and the students around him. At a glance, he could see some students, and even some impressive-looking middle-aged men who were likely teachers at the academy. He wasn't concerned about the risk of someone taking the recommendation letter from him. One Bong, who had been calm, smiled and said, "Entering the academy now might." However, he suddenly realized what Qinfang had said and looked at him in surprise. "What did you say, a recommendation letter from a demon patrol officer?" He was genuinely shocked. He quickly turned to Qinfang, examining his demeanor. A recommendation letter from a demon patrol officer. He understood its significance very well. Qinfang nodded, yes. He then took out the recommendation letter given to him by the woman in red and held it in his palm. Huan Bong's previously cheerful expression changed as he saw the letter and he reached out to take a closer look. However, Qinfang quickly put it away. Huan Bong's expression was complicated as he said, "It's real. I'll take you to the admissions office. With a recommendation letter from a demon patrol officer, you can certainly enter the intermediate academy for training." He then led Qinfang toward the admissions office, which was only a few hundred meters away. When they reached the admissions office, they encountered a tall man in black clothing with dark skin. When he saw Huan Beiyang with Qin Foam, his face showed irritation and he shouted, "Huan Beiyang, what are you doing? You dare to bring outsiders into the core area of the school? Do you not want to stay in the school anymore?" There was a coldness in his expression. Huan Bong glanced at him and then sneered. "Lin Jin, are you trying to stop me from entering?" He was no longer in a hurry and wore a hint of mockery on his face. Lin Jin had always had some disagreements with him at school, and now he dared to embarrass him in front of others. Lin Jin looked at Qinfang and sneered. "So, what if you have it the outsider actually dares to come to the school's core admissions office? I see you've really forgotten the school's punishment rules." Qinfang watched the two argue, understanding the situation. It seems there is a lot of competition in this martial arts academy. One Belong sneered and took Qinfang directly into the admissions office. Lin Jin, who was behind them, changed his expression and said coldly, "He doesn't take me seriously at all. Huan Beiyang, I will definitely inform the teachers about your actions." Some martial artists following Lin Jin also sneered. "Yeah, Huan Beiyang has really lost it, bringing outsiders into the academy for years. Now he even dares to bring someone to the admissions office. Does he think his little reputation can convince the academy to admit a nobody others mocked? Senior brother, let's go take a look." As long as we confirm that Huan Bao really broke the school rules, he could be pushed off the leaderboard next time. "Yes, let's watch the show." There were various mocking voices. They looked at Huan Beiyang and Qinfang, especially focusing on the way Qinfang and Linu were dressed. Filled with scorn, Shunfang's expression was cold as he memorized Lin Jin and his group's faces. In the admissions office, it was usually quiet except during the busy admission season with only a few teachers handling paperwork. When Huan Bong arrived, he rushed to one of the desks and said, "Teacher Qinhu, I brought a new student." Can you check if it's true behind the desks had a middle-aged man in gray clothes, slightly balding with a receding hairline, who was reading a book. Hearing Huan Bong's words, Xinhu looked up and coldly said, Yang, this is not a public square. How dare you bring someone here? You must want to be punished. Xinhu's tone showed some dissatisfaction. Linen and the others were waiting to see the drama unfold, their faces full of anticipation. However, at that moment, Huan Bong quickly added, no, Teacher Qin, this person has a recommendation from the Demon Patrol. Quick, show it. As he spoke, Wen Beiyang urged Qinfang beside him. Qinfang didn't hesitate and took out the recommendation letter. When Qinhu, who initially looked somewhat dissatisfied, saw the token appear, his expression changed to one of surprise. He quickly moved and stood right in front of Qinfang. Then he took the token from Qinfang's hand. Next, a surge of energy flowed into the token from Qinhu's hand. Bus. Immediately, a wave of energy burst forth from the red token, accompanied by the sound of a bird's call. From the token, a vivid red phoenix appeared and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Xinhu was filled with excitement as he exclaimed, this is the recommendation token from the Demon Patrol. It's real. There are no more than 10 people holding the Demon Patrol's recommendation token to join our Blackstone Academy. It must be a genius. As he spoke, Qinhu looked at Qinfang with surprise and anticipation, asking, what martial arts talent have you awakened? Meanwhile, Wen Beiyang, who stood nearby, was also shocked when he saw the phoenix rise. He exclaimed, Divine Phoenix Swordmaster Yunhai. This is Yuni's recommendation token. The teacher holding the recommendation token, Qian, who also looked surprised. He handed the token to Qinfang and looking at him with curiosity asked, is this recommendation token from Yunqi? Qinfang thought for a moment, realizing that Yunqi must be the name of the red-clad warrior. Judging by the expressions of those around him, Yuni seemed to hold a significant status. He nodded and replied, yes, I am a villager from the nearby Hishan village. I helped that red-clad fairy with something, and she gave me this recommendation token to come to Blackstone Academy. Although he wasn't sure about the situation, it seemed like a good opportunity. Wen Bong looked at him with envy and said, to have a connection with the Uni Swordmaster, you were really lucky. Even Lin Jin, who had been ready to watch a joke unfold, looked surprised and uncertain as he glanced at Qinfang, wondering how two seemingly ordinary people could attract the attention of the Divine Phoenix Swordmaster. Qinfang was still puzzled and asked, is this Yunhai Swordmaster really that impressive? He didn't know much about the martial arts world of Dukian. Huan Bong smiled and replied, of course, she is very impressive. You should know that in our great Qin dynasty, there are 36 provinces across the land with a population of billions. There are 3 rankings displayed to the world. Talent ranking includes the top 100 martial artists under 30 years old, and this Divine Phoenix Swordmaster Yunqi is among the top 10. Qinfang was a bit shocked upon hearing this. I see, top 10 talents in the country. No wonder it has attracted so much attention. Huan Bong continued, yes, I heard that the Divine Phoenix Swordmaster Yunhai recently appeared in Black Mountain. I didn't expect to meet someone connected to her so soon. You really are lucky, Qinfang nodded. Yes, it's all thanks to the opportunity given by Miss Yunqi. He was also amazed. He didn't realize that the Swordmaster Yuni had such a great reputation. He wondered if she had tracked down that Huang Laosi and if the secret realm in Black Mountain had been found. He could only wait until he became stronger and learn more before getting involved. Qinfang thought about these things. Xinhu sighed, the recommendation letter is real. Since it's from the Uni Swordmaster, you can certainly enroll. What is your name? Did the Uni Swordmaster confirm that you awakened your martial arts talent? Qinfang nodded. Yes, my name is Qinfang. Miss Uni did mention that. He didn't deny anything. Qianhu nodded. Good, then we will temporarily treat you as a first-class student. Our academy has a small talent list and a large talent list with assessments every month that come with rewards. You can gain more resources based on your ranking in the talent lists. Qinfang didn't fully understand what Teacher Qian was saying. However, Huan Beiyang looked surprised and then nodded. Indeed, getting a recommendation from Miss Uni and receiving first-class student rewards is only fair. Shanhu agreed. Yes, he then went into the back of the admissions office and operated something before taking out a black token and a black pouch. This is your token for the Blackstone Academy, and here is a storage pouch. You just need to drop your blood on it to bind it for use. This is the basic resource for every student. The student manual is in the storage pouch. Make sure to read it. As for other information, since Huan Beiyang is here, he will help you learn more about our school's rules and regulations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask for an explanation. W. Bong smiled and said, okay, Teacher Qin, I will. Without any further delay, Huan Beiyang took Qin phone and Linu and left the place. As they passed by Lining, his expression was not very pleasant. Seeing Huan Beiyang look over, Lin Jin snorted and said, I hope he really is a genius. Then he turned and walked away. Huan Beiyang cheerfully said, Qinfang, don't mind him. I didn't expect that someone I casually picked up at the door would turn out to be a genius. Qinfang, you can first take a look at the student handbook. If you need help with anything, like buying pills, weapons, or other manuals, you can come to me. I have a lot of experience in this area at the academy, one Beiyang said with a smile. Qinfang nodded and replied, all right, then I will trouble you, one brother. He could tell that one Bao seemed eager to befriend him, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. After recognizing the storage bag as his own with a drop of blood, he felt a connection with it. With a slight mental push, he could see what was inside the bag, which was about 1 cubic meter in size. It contained a set of student clothing and a student handbook, but nothing else. Although he wanted to look at the student handbook right away, he noticed that it was getting dark. Qinfang said, one brother, we just arrived in Blackstone City and don't have a place to stay yet. If we want to rent or buy a house, do you have any good channels? Qinfang planned to settle down first and then look at the academy handbook to gather more information. One Belong smiled and said, that's a small matter. Our Blackstone Academy has dedicated residential areas, which are basically courtyards where our students' families live. The rent is about 30 taels of silver a year. As for buying a courtyard, there are many small courtyards available not far from the south of the city, starting at around 200 taels of silver. What do you think? Qinfang replied, let's go check out the academy's residential area first. Wewang smiled and said, okay, this is also the choice of most students as martial artists need space for their training, and only a private courtyard can meet our needs. After about 10 minutes, they continued on their way to the east of Blackstone Academy, not far away. There is indeed a spacious courtyard area. There are even guards at the entrance. One Beiyang smiled and said, the academy has many residents. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. After Qinfang took a tour with the school staff, he felt somewhat satisfied. The campus mostly consists of individual courtyards, each with its own small yard covering several hundred square meters. The walls are built with blue stone bricks, and each house has 3 large rooms, making it feel spacious even for dozens of residents. The living conditions here are much better than what he had in Black Mountain Village. Moreover, there is a distance of several dozen meters between each building, ensuring good privacy. After the tour, Qinfang chose to rent courtyard 788. Huan Beiyang then helped him settle in and said with a smile, brother Qin, I'm in courtyard 82. You can check it out first and settle in. I'll come to find you tomorrow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Qinfang nodded and replied, thank you, brother Huan, I will. After Huan Beiyang left, Qinfang entered the room. Looking at the well-arranged house, he felt pleased, finally feeling somewhat settled. Beside him, Lin Shui looked at the courtyard with joy and excitement on her face. Husband, is this really our home for the time being? Qinfang smiled and said, yes, please tidy up a bit. I saw a place outside selling bedding and various supplies. We can buy some bedding first and take our time with the other things. I'll take a look at the student handbook first. Lin Shui nodded happily and said, okay. Then Qinfang focused and took out the student handbook. He felt a sense of anticipation, thinking, I wonder how much information I can learn, and most importantly, how can I obtain the cultivation techniques? While Qinfang was checking the student handbook, his arrival caused a stir within Blackstone Academy. In the principal's office, Xin Hu, holding Yunqi's recommendation letter, entered the office and excitedly said, Principal, we have a new student today who came with a recommendation letter, and it's from the renowned sword cultivator Yunqi. The old principal, Guan Mingjiang, was feeling a bit troubled by some information from the city lord. After hearing what Xianhu said, he was somewhat surprised. What Yunhai's recommendation letter? Xin Hu replied, yes, old principal. Look, this is the information brought by the other party. It's from a villager at the foot of Black Mountain. I sent someone to Black Mountain Village this afternoon to verify the information, and they are indeed from there. They are now 18 years old, and it has been confirmed that they have communicated with Yunqi. This Qin Foam must have awakened his martial arts talent. As he spoke, Xin Hu took out a pile of documents and placed them on the desk in front of Principal Guan. The documents contain various information about Qinfang as well as details about Linu, who was by his side. It even included information about the conflict between Qinfang and the Huang family, and how Qinfang was skilled with a bow and had defeated a martial artist from the Huang family. The principal looked at the information, and his eyes sparkled with interest. After a moment, he smiled and said, great, every new talented warrior increases our chances of survival in Qin, and Yuni really came to Black Mountain. It seems the news about the demon blade secret is likely true. Xin Hu nodded. Yes, we still don't know the situation in Black Mountain. I would like to contact the Uni Sword Cultivator. If they are willing to help, our current crisis in Blackstone City could be resolved quickly. The principal pondered for a moment and said seriously, of course, the Demon Blade secret realm is more important. It must be in our hands. If it falls into the hands of the demon cult, we will be in danger. It may not only threaten Blackstone City, but even the entire South Mountain Prefecture. Qinhu nodded. Yes, the principal continued. By the way, has Qinfang mentioned which martial arts he wants to choose from the gathered information? It seems he doesn't know much. You can assist him more. Shannon, who smiled. I have arranged for Huan Bong to help clarify things. There shouldn't be any major issues. Also, when choosing a martial art, it's about personal preference. One should feel a sense of connection, so there shouldn't be any problems. I see his cultivation is still at the first level. And he hasn't fully mastered any martial arts, so there shouldn't be any trouble, and I offer first-class student treatment. Even if you make a wrong choice the first time, it's okay. There will be more chances later. The old principal nodded and smiled. That's good, then pay more attention to it. If possible, adding one more spot for special training students isn't a big deal. By the way, keep an eye on the situation in the Black Mountain. Those troublemakers from the evil sect really don't know when to stop. Understood. He was unaware of what was happening in the school. After reviewing the student handbook, he gained some understanding of the situation at Blackstone Academy. Now he understood why Huan Beiyang was surprised when he heard he enjoyed first-class student treatment. At Blackstone Academy, there are various resources to assist in training. For example, there is a gravity chamber that can enhance blood circulation and speed up training. There are different beast blood and flesh that can increase vitality. There are pills that can boost both vitality and training speed. There are various martial arts techniques and special training from different teachers. To access these resources, students need to spend points. Without points, it's very difficult to get by in the academy. Students are categorized into 4 levels based on their training progress and talent. Third-class students, second-class students, first-class students, and elite students. Third-class students receive 100 points each month. Second-class students receive 300 points monthly. First-class students get 500 points a month. Elite students who make it onto the school's elite list, even the last one on the list, receive an extra 1,000 points each month. Additionally, there are various point rewards for successful challenges. The academy also conducts assessments every month. These assessments mainly test training progress and practical abilities. Students who rank at the bottom will lose points. If a student's points do not meet the minimum requirement after 3 months, they will be expelled from Blackstone Academy. Is that so? Xinfang sighed. No wonder he saw so many students working hard and rushing around when he entered the school. They were probably all trying to earn points. This system ensures that all students focus solely on their training. Also, for selecting martial arts techniques, students can go to the Academy Scripture Repository to exchange them. As long as they have points, they can make the exchange. His identity token still had 500 points left. He wanted to go now, but it was already late. Lin had also tidied up the 788 courtyard quite a bit. He decided not to practice more for now and would wait to learn more information before making choices about his training. Lying in his new home, Qinfang felt calm. Lin Shui lay beside him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she said, "Husband, you are really amazing." Shunfang smiled and replied, "Keep it up and we will get better and better." Lin Shua nodded seriously at him. He watched as Lin Shu slowly fell asleep. Xinfang was still thinking about his situation since arriving in this world. This was probably the first time he had settled down. Once his skills improved, he could find out if anyone from the Blackstone Academy had entered Black Mountain. According to what Lu Yuan had said before, even he as an apprentice could see some warriors discussing Black Mountain, so he should soon receive some news about it. He just wondered if he would see Yunxi again. A night passed. Xinfang glanced at the information panel. "You had a pleasant night. Your Inyang technique proficiency 10, skill technique entry progress 50. I should be able to improve the Inyang technique soon," Qinfo thought. Then he got up and went to the courtyard to practice Iron Fist technique. The progress was slow, but it was steadily improving. Not long after, someone knocked on his courtyard door. Qinfang opened it to find Wen Bong standing outside, smiling. "Haha, brother Qin, I was afraid you would go to the scripture pavilion without me, so I came first. I wanted you to prepare a bit before choosing your techniques." Qinfang was a bit surprised. "Are there choices for techniques?" Huan Beiyang replied, "Yes, while basic martial arts can be overlooked, you still need to choose core martial arts carefully. I'll take you to the scripture pavilion and we can chat about these on the way." Qinfang nodded, okay. After saying a word to Lin, he headed toward the scripture pavilion. On the way, Wen Beiyang asked, "Brother Qin, what martial arts did you practice before?" Xinfang replied, "An iron fist technique. I got it from an enemy." Huan Beiyang was still waiting for Qinfang's next words, but he heard Qinfang stop after just one sentence. He looked at Qinfang with some surprise. "Iron fist skill, a beginner martial art. Is that what you've practiced until now?" Qinfang replied, "Yes." Hearing Qinfang's clear response, Huan Beiyang was somewhat amazed. He truly was a genius recognized by the Uni Swordmaster. Huan Beiyang smiled wryly and asked, "Do you know the types of martial arts?" Xinfang thought for a moment. "I've seen some. They are generally divided into three categories: body refinement, kai cultivation, and soul refinement. He had learned a bit from the iron fist skill and basic martial arts knowledge. With his own thoughts, he was able to say this directly. One Bang nodded. That's mostly correct. Among the three cultivation systems, kai cultivation is the mainstream. Anyone can practice it, and the higher your talent, the faster you can cultivate. Body refinement has many restrictions and is extremely painful. It can also be very dangerous in the future, so it is generally not recommended. As for soul refinement, it is quite mysterious. Our school has almost no inheritance of soul refinement techniques, only some special methods that might include minor exercises. You will likely choose between kai cultivation and body refinement. I suggest you go for kai cultivation. As long as your talent is high enough and you can keep up with the cultivation speed, you should have a chance to break through to the 4th level Truki realm within a few years. Qinfang pondered. I wonder what cultivation system the Uni Swordmaster belongs to. He planned to stabilize for a while before heading to Black Mountain to see what was happening in Black Mountain Town. He also recalled that when the Uni Swordmaster returned, their expression was not good, likely because they had not managed to kill Huang Hashing. There was no way he could wait several years to break through. Huan Beiyang was surprised by Qinfeng's question and said, the Uni Swordmaster possesses the Divine Phoenix bloodline and has exceptional swordsmanship talent. They are a body refinement practitioner. Moreover, it is rumored that the Uni Swordmaster also has high soul talent. With dual cultivation, they managed to escape from a 6th-level demon cultivator while at 5th-level cultivation. They are one of the outstanding figures of the younger generation in Ardukian. Qinfang was somewhat surprised and said, I see. He now had a better understanding of the status represented by martial arts realms. A 5th-level martial artist was not someone to be underestimated. In Heishi County, they would be considered leaders among the major forces. Only the city lord is a powerful 6th-grade master, and he often stays in seclusion. At that time in Hong Kaising's courtyard, many 1st and 2nd-grade warriors gathered, and almost all were shot down by him, which made him feel a bit underestimated. Along the way, Huan Beiyang continued to chat with Qinfang about various martial arts topics. Qinfang was also contemplating his future path. Qinfang asked, by the way, Brother Huan, is it not possible to practice all three systems at the same time? He was thinking about himself. Based on his skill panel, iron fist technique and various skills should focus on body training. The awakened power of belief should belong to mental enhancement skills. He might already be practicing 2 systems. As for kai training, he didn't know much about it. If he could practice that as well, could he then practice all 3 systems? Huan Beiyang quickly shook his head, saying, no, someone has tried that before, but a person's energy is limited. Practicing 3 systems is almost like walking 3 paths at once. Even practicing 2 systems will slow down the progress compared to focusing on 1, let alone 3 systems. Someone once tried this, and although he was a very talented disciple, in the end, many of his peers surpassed him and became masters while he got stuck at the 5th grade level. He struggled to merge true intent and body training and ultimately had to regretfully give up one path, but he was still stuck at the 6th grade level. What a pity. As Huan Beiyang spoke, there was a hint of sigh and regret in his eyes. Qinfang nodded, saying, I see now, I understand. Huan Beiyang replied, yes, you can first look at the techniques and feel some compatibility. Qinfang agreed, all right. Soon they arrived at the location of the Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion is a 6-story building. At the entrance, there is a rectangular counter with a thin middle-aged man absorbed in his book behind it. Huan Bong respectfully addressed the middle-aged man, Teacher Zio. Then he had Qinfang scan his student token on a jade stone about the size of a brick on the table. After that, they directly entered the Scripture Pavilion while Huan Bong waited outside. Teacher Zio had been reading, but when the information on Chunfeng's student token appeared, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A new student already has 500 points. This is a first-class student. Teacher Zio glanced over and then continued reading his book. Qinfang entered the Scripture Pavilion and took a look around. The first floor mainly had some ordinary and basic martial arts techniques. He didn't stay long and went straight to the 3rd floor. According to the martial arts information and what he learned from chatting with Huan Beiyang, martial arts techniques have clear levels of classification. It is not as Qinfang previously thought. Breaking through a martial art does not mean that it is upgraded just because it has been broken through once. There is a complete system for breakthroughs. The martial arts are categorized based on the level one can cultivate. Basic martial arts can be considered the lowest level. After reaching full mastery, there is a chance to break through and become a 1st-tier martial artist. Intermediate martial arts can be cultivated to the 3rd-tier level with a certain probability of breaking through to the 4th tier. To definitely break through and become a 3rd-tier martial artist, one needs advanced martial arts. Otherwise, the chances of breaking through are very low. As for breaking through to the master level, that knowledge is held by the major powerful factions. Even the Blackstone Academy, which is an official training academy of the Dukian dynasty, does not have access to all the advanced techniques. After checking, Qinfeng realized that to reach a higher level, he must practice advanced martial arts. If one practices martial arts that lack a systematic approach and relies on various scattered techniques, it may seem possible to reach a higher level, but the cultivation will be disjointed. Qinfeng had thought about this before, but the martial arts information recorded that there was once a genius named Qin White who cultivated 18 basic martial arts to the breakthrough level. By level standards, he could be considered an 18-tier martial artist. At his peak, he could even compete with Grand Masters. However, in the end, he was killed in battle against a powerful demon grandmaster. Now many factions use Qin Winti as a cautionary example to teach their students. Qinfeng naturally listened to this advice. Upon reaching the third floor, it felt much more spacious. When Qinfeng saw the martial arts manuals displayed there, his eyes lit up with joy. On the third floor, Qinfeng scanned the area and estimated there were about dozens of martial arts manuals. At this moment, there was only a woman in a white dress standing in front of a bookshelf, looking through a book on martial arts techniques. She had a calm and elegant demeanor, giving a sense of peacefulness and tranquility. Qinfeng glanced at her briefly before starting to examine the martial arts techniques in front of him. Advanced Sword Technique, Gale Sword Technique, requires 300 points. Once mastered, it could reach the 6th level of True Intent with the power of wind. Sword Technique, Qinfeng's eyes lit up. This was something he liked. However, after looking at the entry requirements, he had to reluctantly set it aside. To practice this technique, one needed to awaken a talent for wind. Otherwise, just the entry-level training would be difficult without the ability to harness wind and sand. Feeling helpless, he moved on to the next techniques. Heavenly Flame Technique, Fiery Blaze requires fire talent, 300 points. Diamond Technique strengthens the body to withstand sharp attacks, but is weak against water and fire, 300 points. Spiral True Technique converts True into a spiral form, increasing gathering speed and attack power. Requires strong meridians and talent and physical training. Sound of the Azure Sea Technique, Azure Truchai with strong recovery ability, requires water attribute martial talent for fast training. After reviewing each martial arts technique, Qinfeng felt a mix of surprise and satisfaction with several of them. Regardless of which one, they all had a minimum level of 4, enough to reach the 4th level of martial artist. After reaching the 4th level, he could exchange for other techniques. This way, even if he trained in different martial arts, there would be better compatibility, increasing the chances of breakthroughs. However, looking at these techniques, they all had various requirements. Qinfeng pondered, is this what they mean by compatibility? According to the information displayed for these advanced techniques, anyone could practice them without martial talent, but the difficulty and speed of training would be much slower compared to those with similar talents. As he continued to examine the techniques, he realized that martial talent played a crucial role, especially in the 6th level of True Intent, as it significantly reduced the difficulty of comprehension. Qinfeng had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Unlike what Yunxi and Qinhu thought, his training was related to the proficiency panel. With the proficiency panel, any martial art he successfully practiced could awaken related talents. This way, he didn't have to worry about talent limitations. With this idea in mind, Qinfeng felt much more relaxed as he continued to examine these martial arts. What he needed most now were unstructured training methods such as body refinement techniques and internal skills. However, he only had 500 points, enough to exchange for one advanced technique. So he focused on a training system. The Wind Blade technique suited his personality, and the Burning Sky technique, a fire-based skill, had terrifying attack power. He had some ideas, yet in a corner on the 3rd level there was a bronze-colored jade slip. The description of this technique was written below it. Blood Dragon Technique. Refine the body with dragon blood to create a true dragon body that is as strong as dragon skin, dragon blood, dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon hearts. There is even a blood dragon visualization method to refine the spirit. When Qinfeng saw the introduction of this technique, he felt a jolt of excitement. The lower-tier body refinement techniques mainly focused on refining skin, bones, and organs. However, the Blood Dragon technique offered several additional refinement methods, placing it at the top level of body refinement techniques, even surpassing advanced techniques. However, there were limitations to practicing the Blood Dragon technique. The main requirement was to rely on the power of dragon blood for the fastest progress, but dragons were incredibly powerful beings among demons, and obtaining dragon blood was not easy. As he hesitated, he noticed additional information stating that other blood containing dragon essence such as half-dragons or even demon blood could also be used for training. However, the speed and difficulty of training would be different. After pondering for a moment, Qinfan decided, I'll choose this technique. It offered fast training speed and strong body refinement. What else could he choose moreover? Since this technique involved dragon blood, he was curious about what talent he might awaken if he mastered it. He also wanted to select a chibi's technique. He had his eye on the burning sky technique, but unfortunately he didn't have enough points for it, so he would hold off for now, waiting to earn more points later before choosing other skills. Next, he should look for another attack method and a movement technique to make up for his current shortcomings. Qinfang made his choice and prepared to go downstairs to obtain the complete version. At that moment, the woman in white, who had been quietly reviewing information in the attic, looked at Qinfang's choice with surprise and said, "You chose the blood dragon technique. This technique is easy to learn, but without pure dragon blood, your training speed will slow down significantly later, and the risk of mutation is very high. Also, this lineage has declined, so you won't receive much support." Qinfang glanced at the woman in white and smiled. "Thank you." Then he turned and left. The woman behind him looked surprised and thought, is he really leaving no way out for himself? She could see the determination in Qinfang's eyes. It seemed he was fully committed to the blood dragon technique without considering alternatives. This made the woman in white ponder for a moment, and then a spark of realization crossed her eyes as she lightly laughed. A newcomer dares to be so resolute. What am I hesitating for? It's you. She took the technique she had been considering for a long time into her hands. Below the technique there was a brief description. 5 elements: divine energy, the utmost strength and brightness. 5 types of energy, fierce and unmatched. She was going to practice such a powerful technique as a woman. At this moment, Qinfang had arrived on the second floor. Compared to the advanced techniques, the intermediate techniques on the second floor mostly ranged from dozens to a couple of hundred points. After reviewing the options, he selected an intermediate movement technique, the cloud mist technique, which cost 100 points. It was effective for both long-distance travel and quick maneuvers, providing him with enough speed. He also chose an attack technique. For long range, he had archery, but for close combat, he preferred a swift knife technique, so he selected the Crimson Flame Blade technique. With a total of 18 strikes, mastering it would make the technique as fierce as a raging fire, which was extremely powerful. He spent all 500 points. Next was the period of explosive strength. He believed it wouldn't take long before he could return to Black Mountain. With the chosen techniques, Teacher Zio looked a bit surprised, but didn't say much more. The Blood Dragon technique only has the first volume. According to Teacher Zio, they do not have the complete version. Qinfang didn't mind. The first volume was enough to reach the 5th rank of martial artist. Moreover, Teacher Zio mentioned that when he becomes successful in his training, warriors from this lineage would come to him. Qinfang thought about it but didn't dwell on it too much. As long as there was a path forward, that was enough for him. As for the cloud smoke movement and the scarlet flame blade technique, they were complete versions. This would compensate for his weaknesses. After obtaining the follow-up techniques, Qinfang looked at the information inside and felt a bit surprised. The blood dragon technique indeed relied on absorbing the essence of monsters to train. While others might find it difficult, he wouldn't have any issues due to his nutrient absorption skill. Not bad, Qinfang thought to himself. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Huan Beiyang was still waiting outside, smiling broadly. When he heard that Qinfang had chosen the blood dragon technique, his eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Qin, are you sure you want to pursue the path of monster body refinement? This technique has a fast training speed in the early stages, but in the later stages, the various monster essences can be overwhelming. If your mental strength isn't strong enough, you might struggle against the monster's negative energy. Some people have practiced it, but most only reach the first 3 levels to enhance their physical strength. It's best to quickly choose a true energy technique after breaking through to suppress the monster's negative energy." Qinfang nodded. "I understand. I need some monster essence and blood recovery pills. Do you know where I can buy them?" Brother Wenbong replied. "The Wang building is the best place. However, the prices are high. Even for first-tier monster essence, it costs at least several dozen silver coins." Qinfang frowned. "Is it that expensive?" Wenbo and gritted his teeth. "Yes, but if you really need it, I can buy some monster essence for you at an 80 discount, but it will be limited to below the 3rd rank." Qinfang nodded. "All right, then I'll trouble you, brother. Here are 500 silver coins. Buy all the monster essence you can." Wenbong nodded. "Okay, I will find it for you as soon as possible." Back at the 788 courtyard, Qinfang hung up the sign for seclusion. He didn't want to waste too much energy on the trivial matters of the Blackstone Academy. Training was enough for him. He opened the panel. Information name Qinfang cultivation level mid-stage skin refinement techniques. Iron fist technique familiarity 15 blood dragon technique not yet started. Martial skills cloud smoke movement not yet started. Skills nutritional absorption expertise 11. Basic archery expertise 11 in yang technique entry 50 forest running familiarity 60 trap technique familiarity 11 killing intent familiarity 1 stealth entry 50 1 power of belief entry 31 talents 1 killing intent dread. Enemies within a certain distance will be affected by your killing intent, losing focus for at least 0.1 seconds, which decreases as their mental strength increases. 2 nimble mind. Your formations increase attack power by 10 and speed up setup by 10. Looking at the information displayed on the panel, Qinfang was deep in thought. First, I'll practice the movement technique. Improving his movement technique would allow him to fight or escape when facing enemies. Following the speed of cloud smoke movement, he practiced step by step in the courtyard. Lin was nearby washing clothes and cooking, feeling very content. She never imagined she could live such a life after coming from the mountain village. You have completed a full practice of cloud smoke movement. Your entry level is now established. Familiarity 1. Martial skill cloud smoke movement. Entry progress 1. Not bad. Let's continue. Qinfang thought. He kept moving around the courtyard, noticing the familiarity increasing. However, during this process, Qinfang felt a bit surprised. After reaching entry level, the improvement seemed to speed up significantly. Your familiarity with cloud smoke movement 3. Your familiarity with cloud smoke movement is rapidly increasing. Qinfang sensed the connection and was surprised. Is it the talent for forest running with the talent of moving effortlessly? It actually enhanced his practice of the movement technique. Qinfang tried to merge his talent with cloud smoke movement in his mind. Bus. In that instant, the skills of forest running and cloud smoke movement slowly began to disappear from the panel. Then new information refreshed. Your cloud smoke movement has merged with the forest running skill. It has evolved into cloud smoke carefree step. Your martial skill cloud smoke carefree step has reached the mastery level. Your basic talent of moving effortlessly has been upgraded to the intermediate talent, cloud smoke illusion. You have gained 5 speed attribute points. Indeed, it was successful, Qinfang thought with joy. A mid-level martial skill could be combined with the initial forest running skill right after mastering it. Moreover, his original basic talent had also been upgraded to mid-level talent. Panel information, speed 14. Martial skill cloud smoke carefree step proficiency 1, mid-level talent cloud smoke phantom. Under the cloud smoke carefree step, movement speed increases and 3 cloud smoke phantoms can be created. As the information flooded in, Qinfang was a bit surprised. Then he moved slightly. With 1 step, he found himself 3 to 4 mi away. Bang! He almost crashed into the courtyard wall with just 1 more step. That's incredibly fast. Qinfang turned back to where he had been standing, astonished. This speed was likely comparable to short-range teleportation. It was not much different from the powerful individuals he had seen in Black Mountain Village. Qinfo was amazed. He didn't expect the improvement of the cloud smoke movement technique to be so rapid. He pondered whether he could combine several basic and mid-level techniques to create higher-level martial skills. While thinking about this, he realized he didn't have any points right now, so he set it aside. In the afternoon, Huan Beiyang arrived bringing several ceramic bottles. Huan Bong said, Brother Qin, here are 40 bottles of first-level bull demon essence blood I've gathered. Qinfang sensed them and replied, Great, thank you, Brother Huan. Then Qinfang asked, By the way, Brother Huan, do you know the current situation in Black Mountain? Is there any news about the Cloud She Swordmaster? It piqued his curiosity that a talented individual of the 5th rank would be interested in it. Huan Bang replied solemnly, There is indeed news about this talented individual. I heard that a demon blade secret realm has appeared in Black Mountain. In the Cloud She Sword Master has been searching for it. However, last night he fell into a trap set by the demon cult where 3 of their envoys ambushed him together. Qinfang was surprised and asked what was the outcome. Huan Beiyang spoke with a hint of respect in his eyes. Naturally, the Cloud She Sword Master triumphed. Despite being surrounded by 3 envoys of the same rank from the demon cult, he managed to kill one and seriously injure another. Breaking through the encirclement, Qinfang was also surprised. He is that strong. Huan Beiyang nodded and said, Of course, Yinshi Swordmaster is a descendant of the Divine Phoenix family. A few 5th-tier demon cultists are not enough to pose any threat to him. However, those despicable demon cultists and traitors must be captured eventually. As Huan Beiyang spoke about the demon cult, his words were filled with killing intent. Qinfang recalled Huang Haiying in the scene he witnessed in the Black Mountain where demons were attacking people, which also filled him with a sense of vengeance. He nodded and said, Yes, anyone associated with demons deserves to die. However, thinking about the information in Huan Bong's words, Qinfang asked curiously, By the way, Brother Juan, what is the Demon Blade secret realm you mentioned? It was the first time he had heard about something in the Black Mountain. Juan Bayang was not surprised and thought for a moment before saying, "You should know that various treasures and weapons have different grades," right? Qinfeng nodded. "I do know that we categorize most treasures into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and heaven the highest. What does this have to do with the Demon Blade secret realm? Is the Demon Blade a weapon?" One Bong nodded. "Yes, every Demon Blade is at least earth-grade weapon. Moreover, each Demon Blade usually contains the essence of sealed demons or evil gods. If demons get their hands on it, it could directly create a 6th-tier demon. There is even a chance it could produce a 7th-tier master-level demon. This poses a great threat to us." Xinfang pondered. "Will 6th-tier strongmen come?" One Bayang shook his head. "No, the Demon Hunter Legion is stationed in Blackstone City. At the 6th tier, demons cannot easily hide and enter human territory. As long as they dare to come, several Demon Hunter Legion leaders can work together to deal with them." Qinfang was a bit surprised. "I see." He had heard of the 6th-tier strongman Huan Bayang mentioned, who was the current lord of Blackstone City. With that said, there was no need to worry too much. After exchanging more information with Huan Bayang, Xinfang returned to his courtyard with the demon blood he obtained for 500 taels of silver. He felt a sense of anticipation. "I wonder how powerful the blood dragon technique will become with this demon blood." On the other side, Huan Bong watched Qinfang enter the courtyard and turned to leave deep in thought. He seems just ordinary. Why would the Swordmaster Yunshi allow Qinfang to enter the Blackstone Academy, or does the Demon Blade secret realm in Black Mountain have something to do with him? Sang Huan Bong thought. Even if he is a genius, what does it matter? His cultivation level is too low to affect the current situation in the Black Market County. In the courtyard, after informing Lin Shua, Qinfang took out a porcelain bottle and drank its contents in one gulp. Buzz. A wave of intense energy exploded within him, even more violent than the evil god's blood he had encountered before. Qinfang then continued to practice according to the blood dragon technique. You have begun the first level of the blood dragon technique. You refined a drop of demon blood. Your proficiency in the blood dragon technique has increased by 2. You refined the blood of a bull demon. Your proficiency in the blood dragon technique continues to rise. In that moment, Qinfang felt a surge of hot blood energy circulating within him, while his nutrient absorption skill continuously refined this energy. You refined demon blood. Your nutrient absorption skill proficiency has increased by 5. Various messages flashed on the panel, and Qinfang sensed his physical strength growing. The progress of the blood dragon technique was also steadily improving, reaching a proficient level. Your blood dragon technique has reached proficiency. You have awakened a new basic talent, Dragon Scales. You gain 3 points in strength and 2 points in defense. Qinfeng's eyes brightened. Dragon Scales. As the information flooded his mind, he felt a surge of joy. Basic talent, Dragon Scales. You can use blood energy to form dragon scales on your body, doubling your defense when they are formed. Opening his eyes, Qinfeng felt a stir in his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint blood-colored scale began to form on the back of his hand. He picked up a long knife and struck down. Creak. A sound of grinding teeth echoed, surprising Qinfeng. This level of defensive power could likely withstand attacks from even first-grade warriors. Continue. Seeing the remaining dozens of bottles of demon blood, he hesitated not at all and continued his training. At the same time, Shunfeng's mind stirred, combining Iron Fist technique and Blood Dragon technique for skin refinement. The information on the panel flickered. Shunfeng's eyes brightened. It really works. Your Blood Dragon technique for skin refinement has merged with Iron Fist technique, greatly increasing your proficiency in Blood Dragon technique. Your Blood Dragon technique for skin refinement has reached a mastery progress of 1. Your arm strength has been enhanced and merged into the Dragon Scale talent, upgraded to Intermediate Talent Dragon Scale, allowing you to unleash up to 3 times the strength and defense when using the Dragon Scale talent. Your Strength 5, Defense 5 Buzz. In that moment, a powerful energy surged into his body. Qinfeng felt a hot flow of energy coursing through his limbs, unleashing an incredibly terrifying power within him. Sensing the strength inside his body, Qinfeng thought, indeed, the training speed is fast. Now my strength among first-tier warriors is probably quite strong. Moreover, he had the Dragon Scale talent, which could unleash 3 times the strength and defense. Looking at the remaining demon blood, only a bottle of 2nd-tier demon blood was left. The energy contained within it was naturally more substantial. However, after sensing it slightly, Qinfeng pondered that this 2nd-tier blood should significantly enhance the Blood Dragon technique for skin refinement, but it probably wouldn't directly allow him to break through to the 2nd-tier realm. I need more demon blood, Qinfeng thought. Then he left the courtyard and headed towards Courtyard 82. With the steps of the carefree cloud smoke, Qinfang moved like a shadow. Along the way, he encountered other warriors who were surprised by his speed. When he arrived at Courtyard 82, Qinfang saw one Beiyang talking to a student at the entrance, and after their conversation, the student left. Qinfang was a bit surprised. Just by looking at the student, he sensed a powerful aura similar to other warriors he had seen in Black Mountain Village. This was a warrior who had killed demons. Qinfang was amazed. At that moment, one Beiyang also spotted Qinfang and smiled, saying, "Brother Qin, do you need something from me? Please come in and talk." Qinfang replied, "Yes, I need a few more things." Was that person just now also a client of Brother Huan entering Huan Beiyang's courtyard? Qinfang was somewhat surprised by the arrangements in the yard. Unlike his simple courtyard, Huan Beiyang's courtyard is adorned with a layer of gold foil on the stone table and benches. The entrance is decorated with various gold and silver accents. However, it feels very harmonious and doesn't come off as flashy. One Bong smiled and said, "Yes, I don't have many hobbies in life, but I love doing business. I especially enjoy doing business with talented individuals like you, Brother Qin." Qinfang nodded and said, "I see. I still need some demon blood, preferably from a second-tier demon." He then took out 500 taels of silver and handed it to Huan Beiyang. Huan Ba's eyes lit up with joy as he replied, "Great. When do you need it?" Qinfang responded, "The sooner the better. By the way, I also want a long knife." "How much will that cost?" One Bong thought for a moment and said, "If it's an ordinary weapon, it would be just a few dozen taels of silver, but for a quality yellow-grade weapon, it would likely cost at least 100 taels." Qinfang asked, "What is the main difference between a quality weapon and an ordinary one?" One Biome explained, "It's mainly about the added attributes in our world." Besides warriors, other professions like alchemists, blacksmiths, and beast tamers hold a very high status because they require great mental talent. A weapon that can add attributes is considered a quality weapon. A yellow weapon can add 1 to 36 attribute runes. A mysterious grade weapon can add 36 to 72 attribute inscriptions. A ground grade weapon can add 72 to 144 attribute inscriptions. The Skyrade weapon is said to involve even more, but I'm not very familiar with that. Qinfang was surprised and asked, "Added attributes, are they similar to the cultivation attributes of warriors?" Huan Bong nodded and said, "Yes, you should know that our cultivation techniques and skills are categorized by attributes. Basic attributes include the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with others like light, darkness, wind, and electricity. A warrior's path is often determined from the very beginning. When reaching the 4th tier of true energy, they will condense a specific type of true energy. Quality weapons can enhance these aspects and boost a warrior's attacks." Qinfang pondered, "I need a long knife, and I have just one requirement. It must be heavy and sturdy." At that moment, he recalled his previous escape in the Black Mountain, where he was chased by a warrior under Huang Haixing. The opponent had exclaimed that the traps he set had special attributes. Now, it seemed that his talent enhancement allowed the materials used for traps to carry attributes as well. Wenbong thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll help you find one as soon as possible. However, the blood essence you need might take until tomorrow at the earliest." Xinfang replied, "Okay." Huanbong continued, "By the way, Chun, our student tokens also have a similar effect to communication talismans. We can add each other as friends, so we won't need to run around for short-distance communication." Qinfang was a bit surprised. "All right." After adding each other as friends on the student token, Qinfang focused on it and noticed Huanbong's name flashing. "That's impressive," Qinfang exclaimed, amazed. This method in such a fantasy world was like a long-distance communication device. Huanbong smiled and said, "Yes, these are techniques of array masters. Ours are just basic communication talismans with a range of only a few hundred miles. It is said that some high communication talismans can reach millions of miles, which is quite terrifying." Xinfang nodded. "Indeed, impressive." After exchanging some more information, Chunfeng returned to the courtyard to continue his training. He still had a bottle of second-tier demon blood, which he did not want to waste. After refining the remaining bottle of second-tier blood, he found that his progress in the blood dragon technique had reached about 60 mastery, still some distance from perfection. He wasn't in a hurry. He read books and enjoyed a quiet life with Lin Shuai, waiting for Huanbong's demon blood to arrive before continuing to break through to the next level and preparing for his next steps in training. Meanwhile, in the Black Mountain in a valley, someone with a twisted expression and full of madness shouted, "Shinfo, I want you dead." It was Huang Haing who had escaped earlier. Now he was covered in blood with one arm severely injured. He was in a valley beneath a black array barrier that was flickering with light. On the other side, there was a warrior in black, looking extremely pale. Hearing Huang Haitian's words, he coldly said, "Hanging, you are responsible for what happens here this time." Not only has the secret realm been exposed, but we also lost a 5th-grade envoy. You need to think carefully about how to explain this to the leader. Huang Haitian's face looked grim as he replied, I didn't expect Yuni to come here. It's all that Xinfeng's fault. Otherwise, Yunxi wouldn't have found the location of the secret realm. However, we have seriously injured her this time, so they won't be able to locate the Demon Blade's secret realm for a while. Hugh Haitian's expression was extremely unpleasant. With a flicker of red light in his eyes, the man in black snorted, it better be so. We must quickly gather the offerings to open the secret realm, otherwise we will eventually be found. Hugh Haing said, I know. As long as we have that in Zai, we won't be so passive. I believe it will definitely provoke the Demon Blade's uprising. Man in black sneered. He to be in such a predicament against a few ordinary people. Our people have sent word that Qinfeng is currently at the family villa of Blackstone Academy within Zai. Do you dare to go to that villa? The man in black's eyes were filled with mockery. It was so easy to control things in Black Mountain Village. Hong Haing had always insisted that they should make Inchi willingly sacrifice himself to the evil god. Perhaps if the evil god was pleased, they could gain even more rewards. However, unexpectedly, a small mistake allowed the other party to escape into Blackstone City and become a student of Blackstone Academy. Wang Haing exhaled deeply and said, I have a plan. In just a few days, even if Qinfeng has great talent, he is still just a 1st-grade warrior. From the information we have, Qinfeng values emotions greatly. If we use Black Mountain Village as bait, we can surely lure him out. Then we can use Qinfeng to attract Inzai. As long as they dare to leave Blackstone City, we can ensure they won't return. The man in black replied, seriously, then you go do it. I hope you won't disappoint us. You know how significant this secret realm is. Even our sect leader will come at that time. Let's see how many heads you have. Wang Gai said solemnly, I will. A cold light flickered in his eyes. After this mission failed, he found himself in this situation, and he believed it was mainly because of Qinfeng. He was also puzzled about how Qinfeng could have developed such powerful archery skills in such a short time. A night passed. He felt refreshed. Qinfeng sensed that he was becoming stronger. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Qinfeng Cultivation Midstage of Skin Refinement Strength 35 Speed 14 Spirit 12 Defense 12 Technique Blood Dragon Technique Skin Refinement Progress 65 Martial Skills Cloudy Smoke Steps Proficiency 20 Scarlet Flame Blade Technique Not Yet Learned. Qinfeng was deep in thought, feeling his physical body growing stronger. He felt a sense of anticipation. I wonder what will change when the Blood Dragon technique reaches perfection, and I advance to the 2nd rank. Not long after finishing breakfast, one bang delivered the Essence Blood. 10 bottles of 2nd-tier Essence Blood. Qinfeng was naturally delighted. He then continued his closed-door training. Even top talents like the Cloud Mist Sword Cultivator face threats. In this chaotic world, if he wanted to live a peaceful life, he had to become stronger. Close the door. Qinfeng suppressed his various emotions and prepared to continue his training. However, not long after, his student token began to vibrate. Brother Qin, come to the Demon Patrol Hall quickly. It was a message from Huan Baohong. What's going on? Qinfeng was a bit surprised. After informing Linu, he hurried to the Demon Patrol Hall. He had told Huan Beiyang that he was going into closed-door training, so he believed Huan Beiyang would only contact him if something important came up. The Demon Patrol is an organization under the Demon Patrol Division tasked with hunting demons. Unlike the official demon envoy, anyone can enter the Demon Patrol as long as they take on a task to hunt demons. Students from Blackstone Academy are directly considered bronze members of the Demon Patrol. One of the main ways for many students to gain resources is through the Demon Patrol. This is why Qinfeng dared to spend all his money, leaving a backup for himself. He planned to take on tasks from the Demon Patrol after breaking through the Blood Dragon technique to slay demons in exchange for training resources. He did not expect to be called by Huan Beiyang so soon. The Demon Patrol Hall was not far from Blackstone Academy. When Qinfeng arrived, there were already several students from the Blackstone Academy in the hall. Most of them had a fierce aura clearly indicating they had killed demons. Qinfeng, looking like a newcomer, did not cause any stir as he entered. After entering the hall, Qinfeng walked directly to where Wen Beiyang was, feeling a bit puzzled. Brother Huan, what's wrong? He asked. Wen Beiyang looked upset and said, take a look. Qinfeng glanced ahead, and after a moment his expression turned grim. In the center of the hall stood a tall stone tablet, about several dozen meters high, resembling a screen that continuously displayed tasks for the Demon Patrol. Currently, the most frequent alerts were about villages near Blackstone County experiencing frequent demon attacks seeking assistance from the Demon Patrol. What troubled Qinfeng was that he saw information about Black Mountain Village. Just last night, the village had suffered a demon attack resulting in casualties. Qinfeng felt anxious. He didn't have strong feelings for others, but Uncle Lu and Aunt Lao were still in Black Mountain Village. They had helped him and he certainly didn't want anything to happen to them. Taking a deep breath, Xinfeng picked up his student token and accepted the task. Huan Bong, watching Qinfeng's actions, looked worried and said, "Qinfeng, the villages at the foot of Black Mountain are all under close scrutiny right now. If you go, it might not help much and could be dangerous." "I know," Xinfeng replied, "but I practice martial arts to fight demons." A cold light flashed in his eyes. The image of the demons attacking people had been haunting him since he first saw it. Plus, his blood dragon technique required demon blood, so it made sense to fight back. Wan Bao's expression shifted, and he said seriously, "All right, I'll go with you." Qinfeng wanted to persuade him otherwise. But Wu Beiyang smiled and said, "In such chaotic places, there are various resources and opportunities. Besides, I want to see what the demon blade secret is all about." Xinfeng smiled back. Okay, he didn't know Wan Baoyang's exact thoughts, but he was sure he wouldn't wait any longer. After accepting the task, they headed straight for Black Mountain Village. The student token also served as a bronze demon patrol badge. By killing demons and collecting a drop of demon blood, they could exchange it for points. The points can be used interchangeably in the demon patrol hall in the academy. Therefore, almost all the students are also part of the demon patrol. Xinfeng moved quickly using the cloud smoke leisurely steps. As for Huan Beiyang, Qinfeng was somewhat surprised to find that he was a third-tier warrior, even faster than him. This made Qinfeng feel much more at ease about their journey. Along the way, they also saw some other warriors heading towards Black Mountain. Qinfeng pressed his lips together, hoping there wouldn't be any other problems. As Qinfo was heading to Black Mountain Village, the atmosphere there was extremely tense and fearful. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, along with a crowd of people, were gathered in the center of the village square. With nearly 100 people present, many had pale faces, and some were even crying out of fear. "How could this happen? Please don't kill me. How dare the monsters come out so openly?" Various terrified voices filled the air. Uncle Lu and Al looked at the 3 green wolf demons in the square, their eyes filled with fear. "Green wolf demons," Uncle Lu said, his voice trembling. "Powerful demons are usually kept under control by the army, but what is happening now? At least second-tier demons. If the strong demon patrol doesn't arrive, our village will be slaughtered today." Uncle Lu said bitterly. The only comfort in his heart was that he had sent his son to Blackstone County a few days ago, and that Qinfeng had also managed to leave. Otherwise, they might not escape this disaster. Suddenly, as the crowd was surrounded, one of the wolf demons let out a sinister laugh and bit off a villager's arm, then began to devour him piece by piece. "Ah!" The villager who had his arm torn off screamed in terror. The wolf demon growled, "Be quiet." With a vicious swipe, it crushed the villager's head. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching the surrounding villagers. The gathered villagers turned pale with fear, but dared not make a sound. Some, in panic and anger, tried to rush at the demon, but before they could get close, they were thrown back, crashing to the ground, their fates unknown. Uncle Lu and DLU were among the crowd, looking at the surrounding bodies and blood, their faces pale. "These cursed monsters," Uncle Lu said with sadness in his eyes. Emsters had invaded the village before, but usually they would only take a few people and quickly flee to avoid the patrols. This time, however, they had gathered everyone together. Were they planning to slaughter the village? 3 wolf monsters surrounded the people, occasionally taking one of them. One of the wolf monsters seemed restless and asked the larger one, "Brother, will that person really come? Why would that person help these insignificant creatures?" The larger wolf monster sneered. "If they don't come, it's even better. These people will make a perfect lunch for us. If it weren't for the attention drawn by the Demon Blade secret realm, we wouldn't have such a great opportunity. If we can enter the secret realm and get what's inside, we will truly stand out." Another wolf monster grinned. "Yes, I heard there are experts from the sect coming. If we can show ourselves this time, the rewards will be substantial." Meanwhile, a few human warriors who noticed the situation tried to take down the monsters, but were quickly defeated and forced to flee. News spread about the situation. 1 third-tier monster and 2 second-tier monsters. It would take several third-tier warriors working together to defeat them. As Qinfeng was on his way, Wan Beiyang received the news. At that moment, they were not far from Hishan village. Huan Bong's expression was serious. "The third-tier monster has strong defense and power. I should be able to hold it off, but someone needs to deal with the 2 second-tier monsters." Monsters generally had stronger physical defenses than others of the same tier. They had thought it would be a minor invasion, but it turned out a third-tier monster was leading the attack. Qinfeng narrowed his eyes, sensing the power within him, and said firmly, "I'll handle the 2 second-tier monsters." Huan Bong looked at Qinfeng, worried. After all, to him, Qinfeng was just a newly awakened talent. But in the next moment, Qinfeng took out his long bow and an arrow flew from it. Boom! With a loud crash, it pierced through 3 trees as thick as a person's thigh ahead. Seeing this scene, Huanbang squinted his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. A master archer Qinfeng nodded. Sort of. There shouldn't be any problems. Huan Beiyang replied, I see. A master archer poses a great threat to the monsters on the battlefield. With your help, we might even be able to deal with that third-tier monster. Just witnessing Chunfeng's abilities eased his worries. Qinfeng said, all right, let's not delay any longer. We should go now. The two then headed directly towards Black Mountain Village without any further hesitation. Xinfeng followed behind Wuan Baoyang, feeling a bit astonished by his speed. He had to use the cloud smoke light steps to keep up with Huan Beiyang. This made him realize more about his own speed. Among the lower-tier martial artists, he was definitely fast. At the same time, while following Huan Beiyang, Xinfeng refined the monster blood he had collected. Throughout the journey, his proficiency in the blood dragon technique was steadily increasing. When they arrived at Black Mountain Village and saw the quiet scene, Chunfeng's expression darkened. However, new information appeared on his panel. You have refined a large amount of monster blood. Your blood dragon technique proficiency has increased. Your blood dragon technique has reached 1 mastery. Your intermediate talent, Dragon Scales, has improved. Using the Dragon Scales talent can unleash 5 times the strength and defense. You have gained 5 points in strength and 5 points in defense. As the information refreshed, Shunfeng felt a transformation occurring within his body. The density of his flesh and bones was becoming tighter. More importantly, he sensed that dragon scales were starting to emerge beneath his clothing. With a slight focus, he retracted the dragon scales. At the same time, his attributes underwent a significant change. Just by clenching his fist, he could feel a surge of powerful strength. Additionally, with the refinement of the monster blood, his nutrition absorption skill proficiency also rose to 80. If I refine some more monster blood, my nutrition absorption skill will see a big improvement, Qinfeng thought to himself. As he contemplated this, he noticed the bodies and severed limbs scattered throughout the village, as well as the villagers trapped in the distance. He saw several villagers lying in pools of blood. Beside them were 3 wolf demons, one of which was holding a huge arm and devouring it. Demons. Seeing this scene, Qinfeng's face turned cold and he spoke fiercely. This sight reminded him of the time he encountered demons eating people in the Black Mountain. He even wondered if his father had also been devoured by demons in the same way. One Beiyang standing nearby also looked troubled at the sight. No matter how many times these demons appeared, they were always a great threat to humanity. You lowly ants, the 3 wolf demons sneered when they saw Qinfeng and his companion arrive, clearly not taking them seriously. With their mocking laughter, 2 second-tier demons charged at Qinfeng and his companion. The humans surrounded by the wolf demons, even though they saw the 2 warriors arrive, felt little excitement. Some had a bitter look in their eyes. In the past few days, some human warriors had noticed the strange situation and tried to intervene, but they were easily defeated and forced to flee, leaving behind the body of a warrior. At this distance, and with Qinfeng now dressed in white and having greatly improved his skills, many villagers did not recognize him. They thought he was just another passing warrior. Even those who felt Qinfeng seemed familiar were uncertain. Only Uncle Lu and It Lu in the crowd were shocked when they saw Qinfeng. Uncle Lu worried shouted, "Qinfo, run away. There's a trap here." As soon as Uncle Lu's words fell, the faces of the other villagers changed. Qinfo is that the Qinfeng who just left the originally fierce 3rd-tier wolf demon, who had been waiting for its 2 second-tier minions to deal with Qinfo, suddenly grinned when it heard this voice. It stood up instantly saying, "Qinfo, you really came." Amidst the wild laughter, the 3rd-tier wolf demon charged directly at Qinfeng. As it moved, it created a whirlwind. The murderous aura of the 3rd-tier demon filled the area. Some villagers without any cultivation were knocked to the ground with a thud. Under this pressure, a person's face turned pale and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this the true power of this monster? At that moment, Huan Ba's expression also changed and he exclaimed, "A peak 3rd-tier monster. How did it appear here?" After hesitating for a moment, he shouted, "Your opponent is me. Attack." With a cold shout, a black spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom. A loud noise echoed as it pierced through the air, striking the 3rd-tier wolf monster. One Beiyang's usually smiling face now showed a hint of seriousness. A peak 3rd-tier wolf monster. It was somewhat unexpected, but since it had come, there was no turning back. The 3rd-tier wolf monster's face twisted in anger. Lowly insect seeking death. With a sinister laugh, its massive claw collided with the spear. A dull thud sounded. The 3rd-tier wolf monster sneered, a stronger insect. As for Qinfeng, he paid no attention, just an ordinary person. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent had hidden in the Blackstone Academy, he wouldn't even have the right to know his name. Bang, bang. After several exchanges, One Bao's expression grew grim. The wolf monster's strength surpassed his own. He glanced worriedly in Chunfeng's direction. To his surprise, he saw that as two second-tier wolf monsters charged at Chinfo, he moved like a shadow, retreating swiftly. Then from that shadow, an arrow shot through the air. Boom. One of the second-tier wolf monsters with a fierce expression had not taken Xinfang seriously. However, the moment the arrow was released, panic filled the wolf monster's eyes. Before it could dodge, the arrow pierced its throat and it fell to the ground. What the second-tier wolf monster chasing from behind also showed a hint of fear. A master archer. It suddenly froze in place, then frantically ran back, trying to escape Xinfang's arrows. With a roar, it twisted its body into an S shape, attempting to evade Xinfang's aim. But in the next moment, Xinfang narrowed his eyes and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. Break for me. The second-tier wolf monster roared, trying to shatter Xinfang's arrows. However, at that instant, Xinfang merely snorted coldly. Then 3 arrows shot through the air, piercing directly through the wolf monster's throat. Yu, the second-tier wolf demon, pointed at Xinfang, looking terrified. It wanted to say more, but it was completely ineffective. With a loud crash, it fell to the ground. Xinfang stood at a distance, holding a long bow, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, after unleashing 5 times his strength, his arrows could pierce through the defenses of the second-tier demons. The information on the panel kept updating. You have killed 2 second-tier demons. Your basic archery skill proficiency 20, skill basic archery proficiency 35. You have killed a demon. Your killing intent skill proficiency 20. Skill killing intent proficiency 25. Xinfang collected the bodies of the 2 second-tier demons and looked at the battlefield. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Huanbong looked a bit plump, but when he held the black spear, he gave off an overwhelming presence. The sounds of attacks echoed continuously. At that moment, the 3rd-tier demon seemed to be at a disadvantage, especially as Xinfang quickly shot down the 2 second-tier demons. Both Huanbang and the 3rd-tier demon changed their expressions. Huanbang thought, how strong is Xinfang, he can actually kill second-tier demons. The peak 3rd-tier demon showed a hint of panic in its eyes. Divine Archer. How can a mortal become a divine archer at that moment? He finally believed the information that Huang Leiyusi had shared about Xinfang being a divine archer. Seeing Xinfang pick up the longbow again, the peak 3rd-tier demon's expression changed. Retreat. It suddenly wanted to flee. However, Chunfeng's face turned fierce as he shouted, "Stay here." A 3rd-tier demon is not easy to find. Moreover, he needed the demon's blood for his training. If he could kill a 3rd-tier demon, it would greatly enhance both his skills and his cultivation. Kill, whoosh, the arrow shot through the air, aimed at the 3rd-tier demon. "You lowly insect, how dare you?" The 3rd-tier wolf demon roared angrily. Boom. In that instant, the 3rd-tier wolf demon's body doubled in size, transforming into a giant wolf demon over 2 m tall. Its exposed skin cracked like tree bark, but the aura it emitted was much more powerful. "Stay here." On the other side, Huanbang saw Xinfang take action. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. With a loud shout, he charged forward with a spear. Boom, a dull sound echoed. Huanbang was injured from the impact of this attack, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, Xinfang's arrow shot through the starry sky like a meteor, aiming for the wolf demon's throat. Die. Xinfang narrowed his eyes and thought deeply. His basic archery skill was proficient with a talent for triple shots. There was no way he could miss. Sure enough, the next moment there was a loud bang. The arrow struck the wolf demon's neck. However, the wolf demon began to laugh maniacally. "How is that all you've got, ants are still ants? You will die here today." With a sinister grin, the 3rd-tier demon, which was about to flee, suddenly stopped, eyes filled with madness. Chunfeng's expression darkened. His arrow had hit the wolf demon's neck, but it hadn't pierced through due to its tough skin. Xinfang said, frustrated. At that moment, the exposed peak 3rd-tier demon roared and began to burn its blood, its body growing even more powerful. Boom. With Huanbang momentarily distracted, the demon sent him flying. Brother Chunfeng watched as Huanbang flew through the air, spitting blood and his eyes filled with rage. "Demon, you will pay for this." He never expected that dealing with the demon in his village would lead to such trouble. Cloud smoke evasion. Xinfang moved like a shadow, quickly dodging. Just as he evaded, the 3rd-tier wolf demon appeared in his previous spot. Boom. A loud crash created a massive pit where he had stood. "What should I do?" Xinfeng's face was grim as he desperately used cloud smoke evasion to avoid the wolf demon's attacks. Meanwhile, he rapidly thought of a way to resolve the situation. In that instant, a flash of inspiration struck him. Merge. His expression was serious. He had been a bit careless this time. Unexpectedly, there was a peak-level 3rd-tier monster in the village of Han. Now that it had reached this level, it was clear that this peak-level 3rd-tier monster had its sights set on him. To survive, he needed to find a way. The main method was clearly to rely on panel fusion. Based on previous fusion examples, he had a guess in his mind. Fusing techniques, skills, and talents would mean taking a significant leap forward, creating a new skill, and achieving a major breakthrough. However, the fusion had to be of the same attribute. Just like the previous fusion of movement techniques in the Blood Dragon technique with the Iron Arm technique, which belonged to the body refinement attribute, now the idea flashing in Xinfeng's mind was to fuse nutrient absorption with the Blood Dragon technique. The talent from nutrient absorption also enhanced his body refinement. Each level of the Blood Dragon technique brought a new talent. If he was correct, awakening a talent at each level should belong to the same system and could definitely be fused. So could the Blood Dragon technique and nutrient absorption skills be fused with this thought in mind? Chinfo did not hesitate and directly said, "Fuse the Blood Dragon technique with nutrient absorption bus." In that instant, the information on the panel quickly flashed. Then amidst the flickering, the nutrient absorption skill disappeared and a new technique appeared in the skill section. Following that, an immense energy surged into his body. The panel information refreshed rapidly. Your Blood Dragon technique has fused with the nutrient absorption skill, and your proficiency in the Blood Dragon technique is rapidly increasing. Your Blood Dragon technique has advanced to the second level of entry, and it has evolved into the heavenly level technique Blood Dragon Devouring technique. Your intermediate talent Copper Skin Iron Bones has advanced to the advanced talent Energy Absorption. Your intermediate talent Dragon Scales has advanced to the advanced talent Dragon Scale Eruption. Your strength increases by 10, your defense by 10, your speed by 10, and your spirit by 5. Looking at the refreshed information, a hint of joy appeared in Qinfeng's eyes. It really worked. At that moment, as the information refreshed, he felt his skin undergo a transformation. And within his flesh, his vital energy surged, becoming denser and stronger. Even just a slight perception allowed him to feel that his physical body had become several times stronger in such a short time. This transformation was a complete enhancement. Moreover, his cultivation finally broke through to the second rank. He opened the information panel. Strength 50, Defense 25, Speed 24, Spirit 17, Cultivation second rank Technique Blood, Dragon Devouring Technique. Entroval Progress 1, Martial Skills Cloud Smoke Leisurely Step Proficiency 30, Scarlet Flame Blade Technique Not Started Basic Archery Proficiency 35, Inyang Technique Entroval Progress 60, Beginner Talent Killing Intent Dread, Intermediate Talent. Advanced Talent Dragon Scale Eruption Maximum Burst of 10 times Strength and Defense. Is there really such a big change? Qinfeng said with some joy in his eyes. In his mind, all of this happened in an instant. Just as he managed to glance at the panel information, Huanbong shouted, "Be careful." Qinfeng opened his eyes and saw that the third-ranked demon had charged right up to him. He could even see the drool dripping from the wide open mouth of the third-rank wolf demon. There was a hint of excitement and arrogance in the demon's eyes. "Finally, you are in my grasp. Kneel before me." Shunfeng's expression turned cold. He noticed that the third-rank wolf demon showed no killing intent. A thought crossed his mind. This wolf demon was trying to capture him. It's Xinfeng thought, feeling uneasy. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Huang Haiying, the person with whom he had the deepest grudge. However, he remained calm. Previously, the third-rank wolf demon's speed and strength were beyond his ability to handle. But now, with his enhanced attributes, the demon's attack seemed to slow down significantly in his eyes. The third-rank wolf demon's eyes were fierce as its massive claws reached out towards Qinfeng, completely disregarding him. Behind, Wan Bao's face turned pale. This is bad. He was still several dozen meters away and couldn't catch up. But in the next moment, Wan Bong's expression changed dramatically as he stood frozen in shock. How is this possible in his eyes? Qinfeng, who should have been severely injured, surprisingly dodged the wolf demon's attack with just a slight shift of his feet as it charged at him. Then, in the wolf demon's shocked gaze, he delivered a powerful punch. Dragon Scale Eruption, Killing Intent Shock. Qinfeng felt a chill in his heart. Boom! In that instant, blood-red dragon scales appeared on his body, and a wave of killing intent surged forth. The third-tier wolf demon, now in front of Qinfeng, had a fierce look in its eyes. It seemed momentarily stunned, as if frozen in fear. Inside, it still sneered, thinking about how it had lost 2 demons to deal with such a weak creature. It wanted to capture Qinfeng and then tear him apart to relieve its anger. However, in that moment, it heard Qinfeng let out a low growl of killing intent and locked eyes with him. What a gaze it was! His eyes were completely shrouded in blood red, as if one could see a sea of blood. But in an instant, the wolf demon snapped back to reality, its eyes wide with alarm. Not good. It had just lost focus. Although it was only a brief moment, it was deadly on the battlefield. As the wolf demon regained its senses, it saw Qinfeng's fist, which had erupted with 10 times the power, descending like a massive mountain. The third-tier wolf demon, filled with madness, roared, "Get away from me," and attempted to strike at the blood-red fists with its claws, but it was already too late. Boom! Shenfeng's fist crashed down on the wolf demon's throat like a giant mountain. A loud bang echoed as the wolf demon's neck snapped, and it was sent flying to the ground. You have killed a third-tier wolf demon. Your killing intent proficiency has increased. The panel information refreshed. At that moment, after defeating the wolf demon with a single punch, the dragon scale power on Qinfeng quickly receded. He let out a deep breath. At this point, Qinfeng finally felt his fatigue. The sudden surge of 10 times the strength and defense had put a strain on his body. With a quick flash, he appeared in front of the wolf demon. Coldly he asked, "Did Huang Haisheng send you?" His expression was icy. On the ground, the wolf demon, in its final moments, looked up with a mocking gaze. He still wanted to speak, but there was no chance left. He had turned into a lifeless body. Qinfeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. He no longer needed to hear an answer, as the wolf demon's gaze had already revealed the truth to him, that Hu Haiying was actually still alive. At that moment, Wen Beiyang, who had been chasing from behind, finally reached Qinfeng. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, "Qinfeng, was that your awakened talent just now?" Qinfeng, feeling a bit tired, sighed in relief upon hearing Huan Baoyang's words and nodded. "Yes, luckily this wolf demon fell for the trap. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble." Wen Beiyang looked at him with envy and said, "I see. No wonder you caught the attention of the Phoenix Swordmaster Yunshi, who even gave you a recommendation." During the recent battle, he sensed that Qinfeng had broken through his limits in the midst of fighting. Then, taking advantage of that moment of breakthrough, he used his incredible martial talent to strike down the wolf demon with a single punch. Having just entered the second tier, he had defeated a third-tier opponent. A warrior like this, as long as they don't fall, is sure to become a future champion. While Wen Bao thought about this, he asked, "What do you want to do next? Brother Qin, you've killed 3 demons this time. You should earn at least 100 points when we return." Qinfeng glanced towards the direction of Black Mountain and said, "Seriously, do you know what the situation is like at Black Mountain now? Should we go take a look?" Wen Beiyang pondered for a moment and replied, "Entering Black Mountain right now might not be a good idea. I've heard that during this time, not only are there followers of the demon cult gathering there, but some demons are also assembling. Moreover, based on recent events, it's very likely that a demon general has appeared in Black Mountain. Organized demons and unorganized ones are not the same. We are still young, it's better to be cautious." Qinfeng was surprised and asked, "Demon General, what does that mean?" Wen Bang glanced around at the villagers watching them and said, "Let's change locations. Otherwise, if we talk too much, it might cause panic among these villagers." Qinfeng nodded, "All right." Then with a wave of his hand, he collected the bodies of the 3 wolf demons. The newly advanced blood dragon devouring technique needed demon bodies for cultivation, and all 3 demons could be said to have died at Qinfeng's hands. Wen Bang only needed a little bit of demon blood and had no intention of fighting for it. At this moment, many villagers were nearby. When they looked at Qinfeng and the others, there was a sense of respect in their eyes. Especially when they looked at Qinfeng, some people showed disbelief. Is this really the Qinfeng from their village? Even Uncle Lao and Aunt Lao were shocked and hesitant to approach. Seeing this, Qinfeng smiled and said, "Uncle Lu and Lu, don't you recognize me? If you can come to the county, you can join us later. The villages at the foot of Black Mountain may not be safe for a while." Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu smiled, and Uncle Lu quickly replied, "Okay. Previously, Lu Yuan also wrote to me. We plan to stay in the county for a while." Qinfeng smiled and said, "Great." Then he entered his old house with Huan Beiyang. It was still the same mud brick house. After opening the door, Qinfeng looked at the surroundings with mixed feelings. Although he had only been gone for a few days, it felt like a long time. Huan Beiyang glanced at the simple house and said in surprise, "Brother Qin, is this where you used to live?" Qinfeng nodded. "Yes, I grew up here. If it weren't for being a uni-sword cultivator, I would probably have become a hunter." Wen Bang admired him. "Brother Qin is indeed a genius. The uni-sword cultivator has a keen eye." Qinfeng smiled but didn't dwell on that topic. Instead, he continued to ask, "What about the demon generals you mentioned?" Brother Wen Belong nodded. "We martial artists are divided into 9 ranks, and demons correspond to 9 levels. After reaching the 6th level, one becomes a strong figure who can govern a region. A 6th-level expert in Ardachi is usually the lord of a city and leads a demon-hunting army. Among demons, they are called demon generals." Do you know why? Qinfeng shook his head. "I really don't know." He had only recently entered the martial arts world. Although he had seen some basic information, he was still unfamiliar with this aspect. Huan Beiyang's expression grew serious as he said, "Before reaching the 6th level, martial arts training, whether in body refinement or energy cultivation, only involves personal development. After reaching the 6th level, one begins to comprehend the realm of intention. Any warrior who understands this can change the weather with a wave of their hand and can cause great destruction." It is said that one person can destroy an entire city, making them a walking disaster. Chunfeng's pupils narrowed in shock as he asked, "One person can destroy a city. Is it similar to our Blackstone city?" Huanbong nodded. "Yes, to be called a city, it must at least be a county-level city." It's important to note that the only city Qinfeng knows of, Blackstone City, has a population of over 1 million. There are many warriors there, and a 6th-level monster can destroy a city. Chunfeng shook his head in disbelief and murmured, "How is that possible?" Huanbong, knowing Qinfeng had never seen it, explained, "Nothing is impossible. The capabilities of a 6th-level expert depend on their understanding of the realm of intention. For example, the lord of our Blackstone City is known as the Mountain Mover. He understands the intention of moving mountains, and when he uses this intention, he can even physically move mountains. In reality, a mountain can be hundreds of meters tall. If you were to move dozens of such mountains and drop them into Blackstone City, wouldn't that destroy the entire city?" Imagining this scene, Qinfeng was horrified and exclaimed, "Can warriors really do that?" He simply could not fathom how terrifying that would be. Huanbong's expression was complex as he replied, "Yes, and this is just a 6th-level warrior. Once they reach the 7th-level master realm, they become even more fearsome. With a wave of their hand, the world changes. Our martial arts training shows that before the 6th level, the differences are not that great. But after reaching the 6th level, even a small difference can feel like a vast chasm. This realm was once referred to as the Land God Immortal Realm." Xinfeng's eyes reflected his complex thoughts as he murmured, "I see. If there really are 6th-level monsters in the Black Mountain, then we should definitely avoid entering lightly." At this moment, he thought of the Yunqi Swordmaster. If a 6th-level warrior is already so terrifying, then how powerful must the Yunqi Sword Master be to have escaped from one with only 5th-level skills? Huan Beiyang said solemnly. "Exactly. So for us, the most important thing is to improve our skills. We need to reach at least the 5th level before we can enter the Black Mountain and have a better chance of survival." Xinfeng nodded. "All right." Next, Xinfeng had a conversation with Huan Beiyang, which opened his eyes to more information about the martial arts world of Duqian. After their discussion, Huan Bong decided to head back, while Qinfeng asked him to send a message to Lin Shu, saying he needed to gather some things in the village before returning later. In fact, Qinfeng wanted to try the blood dragon devouring technique. However, he was worried that if he devoured monsters back in the city, the strong individuals there might have other ways to spy or unexpected issues could arise, which would be troublesome. It was better to try it out in the mountain village. Many villagers were in a panic that afternoon. Some villagers packed their things and fled. Regardless of the situation, no one wanted to stay at the foot of the Black Mountain any longer. Those with connections headed to the county city for safety, while those without hope to leave the village with Chunfeng the next day. Uncle Lao and Aunt Lao were also packing their belongings at home. Qinfeng, however, locked himself in his old house, claiming he was going into seclusion for training. No one objected to this. Then Qinfeng glanced at the monster corpses in his storage space and thought with anticipation, "I wonder how the evolved blood dragon devouring technique will change." He then took out a 2nd-tier monster and bit into it. The crimson energy flowed through him like a blood dragon. Suddenly, with a loud roar, the wolf monster's body was refined. New information appeared on his panel. Seeing this, Qinfeng's eyes lit up with joy. It really works. Meanwhile, as Qinfo was exploring his cultivation, Wan Beiyang returned to the Blackstone Academy and found Teacher Chihu, who had previously tested him. With a hint of amazement in his eyes, he said, "Teacher Qin, this Qinfeng is a great talent. Did he really just break through during our recent hunt at Black Mountain? He single-handedly killed 3 monsters. One of them was even a peak 3rd-tier monster." Shin, who looked surprised, "Qinfeng killed a peak 3rd-tier monster." Wan Bong nodded. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. Moreover, the opponent had a terrifying martial arts talent that seemed to be an explosive power type based on my observations." In the midst of battle, Shunfeng broke through to the 2nd rank, and after unleashing his talent, directly defeated a peak 3rd-tier wolf demon with a single punch. This makes him stronger than many newcomers, and he could very well become a new genius on the ranking list in the future. Huan Bong's eyes showed a mix of complexity and envy. Xian Hu, upon hearing this, thought for a moment and asked, "Where is Qinfeng now?" Huan Bong replied, "He is still in Han Village. He said he wants to stay home for a while and seems to want to bring his neighbors to the city." Xian Hu nodded. "Contact Qinfeng and ask him to come back soon, then have him meet me." Wan Ba uncuffed his hands respectfully. "Understood." He then left with a hint of envy in his eyes. Since Teacher Qian who asked about this, it was clear that Qinfeng had an opportunity ahead. In Hishan Village, Qinfeng was eagerly consuming the flesh and blood of the blue wolf demon. Blood splattered everywhere. However, after using the blood dragon devouring technique, the demon's flesh felt like a nourishing tonic. After finishing a second-tier wolf demon, the information on his panel refreshed. You have consumed a second-tier wolf demon. Your proficiency in the second level of the blood dragon devouring technique has increased to 1. Your strength has increased by 10 and your defense has increased by 10. You have awakened a new basic talent, dragon blood. Xinfang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this is an all-around improvement. Moreover, after reaching proficiency in the second level, he unexpectedly awakened a new talent, dragon blood. He glanced at the panel information. Basic talent, dragon blood. Burning dragon blood can unleash even greater strength and defense. He realized this must be related to the defensive capabilities of dragon scales. It might even allow him to enhance new traits after using one. That was quite impressive. Xinfang pondered, I wonder if I can merge it with dragon scales. After all, they belong to the same attribute, and based on previous merges, the resulting techniques would be strengthened. However, just as he made that decision in his mind, the dragon scale information on the panel flickered, then new information refreshed. Fusion attributes are incomplete. Fusion failed. Xinfang was a bit surprised. After sensing the information, he realized that simply having dragon scales and dragon blood was not enough. Looking at the technique information, the 3rd and 4th levels of the blood dragon devouring technique would awaken related talents. Then I will continue to train, Qinfo thought to himself, continuing to refine the remaining 2 monsters. With advanced talent for energy absorption, although the number of these monster corpses is terrifying, they directly transform into energy as he consumes them, continuously strengthening his body. A night passed. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the window. Xinfang slowly opened his eyes, a hint of red light flashing in his gaze. If someone looked closely, they would notice that this red light flickered like a dragon's shadow. He let out a gentle breath and Xinfang marveled. The transformation after reaching the heavenly level is truly astonishing. He opened his status panel. Name, Chunfang Cultivation Late 2nd Rank Strength 75 Defense 50 Speed 30 Spirit 20 Technique Blood Dragon Devouring Technique 2nd Level Proficiency 56. After refining the flesh of 3 monsters, his physical attributes experienced a significant boost. The training progress of the blood dragon devouring technique also reached the proficient level. If I refine a few more monsters, the blood dragon devouring technique can break through to the 3rd level, and I should be able to advance to the 3rd rank as well, Chunfo murmured thoughtfully. Compared to when he left the academy, his strength and defense have increased several times. Even though he is still at the 2nd rank, he feels that he could defeat the previous peak 3rd rank monster without fully unleashing his power. The most important thing now is to search for resources. My methods are still a bit lacking, Qinfang murmured. Although he has a book on the Scarlet Flame Blade technique, he has yet to find a suitable long blade. Without having practiced it, he can only rely on his bare fists to deal with monsters, which feels too weak. After I return, I need to exchange for more offensive techniques. Qinfang contemplated these thoughts. Then he glanced out the window towards Black Mountain. If he wants to search for monsters, the best place now is naturally Black Mountain. However, there may also be 6th-rank monsters there, which makes it unsuitable for him to venture in with his current cultivation level. He also wondered if the Uni Swordmaster had found the hiding place of the monster cult. He could guess that the Uni Swordmaster was likely using Huanghaiying to search for the monster cult's base or the secret realm of the Demon Blade. Since Huanghaiying is still alive, he must have a base in Black Mountain. Xinfang actually suspected that the place called Qinglang Valley was where both his father and he had died. He had also seen monsters eating people there, leading him to believe that something strange was happening in that place. However, he couldn't find Uni now, so he thought he could explore that area when he had the chance. A glimmer of determination appeared in Chunfeng's eyes. I still lack strength. Otherwise, I could investigate Qinglang Valley myself. He made a decision. First, I should return. There is a lot of information about monsters in the Demon Patrol Hall, and now is the best time to hunt them. As long as I can gather information, that will be enough. Then, I will practice my skills and become stronger. After packing his things, he noticed that his neighbors, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, were already ready outside. A few other villagers had also gathered with them. When they saw Chunfang looking over, they wore somewhat flattering expressions. Chunfang didn't pay much attention and headed straight to Heishi County. With a plan in mind and concerns about monster ambushes, they arrived outside Hishin City in about 2 hours. Once in the city, Uncle Lu and the others had a way to contact Lu Yun. Although Qinfang wanted to catch up with Lu Yun, he was more focused on improving his strength. He simply informed them and headed towards Heishi Academy. Qinfang initially planned to go directly to the scripture pavilion, but was surprised to receive a message from Huan Beiyang as soon as he arrived at the school. Qinfang, are you back today? Teacher Qin who wants you to find him after you return. Qinfeng was a bit surprised and said, "All right, I'll go see him." He was also curious and wanted to ask some questions. Before long, Qinfeng arrived at Teacher Qin's office. Teacher Qin, who was in charge of the new student admissions for this term, and students could approach him with any issues. When Kaian, who saw Qin Feng arrived, he smiled and was about to speak. However, his expression quickly changed to one of surprise and seriousness. As he stepped forward to Qin Feng, he reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng instinctively wanted to resist, but remembering Teacher Qin's status, he held back. At that moment, Teacher Qin placed both hands on Qin Feng's body. Sensing his strength, and his eyes filled with amazement and shock, he exclaimed, "Have you really reached the peak of the second stage in just a few days of body refinement?" Shannon, whose eyes were filled with intense emotion as he stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a bit confused. Wasn't he supposed to be at the late stage of the second rank? However, seeing Qin Hu's expression, he didn't voice his thoughts and simply nodded, saying, "Yes. During the battle with the monsters yesterday, I broke through the bottleneck in my cultivation. I stayed in the village for an extra night, and when I woke up in the morning, I felt my cultivation had improved." He kept the details of his abilities hidden. Xian, whose expression was complex as he sighed. "What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing?" Xinfeng replied, "Blood Dragon technique." Although it had mutated, it still carried the essence of the Blood Dragon technique. Upon hearing this, Qinho's face changed slightly. "Blood Dragon technique, you are actually practicing this technique. If possible, I suggest you switch to a new technique." Xinfo was puzzled. Why he was planning to exchange for more resources related to monster blood to enhance his cultivation. Why did Xian, who wanted to change techniques, now Xin, whose expression became serious? "Do you know that this technique belongs to the monster body refinement technique?" Xinfeng nodded. "I have a rough idea." After the technique merged, he realized that it could refine not only monster blood, but also any monster flesh to enhance strength. Shanhu said solemnly, "The Blood Dragon technique is considered special among body refinement techniques. Before reaching the 4th rank, it's fine. You can use regular blood pills and monster blood for cultivation. However, after reaching the 4th rank, you will need to seek out special monsters that contain dragon blood to break through. The 4th stage of monster body refinement is also known as the blood fusion stage." "Do you understand what that means?" Xinfo pondered for a moment and asked, "Refining dragon blood, transforming into a dragon shape?" Shanhu nodded. "Yes, if it were decades ago when our country was strong, we wouldn't have to worry. There were still monsters with dragon blood that could be hunted on the battlefield. But now, hunting dragon blood monsters is extremely difficult. You might be stuck at the 4th rank for many years. I suggest you choose a new technique." As he spoke, a serious look appeared in Shenhe's eyes. He was genuinely worried about Xinfeng's future path. However, at that moment, Xinfeng furrowed his brows and thought, "Is the blood dragon technique not strong enough?" Shan, who shook his head and said, "That's not the case." Back then, the blood dragon lineage was one of the top forces on the battlefield against demons and monsters. Ordinary demons had no power to resist against the blood dragon lineage. They were merely food for them. Unfortunately, later on, due to internal strife in the blood dragon lineage's pursuit of the dragon clan, a large-scale attack by demons ensued. As a result, the blood dragon lineage has become extremely weak. Even if you want to seek resources for support now, it will be very difficult. Qinfeng nodded and replied, "That's fine. I will practice on my own and acquire resources." He did not pay much attention to what Qinhu said and did not understand it well. He only believed in his own abilities. Since the blood dragon technique has great potential, he would not give up or waste time. Xinhu looked worried and said, "Seriously, if you give up the blood dragon technique and practice another skill, I will arrange a compensation standard for elite students. Even if you don't go out to hunt demons, you will still receive support in terms of health pills and skills." However, Qinfeng did not think twice and replied firmly, "That won't work. My goal in life is to slay demons and avenge my father." His past experiences had proven that during the process of slaying demons, his skills improved faster, and the blood dragon technique was the most suitable for his training. Giving it up was not an option. Yushin, whose expression changed slightly, and he said with a complicated tone, "The standards for elite disciples were already prepared. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. I suggest you think it over. Compared to the path you are on, other skills offer a smoother journey. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult for you to receive elite training again." Qinfeng nodded and said, "I won't reconsider. I will find time to challenge the wind and cloud rankings. I believe I won't lack resources." Seeing the calm expression on Qinfeng's face, Qin, who looked puzzled and asked, "Aren't you afraid of failure even after everything I've told you? You still don't think that merging blood and body could bring great danger? At that point, you could very well be controlled by the demon's malevolent energy and become a servant of evil." Xinfeng shook his head and smiled. "I'm not afraid. I only believe in the path I choose." Shenhu, upon hearing this, didn't say much more, but looked at Qin Fang with a complex expression and said, I hope to see your name on the wind and cloud rankings soon. Qin Fang nodded and replied, of course. He then left Xianhu office. Qin Fang thought to himself he really didn't expect that the demon body refining method had such a drawback. However, with his panel, he naturally wasn't afraid of any threats. All the demonic energy was refined and absorbed. After leaving, Qin Fang first went to the Academy's service hall to exchange the points he earned from defeating 3 demons. He received a total of 200 points. Then he spent 100 points to exchange for a yellow-grade weapon similar to a tang knife. It had only 2 characteristics. It was sturdy and heavy. For Qin Fang, that was more than enough. Next, he returned to his courtyard and began to practice the red flame knife technique. As long as he improved his attack methods and cultivation, he would soon be able to hunt the dragon blood demon. Lin was overjoyed to see Qin Fang return. Husband, although she received a message from Huan Bong yesterday, she was still a bit worried since Qin Fang didn't come back. Now that she saw him, she finally relaxed and jumped into his arms. Qin Fang smiled and said, my dear. Seeing the worried look on Linu's face made Qin Fang feel a bit pained. He then took her directly into the bedroom. In Linuaz, he received a notification. You have enjoyed a pleasant time. Your Yang Technique Proficiency 10. Your Yang Technique Proficiency is now at 60. Feeling this, Qin Fang was also a bit pleased. It seemed that his Yang technique would improve in just a few days. He then took the tang knife and practiced the red flame knife technique. In a short time, the panel updated. You have completed a round of the red flame knife technique. You have acquired a new martial skill, red flame knife technique. For the next few days, Qin Fang stayed in his courtyard, sleeping only 4 hours a day and practicing the red flame knife technique day and night. 3 days later, Qin Fo looked at the updated information on his panel with a hint of surprise. Your red flame knife technique has reached mastery. Your basic talent, red flame knife ki, has increased in strength. Basic talent, red flame knife ki. A knife ki condensed from external knife techniques, possessing a fiery characteristic and strong penetrating power. Red flame knife ki. Qin Fang's eyes sparkled with surprise as he whispered to himself. Then in the courtyard, he waved his hand and vanished like a shadow. A blade-like energy filled the air. In that moment, a fierce flash of light cut through the space, almost resembling a flicker of flame. More importantly, he sensed a faint energy within his body. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, and in an instant, a stone in the courtyard shattered into pieces. Upon closer inspection, the broken stone appeared scorched, as if burned. However, after releasing that energy, it vanished again. When he tried to sense it once more, even Qin Fang felt a bit tired. Is this true energy, he thought, filled with curiosity and amazement? Just this small burst of energy felt more powerful than his own strength. From what he knew, there were martial artists who trained in energy, but they only began to access true energy at the 4th level. Yet he had already condensed this energy through practicing a specific blade technique which surprised him. Not knowing much about it, he decided to ask his teacher Xinhu for clarification. In the office, when Qinhu saw that Qin Fang could unleash a burst of energy, his eyes widened in astonishment. Blade energy, you practiced the Crimson Flame blade technique, Xinhu asked, looking at Qin Fang with surprise. Qin Fang nodded. Yes, teacher Qin. He then expressed his confusion. I'm not sure what to do next. Isn't it said that energy practitioners focus on refining their bodies in the first 3 levels? Qinhu stood up and looked at the spot where Qin Fang's energy had landed, his expression complex. He then exclaimed, that's how it is now, but you must understand what energy is. It is initially condensed from blood and vitality. That's why in martial arts training, even energy practitioners start with body refinement. Among these practitioners, there are always some exceptionally gifted individuals who, due to their strong bodies, can condense true energy even before fully refining their bodies. Qin Fang asked, puzzled. So does that mean I am considered at the 4th level now? Xin, who said in a deep voice, considered a weak 4th-tier warrior. After all, the hardest part for a 4th-tier warrior is to condense the first trace of true energy. Once the first trace of true energy is condensed, opening the danshan and clearing the meridians will be much easier. Qin Fang's eyes brightened. I see. So with this trace of sword energy, I can defeat warriors below the 4th tier. Qian, who replied, you could say that. But before this trace of sword energy erupts, it should not condense quickly unless it can continuously erupt or strike at the enemy's vital points. After all, the biggest gap between 4th-tier warriors and body-refining warriors is true energy. Unless lower-tier warriors have special armor, they generally cannot withstand true energy attacks. Qin Fang nodded. I understand. At this moment, Xinhu hesitated for a moment and then said, you are still at the lower 3rd-tier level. I suggest you carefully choose your future path. If you have talent in energy cultivation, you can choose the path of energy training. This is the safest path, free from the influence of demons and spirits, so the risks are much lower. Xinfang asked, can I cultivate both Shannon, who shook his head. It's very difficult. The path of body refining with demons can be considered a form of dark cultivation, refining demon blood or even transforming the body towards a demon form and refining demon souls. Your thoughts and body may already be influenced by demons. It can be seen as an external path using outside forces to alter and control your body. Energy cultivation, on the other hand, is more like meditative practice, absorbing the energy of the universe, relying more on understanding. If you try to cultivate both, you won't have enough focus to comprehend the world. Listening to Qi and Hus, Qinfeng's mind was filled with various thoughts and he pondered, I see. I still want to give it a try. Xinhu thought for a moment and said, you can give it a try. There are gifted warriors who have attempted to cultivate both body refining and energy training, but as they progress, they tend to focus on one path. Qinfo reflected, realizing that what he lacked most now was a method for energy cultivation. Based on an energy cultivation method, he could practice true energy. In that case, he would essentially skip the first 3 levels of body refining. Qinfang contemplated his future path. At this moment, Qinhu could sense some of Qinfeng's thoughts. After thinking for a moment, he took out a white jade pendant and a box from his storage bag and said, this is the warm spirit jade, which can speed up a warrior's absorption of spiritual energy from the world, increasing the speed by about 20. Here are 5 spirit stones. You can use them for your training. As for the training methods, I suggest you go to the Academy's library to choose. The methods displayed there have all been tested and recognized through various evaluations. You can select according to your own preferences. As for points, you will need to earn those yourself. Shunfeng looked at the items in Xinhe's hands, surprised, and said, Teacher Qin, these items are too valuable on the market. Treasures that can enhance training speed are worth at least 10,000 silver taels, and a spirit stone can be exchanged for over 000 silver taels. He didn't expect Teacher Qin to give him so much. Xinhu smiled and said, they're not too valuable. Consider this a personal investment in you. As long as you grow and defeat a few monsters, it will be worth it. Qinfeng took a deep breath and replied, I will make sure your investment is not wasted. After saying this to Qinhu, Qinfeng headed straight towards the Academy's Wind and Cloud Tower. To earn more points quickly, the fastest way was to challenge the Wind and Cloud rankings. In the Academy, there are 2 lists, the small Wind and Cloud list and the large Wind and Cloud list. Today, he aimed to challenge the rankings. As long as he made it onto the list, even the weakest small list would provide points and various resource rewards that could help him improve his skills. When he arrived at the assessment area for the Wind and Cloud rankings, he was a bit surprised. The Wind and Cloud rankings were located on the back mountain of Blackstone Academy, featuring 2 9th-story towers. The towers were entirely black, resembling black steel forged and cast, shining with a cold light. Outside the towers, to the right of the entrance, were 2 large graystone tablets, each engraved with names. The left tablet was for the small Wind and Cloud list, while the right tablet was for the large Wind and Cloud list. When Xinfo arrived, he noticed that people were still entering the towers. Having never participated in the Wind and Cloud rankings before, he decided to observe the others' conditions first. He looked at the students participating in the assessment with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was different from when he was in Black Mountain Village. Now when he saw these students, he could sense a certain intensity about them. Most of them have seen battle, Xinfeng thought, feeling a bit amazed. He then continued to look at the 2 tall towers in front of him. First, he examined the minor rankings, which he understood were mostly for 2nd and 3rd tier warriors. The major rankings, however, had a minimum requirement of late 3rd tier warriors and even included some 4th tier fighters. As he looked at this information, Qinfeng was curious about the details. Most participants in the minor rankings came from the high tower, while very few entered the major rankings. Just then, he heard a sudden commotion from the major rankings area. It's senior brother Lin Jin participating in the major rankings. Is he challenging senior brother 1 Beiyang? This will be exciting. Senior brother 1 is ranked 6th and senior brother Lin is 8th. This is going to be a good match. Do you think Lin Jin has a chance to win? There were various voices of amazement. Many people started to gather around the major rankings area. When Xinfeng heard 1 Bao's name, he felt surprised and looked in that direction. When he reached the front of the major rankings, he saw a tall, slender man, Lin Jin, whom he had met before. At that time, Lining had questioned how he could cut in line, but was intimidated by the recommendation from his uni sword. Lin Jin approached the tower without hesitation and stepped inside. Xinfeng, standing outside the crowd, was a bit astonished. He only saw Lin Jin enter the tower while Huan Beiyang did not appear at all. He was puzzled, thinking, isn't the challenge supposed to be a duel between 2 people? Just as he was wondering, the stone tablet of the major rankings suddenly updated. Lin Jin wins. Then it showed that Lin Jin had secured the 6th position in the major rankings. In that instant, the crowd outside erupted with excitement. Impressive. Truly impressive. I knew it. Senior brother Lin Jin wouldn't challenge unless he was confident. Yes, 6th place. It seems like just a small improvement, but the rewards are many times greater. I can earn thousands of points every month. That's amazing. Various voices of amazement filled the air. Xinfang was still a bit confused. He glanced at a dark-skinned man next to him and asked, "Excuse me, could you explain how the assessment for the wind and cloud rankings works? What is the main focus of the assessment? Don't we need senior want to fight in the arena?" The dark-skinned man looked at Xinfang and then smiled, realizing something. "You must be a new student, right? Haha. A long time ago, warriors had to fight in the arena to determine the victor. But since the rise of demons, things have changed. All warriors are now the main force against the demons. The higher-ups at the Demon Suppression Hall don't want warriors fighting each other too much, so they provided each training academy with 2 wind and cloud towers. It is said that treasures in the wind and cloud towers can create mirror images of the warriors. If you defeat your opponent's mirror image, you naturally move up in rank." Xinfang was surprised. "Is there really such a method? Can the mirror image replicate all the warriors' skills?" The darkened man replied with a smile. "Of course not. That's why warriors need to continuously improve their mirror images through repeated battles, making their mirror images stronger. Often the rankings on the wind and cloud list are determined through this back and forth fighting, making the mirror images increasingly powerful." Xinfang nodded. "I see." He then looked at the top ranks on the wind and cloud list and asked, "So the top warriors must have incredibly strong mirror images?" The darkened man nodded. "Yes. To enter the wind and cloud rankings, you need at least the strength of a peak 3rd-tier fighter. Otherwise, even if you manage to get on the list, you can easily be pushed off. Of course, just getting on the list, even for a moment, allows you to receive rewards. Each one of them is a potential master." As he spoke, admiration shone in his eyes. Listening to this, Shenfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He didn't expect such a fighting method. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about injuries. To challenge the wind and cloud rankings, he needed to pass the wind and cloud minor rankings. Seeing this, Xinfang decided to move on. He walked directly towards the wind and cloud small ranking. The dark-skinned student beside him saw Xinfang's actions and shook his head with a smile, saying, "He really is a newcomer. He's truly unaware of the challenges ahead if he hasn't entered the wind and cloud great ranking. How would he know how hard it is to achieve a high rank there? He didn't pay much attention to it." At that moment, as Xinfang stepped into the wind and cloud small ranking, everything around him seemed to change instantly. He initially thought there would be the mirror images mentioned by the man, and he was ready to see how big the gap was. However, he was taken aback the moment he stepped in. It felt like a buzzing sound filled his ears, and when he opened his eyes again, everything had transformed. Is this the challenge of wind and cloud? Xinfang opened his eyes and looked ahead, surprised. Unlike the wind and cloud great ranking, the test of the small ranking was rumored to be a test of mental will. As he entered the first layer, he felt as if he had stepped into a space filled with white mist. In his view, everything around him was shrouded in white fog. Suddenly, with a roar, 3 black wolf-like creatures charged at him from the side. Roar. Amidst the roar, he could even sense the fierce energy emanating from the wolves. Early-stage 2nd-tier wolf monsters. Xinfang narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. With a sneer, he showed no concern for these 2nd-tier creatures. With a swift motion, he brought down a sword. Swish. With just a swing, the heads of the wolves flew into the air. Then the surrounding white mist dissipated. A voice echoed in his ears. "First layer challenge passed. Please proceed to the 2nd layer." As the white mist cleared, Xinfang finally saw the scene of this layer. In the first layer of the wind and cloud tower, there were stone platforms, each engraved with formations. As the mist cleared, he noticed that several other stone platforms had people on them, but they were all trapped in formations. Is this an illusion formation? Xinfang pondered softly. Before him was a path leading directly to the stairs of the 2nd layer. If one did not pass the challenge, they would be sent back immediately. Xinfang pondered for a moment before heading towards the stairs to the 2nd level. Suddenly, he looked surprised. Information flashed in his mind. "You have passed the first illusionary array. Your spirit has increased by 1. Xinfang's eyes lit up, "So I can increase my spirit attribute." It was indeed a test of mental strength. Without hesitation, he moved forward and stepped into the 2nd level. In this level, he faced 3 mid-level 2nd-tier monsters. Using the red flame blade technique, he swiftly defeated them. Spirit 2. Next was the 3rd level, where he encountered 3 late-stage 2nd-tier monsters. In the 4th level, it was 3 perfected 2nd-tier monsters. By the 5th level, he faced an illusionary array with 3 early-stage 3rd-tier monsters. This made Xinfang feel a bit serious. Is the gap really this big? He was surprised, but as he continued to advance, his spirit kept increasing. He felt no pressure from these attacks and shattered the monsters with his punches. In the 6th level, Xinfang thought it would still be an illusion. However, upon reaching this level, a black monster puppet appeared. Real attack Xinfang was taken back. Roaring, the monster charged at him. Red flame blade technique. Xinfang shouted, boom. He was pushed back a few steps for the first time. Looking at the puppet ahead, his expression turned serious. This is at least a mid-level third-tier technique. He hadn't expected just one puppet in this level, but its defense and strength were terrifying. Bring it on. Xinfang narrowed his eyes. Cloud smoke free step. Buzz. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was directly behind the puppet. He then swung his long knife, cutting through the puppet's neck. With a crisp sound, the puppet's body fell apart. I passed the 6th level. The path to the 7th level was revealed. Xinfang picked up his long knife. A hint of surprise in his eyes. This ranking list was indeed quite dangerous. To get through the 6th level, he had relied on his unique movement technique to break the puppet. Without that, he would likely need to be at least mid-level 3rd tier. Now, he had already passed 5 levels of illusion in one puppet. His mental strength has increased by 15 points, mental 35. As he looked around, Xinfo could sense his surroundings much more clearly. The previous puppet's attack seemed to slow down several times in his eyes. A light flashed in Xinfeng's eyes. Once I get out, I can explore other professions and see if I can develop them. With such immense mental power, he should also gain from other professions. Next, he stepped into the 7th layer. When Xinfeng entered the 7th layer, the outside world experienced some tremors. Everyone was still focused on the competition for the wind and cloud rankings. After all, Lin Jin had just defeated Huan Beiyang in the rankings. In this situation, someone would usually send word to Huan Beiyang and he would arrive soon. So instead of fewer people, there were actually more. Many were waiting to see the outcome of Huan Beiyang's challenge. During this process, some people suddenly noticed changes in the rankings of the wind and cloud minor rankings. Someone exclaimed, wow, look, the wind and cloud minor rankings have changed. Who is the 10th place Xinfeng? What the wind and cloud minor rankings have changed? No way. I remember the previous 10th place was in the 6th layer of the wind and cloud tower. Did someone pass through the 6th layer in a faster time? I've never heard of Xinfeng. Did he train in secret for a long time just to make an appearance and claim a reward? Various exclamations filled the air. The rankings of the wind and cloud minor rankings are not as famous as the major ones. However, entering the wind and cloud minor rankings still attracts a lot of attention, at least indicating a successful breakthrough in the 3rd tier. Such martial artists would pique the interest of many forces. Among the crowd, the dark-skinned man who had chatted with Xinfeng earlier looked surprised. Could it be that person? As an experienced student, he recognized most names on the wind and cloud minor rankings. This suddenly appearing unfamiliar name made him think of Xinfeng. Could it really be him? He looks like a newcomer who knows nothing about the academy. The dark-skinned man murmured softly. Now he focused on the wind and cloud minor rankings, feeling that its current appeal seemed even greater. At that moment, a figure rushed over amidst the exclamations. It was Huan Beiyang, originally ranked 6th on the wind and cloud list, who now wore a serious expression. After arriving at this place, he planned to enter the wind and cloud list directly. At that moment, he heard about the changes in the small wind and cloud list. When he saw the familiar name Xinfeng, a hint of surprise and joy appeared in his eyes, and he chuckled. Indeed, the Cloud and Dawn Sword Master has a good eye. Brother Qin, wait for me to reclaim my ranking on the big list, and then we will celebrate together. With a light laugh, Huan Beiyang stepped directly into the Tower of the Wind and Cloud list. Meanwhile, many students were trying to find out who Xinfeng was. During this process, Xinfeng's ranking on the small wind and cloud list was rapidly rising, causing the surrounding students to gasp in amazement. 7th floor. The moment Xinfeng stepped in, a roar echoed. He quickly looked around and his expression turned serious. There were 3 mid-level 3rd-tier monsters, a wolf, a tiger, and an ape, all covered in black fur with blood-red glimmers in their eyes. However, these 3 monsters were contained within a silver formation that descended from above, enveloping them like a dome. The blood-red light flickered in their eyes, and a frenzied aura erupted from them. They continued to strike the formation barrier, becoming even more frantic upon seeing Xinfeng. Xinfeng's expression grew tense. 3 mid-level 3rd-tier monsters were indeed a challenge. At that moment, words appeared beside him. Exit the formation barrier and you will fail the assessment. Come, Xinfeng narrowed his eyes and said firmly. Without hesitation, he stepped into the formation barrier. Roar. In that instant, the 3 monsters charged at Xinfeng. Come. Cloud smoked carefree steps. With narrowed eyes, Xinfeng shouted, and his figure moved like a shadow, evading the combined attack of the 3 monsters. He then shouted, killing intense shock, buzz. In that moment, a terrifying aura radiated from Xinfeng, spreading to the surrounding area. The monsters charging at him were met with his overwhelming killing intent, and in an instant, he severed one monster's head with a single strike. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground with a loud thud. Qinfeng moved like a shadow, swiftly, passing behind two monsters and striking them down with a single. You have defeated a monster. Your killing intense skill proficiency has increased. Information refreshed. Qinfeng squinted slightly, deep in thought as he looked ahead. The path to the 8th level had appeared. He felt a sense of seriousness. 3 mid-level monsters had already appeared on the 7th level. Wouldn't the 8th level have late-stage monsters at this moment? A thought crossed Qinfeng's mind. Based on the information he had gathered, entering the 8th level should allow him to reach the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud leaderboard. Right, this meant he could earn nearly 10,000 points. If that was the case, he had already achieved his goal. This time, however, considering the resources needed for future cultivation, Qinfeng stepped directly into the 8th level. As expected, there were 3 late-stage monsters in the 8th level. Qinfeng felt a bit of pressure. Nevertheless, he activated his dragon-scale talent, unleashing dozens of times more strength and defense, and forcefully defeated the 3 monsters. Sensing the fluctuations of energy within him, Xinfo let out a breath. It was clear that the Blackstone Academy's testing methods had their reasons. Under such power, he now felt a bit anxious about the 9th level. He wondered what kind of challenge awaited him there. After adjusting his breathing in the 8th level, a cold light flashed in his eyes. No matter what, he had come this far. Even if there were peak-level monsters in the 8th level, he would step in and see what it was all about. With these thoughts in mind, Shanfeng took a step into the 9th level. At that moment, outside the Wind and Cloud Tower, many people had already gathered. Numerous students were focused on the Wind and Cloud leaderboard. Even Huan Baoyang, who had intended to challenge Lin Jin, had stopped and stood outside the tower, his eyes filled with shock. He had paused to see what was happening after hearing about unexpected events on the leaderboard, just as he was about to enter the Wind and Cloud Tower. To his surprise, he saw Chunfeng's name soaring up the ranks. From the initial 10th place, he had quickly risen to 2nd place in a short time. This represented something significant, leaving countless people in awe. Many students from Blackstone Academy gathered around, filled with various shocked voices. "Who is this Qinfeng? Do you know? I heard he's a new student who joined our academy just a few days ago. How can he be aiming for the top of the Rising Stars list already? Is that true, or was Qinfeng already a 3rd-tier warrior before joining us? If that's the case, it makes sense. But if Qinfeng really reached this level in just a few days, that's terrifying. That seems impossible. The current top of the Rising Stars list is senior sister Hu Yushuan, whose talent is among the best in our academy's history. Qinfeng can't possibly surpass her on his first attempt, right?" The students discussed this with surprise in their eyes. Among the crowd, Huan Baiyang was also amazed. Qinfeng making it onto the Rising Stars list was shocking enough. Now he was directly aiming for the top spot. There has never been a precedent for this in Blackstone Academy. Now One Belong stood still, feeling a hint of anticipation. I wonder if Qinfeng can make it past the 9th level. Even if he doesn't surpass Wei Yuan, he should at least rank 2nd, which would still be a great achievement. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, who had always been annoyed by Huan Baiyang, had been waiting here after challenging him for the top ranking. He wanted to mock Huan Baiyang but didn't expect to encounter such a situation. At this moment, Lin Jin's face was extremely grim as he murmured, "Is this Chunfeng the same one from before?" His eyes were filled with shock. If he remembered correctly, Chunfeng had entered the academy for less than a week, right when he last saw him. Xinfeng was a warrior, but definitely not at the 3rd tier. This meant that in less than a week, Xinfeng had managed to defeat 3rd-tier monsters, and among 3rd-tier warriors, he was considered strong. Interesting, Lin Jin muttered softly, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Xinfeng had no idea what was happening outside the tower. After all, he didn't know much about the challenges of the Rising Stars Tower. If he had prepared better, he might have cleared the levels even faster. As for the 9th level of the Rising Stars list, he originally thought it would be similar to before, involving battles against monsters or tests of mental strength. He did not expect that upon entering the 9th level, the challenge would be beyond his imagination. When he saw what was ahead, he was immediately shocked. What is this? As Chunfeng stepped into the 9th level, he felt a mix of seriousness and anticipation. Based on his earlier guesses, he thought there would be peak 3rd-tier monsters here. He had already defeated a peak 3rd-tier wolf monster before, so he wasn't too worried. However, he was surprised to find the 9th level completely quiet. There were no monster roars or illusions attacking him. It was peaceful here. The ground was covered with white jade stones. In the center, there was a white jade platform about 2 m long and 1 m high and wide. On the platform from left to right were 3 white jade slips, each covered by a small formation. Is this some kind of technique? Qinfeng murmured in surprise. This scene reminded him of when he selected techniques in the scripture pavilion, but now there were only these 3 slips in this level, which puzzled him. He regretted not gathering more information about the challenges of the Wind and Cloud Tower before entering. Clearly, this was different from what he had expected. Just as he was still wondering, suddenly a wave of energy flickered on the platform. Then a figure resembling a beam of light appeared, transforming into an old man dressed in coarse linen. His hair was gray and he wore a gentle smile. Looking at Qinfeng, he chuckled. I didn't expect someone of such low rank to attract attention, the kind old man said with a smile. Shunfeng's expression turned serious as he took a step back, looking at the figure before him, feeling a mix of shock and awe. Although he knew this was a fantasy world, it was his first time witnessing a figure materialize out of thin air. Even though the old man seemed harmless, the very fact that he could appear like this left Qinfeng both amazed and cautious. He dared not express any other thoughts and simply cupped his hands, saying, I am Qinfeng, a student. It's an honor to meet you, senior. Regardless of what it is, it should be related to the demon patrol in this wind and cloud tower. Not taking direct action is good news. The ethereal old man noticed Qinfeng's thoughts and smiled, saying, I am the spirit of the wind and cloud tower. I am very happy to see a new talent emerged from the human race. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Qinfeng was shocked and said, Spirit, the spirit of this tower. The ethereal old man smiled and replied, Of course, I am the spirit of this tower. Qinfeng breathed a sigh of relief. In this fantastical world, he had seen some information. In this world, weapons can give rise to spirits after reaching a certain level. It is quite normal for a spirit to appear here. However, at that moment, the ethereal tower spirit continued to smile and said, Not only this tower, but in the great Qin dynasty, all the affiliates of the demon patrol have 2 wind and cloud towers. All the spirits of these wind and cloud towers are made. The wind and cloud tower spirit said with a smile on its face. At that moment, Qinfo was shocked. What all the spirits of the wind and cloud towers are you, senior? Qinfo was truly astonished. According to the information he had, the great Qin dynasty had territories across the 9 provinces and 36 states. The Blackstone city he was in was just one of the counties in the southern mountain prefecture of Yun province. There were at least dozens of such counties in a single state. A single state had at least hundreds of themes. In the 9 provinces, there were over 1,000 mis. All of them are from this one spirit. The wind and cloud tower spirit smiled and said, That is natural. The wind and cloud ranking is the top-tier artifact of the demon patrol, and I have merely divided myself into thousands of avatars. Each avatar guards a sub-tower, and usually I do not appear. This time I sensed your rapid progress, so I came to see your talent. Qinfeng felt relieved upon hearing this and smiled. I see. How is this talent assessed? He was a bit confused about what the wind and cloud tower spirit meant. The wind and cloud tower spirit then walked to the stone platform behind and said with a smile, Here are 3 high-grade martial arts techniques. According to the previous testing process, if you can comprehend one of these techniques within a day, you will pass the assessment. However, your speed in clearing the levels is impressive. I believe you have better options. I can allow you to exchange the 3 advanced martial techniques here for 3 basic techniques. You can choose one to practice, and if you master it within a day, you will have successfully passed. Of course, you can also choose the advanced martial techniques. Qinfeng was surprised and happily said, Is there such a reward? This was truly unexpected for him. He entered the wind and cloud tower to earn points and exchanged them for resources to practice, including new techniques. He didn't expect that there would be a talent assessment within the wind and cloud tower. Practicing martial techniques was not difficult for him. With his proficiency panel, he could record any technique after practicing it once. In that case, it wouldn't take him a day at all. After a moment of thought, Qinfeng said, I will choose the basic martial technique. Then he asked Senior Tower Spirit, Can I only practice one? Can I practice all 3? The Tower Spirit smiled and said, Haha, of course you can, but for a martial artist, both talent and energy are limited. Basic techniques can even be used at the master level. Being able to master one of this level is enough to greatly change your combat power. Don't bite off more than you can chew. As he spoke, the Tower Spirit's eyes showed concern. As the Tower Spirit, he had seen many talented individuals over the years. He had given out upgrades to basic techniques and even advanced techniques. However, very few of those talented martial artists truly rose to greatness. Although Qinfo was impressive, clearing 8 levels quickly caught his attention, he still didn't consider him among the top tier of talents. In fact, Qinfeng's desire to practice all 3 basic techniques at once made him feel a bit uneasy. Qinfeng just smiled and said, I wonder what standard you might suggest, senior. I can give it a try. Basic martial techniques. He had only seen a few in the scripture pavilion. Moreover, the exchange price was extremely high. Since he had such a great opportunity this time, he truly didn't want to give it up easily. The spirit of the wind and cloud tower upon hearing this looked at Qinfo and felt a bit displeased. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can grasp a basic level of a ground level skill within 1 hour, I will allow you to understand a second martial technique. If you can do that within another hour, you can then learn a third martial technique." "How does that sound?" the spirit of the wind and cloud tower said seriously. When looking at Chinfo, there was a hint of seriousness in their eyes. "Of course, your time to comprehend is limited to 1 hour, just like the others who have reached the peak. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, within this hour, you will not have another chance to comprehend the skill." As the spirit spoke, they looked at Xinfang with a calm expression. As the spirit of the wind and cloud tower of the great Kai dynasty, their main purpose was to be fair and impartial, selecting top talents for the great Qin. However, this did not mean that geniuses could act arrogantly and demand without limits. Qinfang nodded and replied, "All right, I accept." He noticed the spirit's anger, but felt that he still gained an opportunity. For him, 1 hour was essentially the same as one day when it came to practicing. Understanding this, Chunfeng looked forward to the spirit of the wind and cloud tower. The spirit nodded, then moved to the back of the stone platform. With a wave of their hand, the 3 original advanced martial techniques on the platform transformed into 3 ground-level techniques. Then the spirit vanished from sight, leaving only a voice that echoed, "Qinfang, you have 1 hour now." Xinfang nodded. Yes, he quickly focused on the 3 martial techniques before him. When he saw the information about them, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Truly, these were top-tier techniques that surpassed the heavenly level. Now he needed to decide which one to choose and quickly succeed in his training. The first one, Diamond Demon Fighting Fist, is a high ground technique. It is a powerful and expansive fist technique that can also strengthen the entire body. The second one, Ninefold Golden Bell Shield, is also a high ground technique. Once mastered, it can create a protective golden bell around the practitioner which cannot be broken before it protects them from harm. The third one, Sky Falcon Technique, is a high ground movement technique. Looking at the 3 martial techniques, Qinfeng felt shock and admiration. It seemed that the spirit of the wind and cloud tower was testing his comprehension by presenting him with 3 high ground techniques. "It's incredibly powerful." Xinfang looked amazed. Next, he had to choose which martial art to practice first. For the first martial art, he naturally wanted to learn it as quickly as possible. This way, he could understand other techniques. After a short time, Qinfang decided to practice the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist first. This is an attack-focused martial art, and the Diamond Shield can be considered an internal skill, which is also harder to master. The Sky Canopy technique also involves the flow of true energy. Normally, these techniques could only be practiced by 4th-tier practitioners. Now, however, he was exposed to them early in the Storm Tower. This surprised Qinfeng a bit, but it was only for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, "Let's try the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist first." The spirit of the Storm Tower, watching from the void, replied with a smile, "Okay, Buzz." Then the formation covering the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist was removed, revealing the martial art jade slip inside. As the spirit of the Storm Tower looked at Qinfo, it thought, "Looks like he thinks the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist is the easiest." "Huh, I knew you would think that." The spirit of the Storm Tower had some expectations in its eyes. It had rarely seen a talent like this, and it had seldom encountered a genius who actively wanted to practice higher-level martial arts. This way, it could see how far Qinfeng could go. If he could really meet the requirement of mastering the entry level of the Earth-tier martial art within an hour, it would be worth paying attention to. At that moment, Qinfeng received the complete text of the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist. Currently, the highest-level martial art he practiced was the heavenly-level Blood Dragon Devouring technique. However, that was formed after merging techniques, and once he had entered, it was almost effortless to practice. Now he had no worries about this Earth-level technique. However, he didn't expect that after receiving the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist. As the information flooded into his mind, he was a bit surprised. "Is this really just the first half of the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist?" Xinfang exclaimed. As part of the assessment, he naturally had to pass the test to obtain the complete martial art. Now, what he had was just the first half, which he thought was a martial art, but he didn't expect that even the first half had a full 108 variations. To master it, he needed to grasp all 108 variations at a minimum. Once he reaches a high level during an attack, the true energy can wrap around, allowing him to eventually understand the essence of the demon's subduing fist. Looking at the introduction of this martial art, Qinfeng felt a sense of awe. Let's give it a try. With this thought in mind, Qinfeng began practicing the Diamond Demon Subduing Fist on the 9th level. There are a total of 108 variations. For others, it would be difficult just to finish watching them. Furthermore, mastering the movements requires practice and familiarity. However, for Qinfeng, it was different. He started practicing each variation of the Diamond Demon Subduing Fist one by one as if he were trying to feel each movement. The spirit of the wind and cloud tower hidden in the void shook its head at this scene. It seems I overestimated this warrior. This does not look like a top genius. Instead, he seemed somewhat dull. With this thought, the spirit even considered interrupting Qinfeng's training, but remembering what it had just said, it shook its head and disappeared. After all, it was only an hour. And then it could just send Xinfeng out. If he couldn't succeed in his training, his ranking on the wind and cloud list would reflect that. All students from various Mies generally have the opportunity to comprehend a martial art on the 9th level. There is only one chance. Those who can understand more will naturally have more opportunities when challenging the wind and cloud list. Qinfeng was completely unaware of the spirit's departure. He did not know that in the spirit's eyes, he had become a somewhat talented warrior who only talked big and aimed too high. Of course, even if he knew, Qinfeng wouldn't care. Right now, he was simply focused on completing each variation of the Diamond Demon Subduing Fist. With some anticipation in his eyes, he thought that once he completed all the variations, he should be able to enter the next level. He wondered what characteristics this Earth-level martial art would awaken. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as Qinfeng entered the 9th level, the passage to challenge the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Tower closed. This is a feature of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Only one person can comprehend a martial art at a time. Once this news was confirmed, it attracted a lot of attention. Huanbong, also in the outside world, looked on with anticipation and softly said, "Qinfo, how long can you last in there? The 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Tower is where one comprehends martial arts techniques. Almost everyone knows that the longer you spend understanding in this tower, the more you gain. Except for Huanbong on the other side of the Wind and Cloud Tower, Qiyin, who stood there looking up at the tower with surprise. He softly murmured, could it be that Xinfeng is a disciple of that uni swordmaster? Was he already a Heil warrior before coming to our academy otherwise? How could he have achieved so much in such a short time? There was a hint of shock and anticipation in Qin Hu's eyes. No matter what, as long as a new talent awakens, it's a good thing for him. Qinfeng was unaware of the situation outside. At this moment, he was slowly completing the transformation of the Diamond Shield Fist. As time passed, after about 10 minutes, Qinfeng's eyes lit up with joy. I did it. The panel refreshed with new information. You have completed a session of practicing the Diamond Shield Fist. Your entry-level proficiency has increased. Martial technique, Diamond Shield Fist. Entry progress 1. Not bad, Qinfeng thought with happiness. He checked the time. It had been less than 20 minutes. However, he noticed that the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower did not appear again. This made Qinfeng ponder. Perhaps it wasn't enough yet. He continued to practice the Diamond Shield Fist. With each repetition, the information on the panel kept refreshing. You have completed a session of practicing the Diamond Shield Fist. Your proficiency has increased by 2. Your proficiency in the Diamond Shield Fist is improving, especially after reaching the entry level of the Diamond Shield Fist. His subsequent training saw a significant increase in proficiency. His movements became faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, as Qinfeng moved with great energy, a howling sound began to rise in the 9th level. Martial Technique Diamond Shield Fist Entry Progress 30. During this process, Qinfeng's proficiency in the Diamond Shield Fist continuously improved, reaching 30. Moreover, the howling sound echoed throughout the Great Hall of the 9th level, and even the spiritual energy swirled around as Qinfeng threw his punches. Have you succeeded in your training? Just as Qinfeng executed the Diamond Subduing Fist again, a voice filled with shock rang out. Qinfeng turned to see the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, who had left earlier, now hovering above the stone platform, watching his movements with wide eyes. Qinfeng cupped his hands and smiled. I think I've made some progress thanks to the gifts from the tower spirit. The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower looked at Qinfo filled with admiration. Then it asked directly which of the 2 remaining martial arts will you choose. The other 2 martial arts were the Golden Bell Shield and the Sky Falcon technique. Both of these techniques involved true energy. The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower was already considering whether to lower the difficulty for Qinfeng. Although it appeared calm, it was stirred inside. It had only been less than an hour since Qinfeng left, far less than the 2 hours it had given him. In fact, it felt that Qinfeng's entry time was even earlier than its own. This was a ground-level martial art. Even the top geniuses from the central continent struggled to achieve such speed. Truly a genius. After thinking for a moment, Qinfeng said, I choose the Golden Bell Shield. He had always been very interested in this technique, which was a top-tier defensive skill. As long as the true energy was constant, no enemy could break through the Golden Bell Shield. Fortune Foam. It was the perfect defensive martial art. Moreover, he had already gathered some red flame blade kai within him. Though it was only a few strands, it should be enough to begin practicing the Golden Bell Shield. The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower nodded. Good. It could naturally sense the true energy within Qinfeng. Awakening true energy at such a young age was indeed a sign of genius. This time, it did not leave, but instead sat cross-legged in midair above the stone platform. It watched as Qinfeng sat down and began to practice the Golden Bell Shield. It wanted to see how Qinfeng could grasp such a high-level martial art in less than an hour. In its view, Qinfeng was simply meditating on the Golden Bell Shield. A strand of true energy was clumsily circulating within him, moving very slowly and weakly, following the meridian route of the Golden Bell Shield. It was operating at a sluggish pace. It seemed as if he was not truly practicing the technique, but merely trying to complete the circulation of that strand of true energy. It is very likely that a moment of carelessness could cause this thread of true energy to vanish without a trace. Compared to many other martial artists he has seen, the chance of successfully cultivating the Golden Bell Shield within an hour is extremely small. How could one possibly succeed in cultivating the Golden Bell Shield like this, however? Not long after, just as he sensed that Xinfeng's true energy was about to disappear, a sudden fluctuation appeared. Thus, with this fluctuation, a faint golden bell shadow emerged around Xinfeng, enveloping his entire body. What the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit, who was originally sitting cross-legged, was filled with shock at that moment and suddenly stood up. In the next moment, he appeared beside Xinfeng. Seeing the faint golden bell shadow that emerged from Qinfeng, he even reached out to touch it with his finger buzz. With a buzzing sound, the golden bell shadow slowly dissipated. But the expression on the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit's face was not one of doubt. Instead, it was filled with astonishment. Has he really entered the realm of cultivation? The Wind and Cloud Tower spirit murmured in surprise. This was truly unbelievable. It had been less than 10 minutes. The cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield mainly tests the martial artist's mental control and their ability to manage the true energy within them. If he was not mistaken, Qinfeng had barely managed to gather a few threads of true energy to cultivate a martial skill. This true energy could hardly have any significant effect, let alone control it to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield. This was beyond his expectations. As the Golden Bell shadow shattered, Qinfeng opened his eyes and looked at the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit, smiling. Senior Tower Spirit, I must have entered the realm of cultivation right at this moment. Qinfeng looked at the information on the panel and felt a bit of joy. You have completed a session of Golden Bell Shield cultivation, awakening a new martial skill. Golden Bell Shield, martial skill. Golden Bell Shield in cultivation progress 15. Sensing the Golden Bell shadow appearing on his body, Qinfeng felt a sense of happiness. He had noticed when the Wind and Cloud Tower spirit appeared that he wanted to see what effect the Golden Bell Shield had. He had only used a thread of true energy if he used all of his true energy to condense the Golden Bell Shield. Qinfeng felt that even the previous 3-tiered demon wolf would probably be unable to break through his Golden Bell Shield defense. This was truly impressive. The spirit of the tower suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded, saying, Yes, you have entered the path of cultivation. I will keep my promise to you. This is the upper volume of the 3rd-level Earth martial skill, the Sky Falcon technique. Normally, only the upper volume is given. If you can successfully enter the path of cultivation, I will provide you with the complete Sky Falcon technique, which can reach the heavenly level of movement skills. Even among the entire Dukian, it ranks among the top movement skills, allowing you to unleash a speed comparable to a 5th-level warrior, even when you are below the 4th level. Moreover, the denser your true energy, the faster your speed will be. Once you reach the 4th level, no one below the master level will be able to catch up to you. It is one of the most elite life-saving movement techniques in the Dayan dynasty. The spirit of the tower looked at Qinfeng with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Is it really that strong? Qinfeng was surprised by the spirit of the tower's words. He knew how terrifying a 6th-level warrior could be. They could manipulate the heavens and earth, altering the very elements. According to what one Beiyang had said before, one person could destroy an entire city. After learning this, Qinfeng had always felt a bit worried. He wanted to directly enter the Black Mountain to see what was inside that could attract the attention of the Cloud Dawn Sword cultivator and so many top-tier experts. It was precisely because of his concern about the 6th-level monsters that he hesitated to step inside. Now there was actually a technique that could enhance his speed to a level comparable to a 6th-level monster. It was incredibly powerful. He did not doubt the spirit of the tower's intentions and immediately began to practice the Sky Falcon technique. He planned to reach a level of proficiency before awakening new talents so that once his speed increased, even if he couldn't win, he could at least escape. Unlike the Cloud Smoke leisurely step, which was merely derived from a yellow-grade martial skill, it was very simple. Although it improved his speed, its main function was limited to short-range movements. In contrast, the Sky Falcon technique focused more on long-distance dashes. Following the practice of the Sky Falcon technique, Chinfo carefully controlled his true energy, cautiously guiding it through the meridians in his legs. The meridians involved in the Sky Falcon technique were quite complex. Chinfeng controlled the flow of true energy very slowly, as if he were worried about damaging the meridians. The spirit of the wind and cloud tower, watching Chinfeng on the stone platform, was filled with confusion. It shouldn't be like this. In its eyes, Chunfeng's speed of cultivation and understanding resembled that of a martial artist with weak talent. Moreover, his meridians were extremely weak. Otherwise, how could he control his movements so slowly over the years? The wind and cloud tower spirit had encountered many geniuses, some of whom had exceptional talents like being able to connect with all meridians or possessing a natural sword body. For it, those with various top talents were the true geniuses, yet even those top geniuses did not cultivate as quickly as Chinfo. What is going on? The spirit felt puzzled. It wanted to see more clearly. But now, as Chinfo practiced various strengthening techniques and began to master the Golden Bell Shield, a faint golden light covered his body. This left the spirit in awe. If it wanted to forcefully investigate Chunfeng's internal condition, it would have to enter Chunfeng's body with its mind, which could greatly affect Chinfeng's current understanding of the Skyrock technique. It might even cause him to fail in his comprehension, a result the spirit did not wish to see. It could only wait quietly for Chunfeng to complete his training. The Skyrock technique is considered the most powerful and complex among the three martial arts. I wonder if Chinfeng can comprehend it successfully within an hour. Previously, he only understood the Golden Bell Shield in 20 minutes, so the Skyrock technique will definitely require double that time. The spirit murmured to itself. However, at that moment, a loud boom echoed. With a light stomp of his foot, Chunfeng's figure shot out like a phantom, transforming into a streak of golden light and crashing into the wall. You have completed a session of the Skyrock technique. You have successfully learned the martial art Skyrock technique. Martial art Skyrock technique entry progress 10. Now Chinfeng stood in place, his face filled with excitement. That was really fast. He had just completed a full cycle of the Skyrock technique. Normally, he would have failed. After all, the practice of the Skyrock technique required a surge of true energy to achieve extreme speed. Running through it slowly like this should lead to failure. It must be completed at a faster speed. However, for Chinfeng, the moment the complete route formed, he surprisingly solidified it and directly advanced the Tian Peng Zong technique to the beginner stage. At that moment, his mind was flooded with information about the technique, making him much more skilled in its practice. He then instinctively began to practice according to the method of the Tamping Zoing technique. The spirit of the wind and cloud tower on the stone platform was still in shock. He had no idea how Chinfeng had succeeded in his training. Just as he was about to stand up and inform Chinfeng of his success and pass on the complete Tamping Zhonghing technique, he suddenly froze in place. Watching Chinfeng move skillfully within the tower, he was filled with disbelief and astonishment, exclaiming, "Mastery level, how could he become skilled in such a short time?" At that moment, Chinfo, who was practicing the Tian Peng Zong technique, also felt a surge of excitement. He had successfully reached the beginner level and information about the technique appeared on his panel. Following that, the Uni-Shio step began to flash rapidly, leading to a fusion of movement techniques. Your Tampon Zing technique has fused with the Uni-Shio step, greatly increasing your mastery level. Your Tampon Pong Zonanging technique has reached a mastery level. Your intermediate talent, Union Illusion, has evolved into the advanced talent, Tampong Illusion. Martial skill, Tamping Zoning technique mastery level 50. Advanced talent, Tamping Illusion, teleportation, rapid movement, speed boost, confused with Tampon Illusion during movement for a 30 speed increase. Seeing the updated information on his panel, Chinfo was also slightly shocked. Is it really that powerful? With just a slight movement of his mind and a stomp of his foot, he appeared before the wall as if teleporting. It was incredible. Based on the speed he had sensed while traveling with Huan Beiyang, his current speed was far beyond that of Huan Beiyang, who was at the late stage of the 3rd rank. Was his speed already at the 4th rank level? Chinfeng's eyes sparkled with surprise as he softly murmured to himself. He had not tried it yet, but he felt that his current speed was probably among the fastest in the 4th rank. I wonder how my speed compares to a 5th rank warrior, Chinfeng thought with anticipation. Meanwhile, the spirit of the wind and cloud tower was already in shock, unable to recover. At that moment, Chinfeng looked over and respectfully asked, "Senior Tower Spirit, do you know about the second half of the Sky Falcon technique?" Hearing Chinfeng's words, the Tower Spirit finally reacted. While still feeling astonished, he forced himself to control the spirit's image and did not show any signs of it. Chinfeng waited for the Tower Spirit's response. Just from a brief sensing, he could tell how powerful the Sky Falcon technique was. Especially now that it was combined with the Cloud Smoke Leisurely step, his speed had become even more terrifying. He was eager to see what the second half would be. After all, it was a heavenly level technique, and if he could continue to practice it completely, it would surely be incredible. The tower spirit floated in the air, slowly regaining some composure, then said in a deep voice, "This is what you deserve." With a wave of the tower spirit's hand, a golden scroll appeared before Qin Fang. His eyes lit up as he looked at the bamboo slip. However, to his surprise, he noticed a golden light flashing across the slip, blocking his view. This left Qin Fang feeling puzzled. The tower spirit continued. The second half of the Sky Falcon technique has traditionally only been practiced by at least 6-rank warriors. Your talent is exceptional, which is why it is being given to you early. Although there are no requirements for cultivation level, it is still best to fully master the first half of the Sky Falcon technique before practicing the second half. I have placed a seal on the second half. Once your practice reaches perfection, this jade slip will sense it and unlock the seal, allowing you to practice it. Qin Fang remained calm and smiled lightly, saying, "Thank you, Senior Tower Spirit." He could not sense the aura of the Tower Spirit and had approached the second half of the heavenly level technique with a casual attitude. According to the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, he is the spirit of all the affiliate me's of the Demon Patrol, so we shouldn't be deceiving just him. Now he is waiting for the first half of the Sky Ping soaring technique to be perfected before seeing what the second half will be. Moreover, after obtaining the second half of the Sky Pong soaring technique, Qin Fang was about to put it into his storage bag. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the second half of the technique suddenly transformed into a golden light and rushed into his mind. What Qin Fang exclaimed, feeling a bit confused. It seemed as if the second half of the Sky Pong's soaring technique appeared in his mind. However, Chen Feng's expression still showed a hint of shock. At that moment, the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower looked over in surprise and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Heavenly level techniques are basically manifestations of true intent. As long as your soul reaches a certain strength, you can contain it in your sea of consciousness. Take a moment to sense it and see if you can feel anything." Qinfo was a bit surprised and asked, "Sea of consciousness?" The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower looked at Chun Fang with curiosity and replied, "Yes, the sea of consciousness is where the human body contains the soul. The strength of the soul becomes increasingly important in later stages. The fact that you have such strong soul strength at just the second rank is truly remarkable." Hearing this, Chun Fang carefully sensed the technique in his sea of consciousness, and indeed did not feel any danger or harm. He felt a bit more relaxed. However, he still felt a hint of unease. It was alarming that such a simple golden light could so easily enter his sea of consciousness, which is one of the most important places for a martial artist. From the information he had gathered earlier, if the soul were to be harmed, it would likely lead to death. No wonder soul cultivators have such a mysterious reputation. Ordinary martial artists usually only have the option to flee when facing them. Feeling serious, he turned to the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower and asked, "Senior, do you know of any techniques that can strengthen the soul or any technique suitable for soul cultivation at this moment?" Qin Fang had made up his mind. Such a method that could directly enter the sea of consciousness was truly strange. He didn't want to be defenseless when facing a soul cultivator. To deal with this threat, the best solution would be to become a soul cultivator himself. Or at least there should be some means of soul protection. The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower listened to Qin Fang's question and quickly understood what he meant, asking, "Are you worried about soul attacks?" Qin Fang replied, "Yes." "Do you have any methods?" Senior the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower nodded, saying, "Soul cultivators are indeed strange and pose a significant threat to warriors. However, warriors have figured out many ways to defend against soul attacks. Things like treasures that protect the soul or formations that guard the soul can achieve this." Qin Fang's face showed joy. He was about to ask more when the spirit continued. "However, no matter the method, anything related to the soul is extremely valuable. Now that you have received all the rewards from the Wind and Cloud Tower, it is naturally impossible to give you more." Qin Fang felt a bit disappointed, which he had expected. However, he then thought of something and asked, "What about the Wind and Cloud ranking? If I can clear the first level of the Wind and Cloud Tower, does that mean I have a chance to obtain soul cultivation techniques?" Qin Fang felt a sense of hope. He had seen the library in the academy and found no information on soul cultivation techniques. He hoped to gain more from the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, who he saw as a top-tier expert among the many warriors he had encountered. Even the Cloud Dawn Swordmaster would likely not compare to this spirit. After Qin Fang's question, the spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower fell silent. After a moment of thought, the spirit said, "It's not impossible. After all resources and techniques are meant to nurture the talents of our great Qi and human race. If you can clear the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Tower within a year, What harm is there in giving you a soul cultivation technique upon hearing this? Qinfeng's face lit up with a smile as he joyfully said, "Thank you, Senior Wind and Cloud Tower Spirit, for your consideration. I will leave now and will strive to reach the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud ranking in the shortest time possible." The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower smiled and said, "Good." Then it watched as Qinfeng left the Wind and Cloud Tower. The spirit floated in the air, looking at the jade slip on the stone platform, still amazed by Qinfeng's impressive performance. In a low voice he said, "To pass the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud rankings, one needs at least a peak level for cultivation right now. Qinfeng seems to be only at level 2. Is a year really enough time?" The spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower chuckled softly and then vanished in an instant. "Regardless, as long as he is a genius of the great Shen human race, that is enough." At this moment, outside the Wind and Cloud small tower, the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. Various astonished voices surrounded the changes on the Wind and Cloud small rankings. It was when Qinfeng successfully practiced his first Earth-level technique that a huge change occurred on the rankings. His name directly surpassed the previous first-place Hu Yuxuan, making him the new top of the Wind and Cloud small rankings. At this moment, many students from the Blackstone Academy gathered, looking at the changes on the rankings with shock in their eyes. Qinfeng really reached the top of the Wind and Cloud small rankings. Yeah, that's incredible. With such talent, he's definitely a seed for a level 6 warrior. As long as he doesn't fall, he will surely become a new level 6 powerhouse. And he might even reach the level 7 master realm. It's just terrifying. Now, the major families and forces in Blackstone City will probably go crazy. A future genius like this is definitely worth investing in. Indeed, I heard that Wanong City was known for its investments, and the best investment was in a level 9 Heavenly Fire Martial Saint, which helped it expand from a small county to the entire Great Sheen. It's a perfect example of early investment. I've heard that too. Since the rise of Wang City, all the major forces in the Great Qian dynasty have been eager to invest in talents when they are still weak, hoping to benefit when they grow. There were all kinds of discussions. Now, looking at the Wind and Cloud Tower, everyone was amazed to see the name at the top of the rankings remain unchanged. It can even be said that the news had already spread beyond the Blackstone Academy. Many forces began to inquire about who Qinfeng really was. Numerous factions sent people to gather outside the Blackstone Academy, hoping to make contact with Qinfeng as soon as he emerged. When Qinfeng finally came out, he had some expectations and thoughts in his heart. However, he did not anticipate such a commotion outside the Wind and Cloud small tower. When he walked out, many eyes were already on him. There were all kinds of excited voices. "Is that genius Qinfeng coming out?" With someone shouting this, a stir broke out in the crowd. "Qinfeng the genius I want to see. Yes, Huan has been the top genius of our Blackstone Academy in recent years, reaching the peak of the 3rd rank in less than 3 years. This Qinfeng is even more impressive. I heard that Qinfeng has only been awakened for half a month and has become this strong. Is that true? That must be false. Qinfeng looks like one of those prodigies trained in advance by our Dayan people just to make a stunning appearance." Now, there were all kinds of exclamations. Some people even wanted to negotiate. Qinfeng was a bit shocked by this. If he wasn't mistaken, there were actually over 1,000 people gathered outside the Wind and Cloud Tower just to see him. Fortunately, at that moment, one Beiyang shouted from the front of the crowd, "What are you all doing? Qinfeng has just started his challenge. He needs to focus and comprehend his skills. Are you trying to disrupt his training?" With Wu Bao's loud shout, some people were indeed shaken and dared not push forward. At this time, Huan Beiyang grabbed Qinfeng's arm and said, "Let's go, we need to leave." Qinfeng clearly saw the craziness of the crowd and replied, "Okay." Then he quickly left with Huan Beiyang using his movement skills. After returning to his courtyard, he immediately activated the protective array, indicating that he was in seclusion. At this moment, Qinfeng let out a sigh, still in disbelief. "This is too crazy. It's just a Wind and Cloud ranking, right? Huge didn't have this kind of scene before, did she?" Qinfeng said, feeling uncertain. This was completely beyond his expectations. Wen Bong sat on a stone bench nearby, looking at Qinfeng with a complex expression, and smiled. "You probably don't understand how valuable being first on the Wind and Cloud ranking really is. Remember, the Wind and Cloud Tower is present in all the affiliate me's of the Demon Patrol. In addition to motivating students and distributing resources, it serves an even more important purpose: testing the students' talents. Getting first place in the Wind and Cloud Tower is enough to attract all the forces in a county like Blackstone City, and even some forces from larger cities will take notice. You just need to say hello, and many forces will be willing to send resources your way. It can be said that most resources below the 6th rank are not lacking. No matter what your previous identity was, this ranking can change everything for you. From now on, you can represent a powerful force on your own. Wan Beiyang exclaimed in amazement. Xinfang was a bit shocked and asked, "Does it really have such a big impact? Can I also obtain top-level martial arts and soul cultivation techniques?" Huan Beiyang smiled wryly and said, "Not quite. Earth-level martial arts and techniques are definitely not a problem, but obtaining soul cultivation techniques is quite difficult. Soul cultivation techniques correspond to at least the 6th rank of true intent. So you can only have opportunities in that area after reaching true intent or ranking on the wind and cloud list." Xinfang nodded deep in thought. "I see this aligned with what the elder from the Wind and Cloud Tower had mentioned before." Xinfang continued, "What about obtaining demon blood or bodies at the 4th rank, or above, or elixirs that can enhance flesh and blood at the 5th rank or higher?" He realized he was mostly set with techniques. What he needed most now were resources like elixirs and demon blood or bodies. Initially, he planned to hunt in Black Mountain himself, but if a force could prepare everything for him, he would gladly accept. Why search for resources himself when he could focus on his training? One Bang shook his head with a wry smile. "It's challenging. After all, it's just the Wind and Cloud small list, so it can only attract some local forces. Very few larger city or national level forces will pay attention to this. The resources for first place on the Wind and Cloud small list might be comparable to the support for those at the bottom of the Wind and Cloud large list. But to directly bridge such a large gap, you'd probably need to be ranked near the top of the Wind and Cloud large list." As he spoke, there was a hint of sighing and complexity in Wu Bao's eyes. Xinfang shook his head and said, "In that case, I guess I won't need it." His expression was calm. From what he understood, these resources could also be exchanged at Blackstone Academy. There is no need to sign various support contracts with those weaker forces at the county level, as it would only limit oneself. Since that's the case, it's better to wait until after passing the big exam to discuss it further. At that moment, Huan Bong seemed to be deep in thought, and then, as if he had made a decision, he said in a serious tone, "Xinfang, there is another way." Xinfang asked, "What do you mean?" Huan Bong replied, "I am the young master of the Wanzang building in Heshi County. I can represent my father to offer you a contract. We can provide you with 100 portions of 4th rank or higher demon blood and 100 4th rank or hierarchy blood pills each year, but you may need to sign a contract to become a patron of our Wang building in Heishi County." Xinfang was surprised and said, "So, you are the young master of Wang building. No wonder you have so many channels." When he needed demon blood before, he obtained it from Huan Beiyang. And now he found out that Huan Bao could access even higher level demon blood. It turned out he was the young master of Wanning building, which explained the great resources. Huan Bong sighed and said, "Yes, but our resources in Wanning building are limited, so we can only provide some 4th rank demon blood. Anything higher is indeed difficult. Those would require going to the Wang building at the city level." Xinfang nodded and asked, "Does the school's resource exchange have this kind of demon blood?" After coming out of the Fongyan Tower, he had about 8,000 points left. If he could exchange for it at the school, he might not need much external support. Huan Bong said they do have it, but the exchange price at the school's resource center is quite high, and you can exchange for a large amount. It's mainly to prevent students from practicing demon techniques, which could affect their minds or lead them to join the demon sect. To obtain higher grade blood, you either have to hunt in the Black Mountain or participate in some auctions, or go to the city where those larger forces definitely store high-grade demon blood. Xinfang nodded. "I see." He was also deep in thought and could understand Wan Bong's words. However, he sighed inwardly, realizing that obtaining high-grade demon blood would be challenging. Xinfang told Huan Beiyang that he needed to think about it. Next, Xinfang went to the Resource Exchange Center. As expected, the information he received there was similar to what Wan Beiyang had said. Although he currently had 8,000 points, exchanging for a bottle of 4th-grade demon blood required almost 400 to 500 points. This meant he could exchange for a maximum of 20 bottles of high-grade demon blood. After some thought, Xinfang decided to exchange 6,000 points for demon blood, which amounted to 16 bottles of 4th-grade demon blood. He planned to see how much this demon blood could enhance his cultivation. Afterward, Xinfang chose to enter closed-door training. He hung a sign outside his courtyard indicating he was in seclusion. This action left many forces that wanted to invite him to join in silence. Some even shook their heads, saying, "Xinfang is really overestimating himself. I checked his background. He's just an ordinary villager without enough resources to support further progress." Yes, I agree. He may be at the top of the Wind and Cloud small ranking showing some talent, but compared to the Wind and Cloud great ranking and the 3 rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, he is simply incomparable. I think so too. Xinfang is so arrogant now that he won't be able to secure enough resources. It won't be long before he falls behind the others on the Wind and Cloud small ranking. That would be normal. In Blackstone County, many forces, including small families like the Jings, Wungs, Li, and Leus, were eager to invest in Qinfeng, hoping to gain favor before he grew stronger. For these forces, even if Qinfeng only reached the fourth grade realm in the future, it would still be a worthwhile investment. Now that Qinfeng had entered closed-door training, these people felt a bit frustrated. Of course, they only dared to speak ill of him in private and wouldn't say anything openly, fearing his rise. In the academy's teacher's office, Xinhu sighed in relief after learning that Qinfo was in seclusion and had not accepted any investments. He sat down and thought, this can't continue. Although being first on the Wind and Cloud's small ranking brings point rewards and support from the academy, looking at what Xinfeng exchanged for, it's all demon blood along with his blood dragon technique. It seems I need to have a serious talk with the principal. After making up his mind, Qinhu headed straight to the dean's office. Meanwhile, in the Wanning building of Heishi County, Wan Bang was talking to a middle-aged man dressed in golden clothing. Wan Bang expressed his surprise, saying, "Father, I have gathered some information on Qinfeng. His background isn't great, and he really lacks resources. The investment standards I offered are already the highest, yet he didn't agree right away. Instead, he chose to exchange for resources first, and then continued his closed-door training. What do you think he is thinking beside him?" Huanfi, the manager of the Wanning building in Heishi County, was a businessman with a good sense of people, always wearing a friendly smile. After listening to Huan Baoyang, he pondered and replied, maybe he wants even more. But in all of Hashi County, who can compete with our Wang building when it comes to investment, what we at Wanning building prefer is not that others want more, but we worry if these talents want too little. Why not take some time in the next few days to chat with this top talent Chen Phone? If you have time, I can arrange a table for us to talk and see what his thoughts are. If he truly has talent, what does it matter if we offer more, and since you two already have some friendship, just keep that going. Wan Bang nodded respectfully and said, okay, I'll try to contact him soon. After coming out of the Fangyan Tower and choosing to exchange resources for closed-door training, Qinfeng had his own thoughts and was unaware that it would stir various opinions among the forces in Heishi County. Now in his courtyard, he chose to focus on his training. Fortunately, the Heishi Academy had simple protective formations, and with the old principal, who was of the 5th rank in charge, no one dared to act recklessly in the academy. Lin Shua looked at the demon blood Qinfeng had brought back and worriedly asked, "My dear, will this demon blood have any negative effects?" Qinfeng smiled and reassured her, "Of course not. Wife, just focus on preparing some meals. I want to see how much my cultivation can improve this time." Lin nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." She knew that their current life was all thanks to Qinfeng's hard work and training. Qinfeng watched as he closed the door. Linhua felt a hint of loss in her eyes. Inside the room, Qinfeng took out 16 bottles of 4th-grade demon blood. A glimmer of red light flashed in his eyes as he softly said, "Let's go." He then poured the demon blood into his mouth and drank it. Blood dragon devouring technique. Qinfeng's mind stirred, and he immediately began to use the cultivation path of the blood dragon devouring technique. With his talent for energy absorption, he continuously refined the demon blood. You have refined 4th-grade demon blood. Your blood dragon devouring technique proficiency has increased by 10 points. Your blood dragon devouring technique proficiency is still increasing. As he refined each bottle of demon blood, the proficiency of his blood dragon devouring technique continued to rise. When he reached the 5th bottle of 4th-grade demon blood, new information finally refreshed on the panel. Bus. In that moment, Qinfeng felt a surge of powerful energy filling his entire body. His flesh began to undergo a new transformation. Your blood dragon devouring technique has reached the perfect state of the 2nd level. Your blood dragon devouring technique has broken through to the entry level of the 3rd level. Cultivation level early 3rd grade technique. Blood dragon devouring technique. 3rd level entry progress 1. Qinfeng's eyes brightened. Have I finally broken through? At that moment, his energy was rapidly circulating and his body was becoming stronger. Feeling the improvement in his cultivation, he was filled with joy. He had finally reached the 3rd grade level. Thanks to refining the demon blood, his progress was indeed fast. Looking at the remaining 11 bottles of demon blood, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Let's see if this demon blood can elevate my cultivation to an even higher level. Now his cultivation had reached the 3rd grade, and he had already condensed true energy within him. The practice of the blood dragon devouring technique was related to the demon blood he consumed. For other martial artists practicing similar techniques, the greatest concern was the malevolent energy contained in the demon blood. A careless mistake could lead to being overwhelmed by this energy, damaging the soul, or even going astray. However, for Qinfo, he had no such worries. He just needs to keep practicing. And the traits he awakens will suppress all the negative energy in the demon blood. There is no need for any worries in this situation. As long as he has enough demon blood, his cultivation can progress rapidly. Keep practicing, Shunfeng thought with some anticipation, wondering what talent he would awaken by mastering the third level of the blood dragon devouring technique this time. He also wondered when he could combine the various talents of this technique. If that happened, he would surely awaken a very powerful talent. However, while waiting to continue refining the demon blood, Qinfeng's expression became somewhat grim. You have refined 4th grade demon blood. Your proficiency has increased by 5. You have refined 4th grade demon blood. The information kept updating, but it made Qinfeng's face look very serious. After his breakthrough, the proficiency gained from 4th grade demon blood was significantly affected. When he was at the 2nd grade level, 1 bottle of 4th grade demon blood could provide 10 points of proficiency. After the breakthrough, it only provided 5 points. This made Qinfeng sigh. After absorbing the remaining 4th grade demon blood, his blood dragon devouring technique reached a beginner proficiency of 55. There was still a large gap before he could awaken a new talent. What should I do next? Qinfeng pondered. Since he didn't have enough demon blood left, he only had 1,000 reserve points at the school's resource exchange. Even if he used them all, he could only exchange for 2 bottles of 4th grade demon blood. What should I do? Qinfeng sat cross-legged, deep in thought. Did he need to accept investment from other forces after hearing some information from Huan Beiyang? He continued to learn more about this aspect. Investment from a force involved high-grade demon blood, with each bottle costing at least 1,000 taels of silver. It was a very precious resource for any force used in alchemy, weapon forging, and cultivation. Once he accepted resources from these forces, he would typically have to sign contracts. Although they seemed to have no constraints, they usually came with titles like guest elder or bodyguard. After a breakthrough, if he had strength, it would be fine, but if he didn't, he might have to fulfill the contract. In this situation, it is normal to have to carry out various dangerous tasks assigned by others. It is not uncommon to encounter danger or even face setbacks during this process. After all, while being at the top of the small ranking list is prestigious, there are at least 1,000 small towers in the entire Dian dynasty, and the top position is frequently taken by newcomers. Although this draws some attention, it is not significant. Only those who are famous on the national ranking list can truly attract the attention of many powerful factions. Perhaps it's time to think about how to make money, Qinfeng thought to himself. Since entering Blackstone City, he had been using the income he brought from the Hang family. Then he relied on points earned from challenging the small tower for training. Given his talent, he realized that making money was possible. After a moment of thought, he had an idea that would be a special profession. From what he understood, martial artists are the most common profession in the Deconian dynasty. Almost every job involves martial artists. Besides martial artists, there are also very lucrative professions like alchemists, blacksmiths, formation masters, and beast tamers, all of which have high incomes. Among these, the potions made by alchemists greatly enhance the training of martial artists. Especially during challenging moments, Qinfo was able to pass through them easily because of his abilities. For many ordinary martial artists, having potions to ease the difficulty of challenges is worth any price. Additionally, weapons that improve a martial artist's combat power can double their effectiveness. Of course, this is within the same level. For example, in the lower tier, having a weapon makes a significant difference in combat power compared to not having one. In the middle tier, a 4th-tier martial artist wielding a high-quality weapon can even defeat a 5th-tier martial artist without a weapon. Once reaching the 6th tier, new changes occur. However, having a good weapon provides a significant advantage at the same level. Formation masters are also unique. They use various terrains or spirit stones to set up formations. These formations can be used for defense, trapping, or attacking. For major factions, having a strong defensive formation is crucial for their survival. With a powerful protective formation in place, it can definitely buy some time. This way, the chances of survival for the warriors will greatly increase. Additionally, formation masters can inscribe various formations onto special discs, which when thrown act as instant attack methods. This is extremely formidable. As for beast tamers, their main role is to tame various magical creatures. After taming these creatures, they can be controlled, and these beasts can be very useful for different factions. Creatures like traveling antelopes and flying cranes are all very valuable in the beast taming sect. To pursue these special professions, one must have a strong mental power. Qinfeng is quite confident in his mental strength. He just needs to think about how to choose among these special professions. After some contemplation, he began to form some ideas. From what he has learned, alchemy requires the most resources, needing a variety of rare materials to create potions. Although the rewards can be high, if one is careless during the alchemy process, it can lead to the loss of very precious materials. The same goes for weaponsmiths. The strength of this profession often relies heavily on the quality of the materials used. Some top weaponsmiths and alchemists even spend years in harsh conditions waiting for the right moment to create something extraordinary, hoping to gain fame afterward. Looking at all this, Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head. None of these paths appealed to him. However, when he saw the formations, a hint of excitement crossed his mind. So formation masters have such great power, he thought, astonished. According to the books he brought back from the library, there were formation masters who, even when weak, could use a powerful killing formation to wipe out a top faction. The most important thing is that the effectiveness of the formation relies heavily on the precision of the engravings. I should find some time to look into formation techniques, Qinfeng decided. Just then Huan Bong returned, and upon seeing him exclaimed happily, Xinfeng, you've come out of seclusion. My father wants to meet you, he added. Your father, Xinfeng replied, somewhat surprised. Before this, W. Beiyang had revealed his identity to him as the son of the branch leader of Wanning Tower in Heshi County. So Wan Beiyang's father must be the leader of the Wanzheng Tower branch. He had previously entered Wanning Tower and seen its interior. The items inside were diverse and expensive, and only the wealthy nobles of Heshi County could afford to shop there. These people were among the richest in Heshi County. Ordinary martial artists visiting Wang Tower usually only bought some basic items on the lowest floor. Even as a branch in a county, its wealth was astonishing. It could be said that it was one of the richest forces in all of Hashi County. However, given the current chaos in the Dayan dynasty, it was clear that such a branch could not have gained its status through kindness alone. Even as a branch, it was among the top forces in Heshi County, and the status of the Wanning Tower branch leader was likely not much lower than that of the county mayor. Seeing Qinfeng deep in thought, Wang smiled and said, Qinfeng, you don't need to worry. Do you remember what I mentioned about investment last time? I talked to my father and he wants to discuss with you. If you truly have confidence, you might be able to secure even more resources. Moreover, my father usually doesn't impose many restrictions. Also, Wancheng Tower is one of the forces in the entire Dayan dynasty that loves to invest in talented individuals. Listening to Huan Beiyang's words, Qinfeng nodded and said, that is indeed true. During this time, he had received investment offers from other forces. Although some could provide fourth-grade demon blood, their demands were unreasonable. Many smaller forces also had various ideas trying to make him sign unfair agreements while he was still weak. Naturally, he would not agree to that. Among all the invitations, the most generous was from the Wancheng Tower branch. With 100 bottles of fourth-grade demon blood, Qinfeng thought that after refining so much demon blood, it would be enough to advance the blood dragon's third stage to a proficient level. This way, he could awaken a new talent trait. As long as there are enough talented traits, after continuous merging, one can awaken even more terrifying abilities. This way, going to Black Mountain feels much safer. Moreover, based on what he has learned recently, a martial artist needs a massive amount of resources to continuously break through levels. Without sufficient resources, many people remain stuck at the lower ranks for their entire lives. Therefore, Xinfeng has no strong objections to acquiring resources as long as he doesn't sign any outrageous agreements. As for the knowledge about formations he wanted to explore, since it is already late, he decided to set it aside for now. He planned to chat with Huan Bong first and then return to study formations. Not long after, Xinfeng arrived outside Wanning Tower with Wu Bao. The tower still looked magnificent as before. However, when Xinfeng first arrived, he was alone. This time a slightly plump, middle-aged man was waiting at the entrance, smiling as he greeted Qinfeng. He quickly approached and said, Young Master Qin, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go to the 9th floor and chat while we eat. Qinfeng replied a bit surprised and smiled. Thank you, Master Huan. Wang followed closely behind. This scene stunned the customers inside Wang Tower who were busy buying various items. They looked at Qinfo with shock and disbelief. Who is this? Why did Master Huan come to greet him personally? Yeah, could he be from a powerful family in the capital? Or is it a visit from the Wanong Tower inspectors? That's unlikely. He's so young to cause such a stir. Among the crowd, there were various expressions of surprise and envy. Some were students from Blackstone Academy or had heard about Qinfeng and came to learn more about him. Upon seeing his face, some recalled his identity. When they recognized him, someone exclaimed, I know him. I heard he's the genius who recently topped the Young Heroes list at Blackstone Academy and has turned down almost all investment offers from the forces in Blackstone City. Is he here because Wancheng Tower wants to invest in him? Another person filled with envy remarked, so it's this guy. But I heard the authority of the Young Heroes list. Isn't that significant? Right, it can be said that he will definitely break through to become a 4th-tier warrior. However, many warriors who have reached the top of the minor rankings remain stuck at the fourth tier for their entire lives. To receive an audience with Master Huan, one must at least be a remarkable figure on the major rankings. Right, various voices of surprise and discussion filled the air. Many were astonished upon hearing information about Qinfang. They wondered how he had caught the attention of the branch master of the Wanning Tower. Qinfang, unaware of the external chatter, directly ascended to the 9th floor of the Wang Tower with Huan Beiyang and Master Wan. This sight filled many onlookers with envy and amazement. It is known that the Wyong Tower has 9 floors. The first and second floors are typically where lower-tier warriors shop for items. As one ascends, the quality of items increases. The 9th floor is primarily accessed by the upper-class individuals of Heshi City and is where Master Wanny hosts guests. No one expected that such a young warrior like Chunfang could enter the 9th floor. This made Chunfang's name spread among many people. At this moment, Chunfang was entering the 9th floor with Master Wan Fei. Master Wan Fei wore a smile, but upon seeing Qin Foam for the first time, he felt a hint of surprise. He thought 3rd tier and not just a newly promoted, unstable 3rd tier. His foundation is extremely solid. But didn't Wan Bong say that Qinfang was just a 2nd tier? He was puzzled and unsure about Xinfang's situation. Yet he couldn't help but feel amazed. It seemed that there was no need to gather more information. At Qinfang's age and with a short training time, reaching the 3rd tier was an impressive talent, placing him among the top figures who had previously ranked first on the minor rankings. As for reaching the major rankings, it was just a matter of time. This investment would surely pay off. It was just a matter of what kind of cooperation agreement could be reached. Master Wanny smiled and felt satisfied when looking at Huan Beiyang, thinking that this young man was good at making friends. At that moment, after entering the room with Huan Fei and Huan Beiyang and just sitting down, Qinfang felt a hint of surprise. Suddenly, new information refreshed on his panel. Someone has developed a sense of awe for you. Your faith power proficiency 1. Someone has developed gratitude towards you. Your faith power proficiency 1. What is going on? Qinfang was surprised and quickly looked at the panel information. At this moment, the panel was continuously refreshing with lines of information. More importantly, he only sensed a little. Yet he could feel a stream of white energy gathering around him. When he glanced at Wan Fei and Wan Beiyang beside him, they both smiled back. Clearly, they could not see the white energy above his head. Faith power, Qinfang thought. This was a new skill formed from the villager's gratitude after he defeated those monsters. For a long time, his faith power had shown no changes. He thought the skill had stagnated. Unexpectedly, there were such fluctuations now. Moreover, as the faith power surged in, it all flowed into his soul sea. This was where the second half of the Skyrock technique was left. Now in his perception, the Skyrock technique was floating at the center of the soul sea. However, with the influx of faith power, it directly pushed the scroll of the Skyrock technique out. It formed a small swirling mist, creating a tiny sea of fog in that place. The Skyrock technique was now floating outside the circle of faith power. It seemed like the Skyrock technique wanted to return to the center of the soul sea. But when it touched the white faith power, it trembled slightly and stopped moving. As the faith power gathered, he could vaguely sense a faint shadow at the center of his faith power. He felt puzzled. Is this my soul? According to his perception, it should be his soul. This faith power could actually strengthen the soul. He was amazed. It seemed that as long as one's reputation was high enough, one could gather a certain amount of faith power. Skill power of faith progress 61. Seeing the increase in skill proficiency, Qinfang felt a mix of anticipation and amazement. He wondered what talents would awaken once the power of faith skill reached full proficiency. However, the progress of the skill had begun to slow down. It seemed that awakening a talent characteristic would require some time. At that moment, Wanfi had been paying attention to Qinfang and sensing his state. Meanwhile, Qinfang was somewhat absorbed in the improvement of his power of faith, seemingly unaware of what was happening around him. Seeing this, Wan Beiyang felt a bit anxious and said with a smile, "Brother Chun, do you remember the investment plan I mentioned last time? Do you have anything to add?" Chunfang set aside his thoughts about the power of faith and replied, "Are you asking for 100 bottles of 4th-grade demon blood? I mainly want to know what you need me to do," he inquired. Based on the various conditions given by other forces before, it was clear that to obtain resources from a faction, one must offer something in return. Everything was about balance. The reason he stayed with Wyong Tower was that Huan Beiyang provided the most lenient conditions. He only needed to become a supporter of Wanning Tower after achieving a certain level of cultivation. Now it depended on whether Wan Fei would agree to Wan Bong's terms. Huan Beiyang looked at his father with some expectation. Strictly speaking, Qinfang was a genius he had discovered. If he truly rose to prominence in the future, it would be his achievement. This would greatly benefit his advancement within the Wyong Tower system, especially since he had fought demons alongside Xinfang. They shared a certain friendship. It all depended on what his father would say. At that moment, we smiled and said, "There's no problem with the 100 bottles of demon blood that Beiyang mentioned. In fact, we can add an additional 20 bottles of 4th grade demon blood on top of that." Qin Foam was a bit surprised. "What do you want me to do based on his previous guesses? 100 bottles of demon blood could potentially allow his blood dragon devouring technique to reach its 3rd level of perfection. However, if he could get an extra 20 bottles, it would be even more secure." Wanfi replied, "For now, you don't need to do anything. It's essentially for our Wang Tower to gain recognition in Blackstone City. Just being acknowledged as an investment in Wancheng Tower is enough. Of course, if you, young Master Qin, are willing to become a supporter of our Wyong Tower, then we can double the original 100 bottles." Qinfang pondered and asked, "After becoming a sponsor, do I need to do a lot of things?" Wan Fi shook his head and replied, "Generally, no. Our sponsors at Wang Tower mainly step in when there are issues with auction items, or if something needs to be escorted, sponsors may be called upon. Of course, besides providing basic resources, every time you get involved afterward will also bring extra income." Xinfang thought for a moment and said, "That does sound good. However, becoming a sponsor feels like being tied down." He wasn't comfortable with such restrictions. After thinking for a while, Xinfang said, "I can agree to help Wan Shan Tower gain recognition in Hashi City, but I can only commit for 1 year." 1 year. Wan Fei's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. As a major business leader, Wancheng Tower naturally needed to gain recognition for its endeavors, at least in the entire Dukian dynasty. Wang Tower is one of the largest trading companies. The reason for Wang Tower's current fame is its early investment in the young Tinho Wuing, who still supports the tower today. This has made other major forces envious and encouraged Wang Tower to invest more in discovering talents. They are willing to find famous martial artists to help build their reputation. Of course, the main focus is on the more prominent talents on the ranking lists. In Hishi City, being a small county, there are rarely any top-ranked talents staying long, so they look to the next tier of rising stars. Now, Xinfang has proposed a condition of only promoting for 1 year, which made Wan Fi somewhat dissatisfied. After all, with 120 bottles of 4th grade demon blood, they could find a 4th grade martial artist for promotion, and they could even accept a commitment of 3 years or more. 1 year does seem a bit short. However, at that moment, Qinfang smiled and said, "Of course, Uncle Huan, there's no need to rush. What I mean is within this year, regardless of my cultivation level, if I make it onto the Fangyin ranking or the Ren ranking, Heishi City can use my name." Huan Fi, who had been deep in thought, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing Qin Fang's words and exclaimed, "The Fangyin ranking, you are confident you can make it onto the Fangyin ranking within a year?" At this moment, a serious look appeared on Huan Fi's face. When looking at Qinfang, there was some surprise in his heart. From Qinfang's expression, it seemed he was completely focused on the wind and cloud ranking, even the human ranking. It felt as if he believed he had already made it onto the human ranking. Even Huan Baiyang, who had been worried about Qinfang's words and concerned that his father might reject Qinfang's idea or think it was disrespectful, was taken aback by this response from Qinfang. At that moment, Wang looked over in surprise. He himself had once reached 6th place on the wind and cloud ranking, so he truly understood how difficult it was to get there. It wasn't just about cultivation. It was also about mastering various martial skills. Qinfang had only visited the scripture pavilion a few times, and being first on the wind and cloud miner ranking surely meant he had learned a decent martial skill. But in such a short time, how could he have achieved anything significant? How could he dare to say such things now, especially when Huan Beiyang looked at Qinfang, who seemed so confident despite having no real understanding of the wind and cloud ranking? Xinfang nodded and said, "What harm is there in try, or rather, if I can become first on the wind and cloud ranking within a year, would Uncle Huan support me with some 5th grade demon blood?" As he spoke, Xinfang's gaze was intense as he looked at Huan Fi in front of him. 5th grade demon blood. Even among demons, it belongs to the absolute top tier strong. After all, in Blackstone Academy, the old principal's cultivation level is only at the 5th grade. In the entire Blackstone County, the only person rumored to be at the 6th grade level is the City Lord. Generally, the City Lord is in seclusion and rarely appears. The strongest cultivators handling various matters outside are usually at the 5th grade level, making them top tier in Blackstone County. 5th grade demons correspond to human martial artists of the same level. So one can imagine how precious 5th grade demon blood is. In all of Blackstone County, the place most likely to obtain 5th grade demon blood is the Weiying building. Before coming here, Qinfang had some thoughts about this, but they weren't very strong. Now, after hearing One Fei's words, he began to entertain this idea. The title of being first on the wind and cloud ranking does not qualify one to obtain the blood of a 5th grade demon. However, being first on the great wind and cloud ranking makes it entirely possible. It's important to know that no matter where you are, a warrior ranked first on the great wind and cloud ranking has a significant chance of entering the human ranking. Having a strong figure from the human ranking endorse a merchant association in a county is quite prestigious throughout the entire Dukian dynasty. For the owner of the Wyong building in the county, this would be a remarkable achievement. Wanfi, who was originally still considering, now looked at Qinfang with a serious expression. He completely ignored Qinfang's mention of the human ranking, as reaching that level requires at least a 5th grade realm, which Qinfang was far from achieving. However, even just being first on the Great Wind and Cloud ranking, or even in the top 3, would already bring significant fame. There's a great possibility that such a talented individual could eventually reach the human ranking for someone of this caliber. Even though 5th grade demon blood is precious, he could still persuade investors to provide a few bottles. The fame gained or the friendships built for Wyong building could greatly assist his path to advancement. One Fei let out a breath. He suppressed his thoughts and smiled, saying, "I understand your intentions now. If you can truly reach the first place on the Great Wind and Cloud ranking within a year, I would go to great lengths to find you 10 bottles of 5th grade demon blood, even if it cost me everything." 10 bottles. Shinfo pondered, slightly surprised by the quantity. Given the current progress of his blood dragon devouring technique, once he breaks through, the benefits gained from refining the demon blood would diminish. In this case, he wondered how much 10 bottles would really help. More would certainly be better. However, Huan Fei seemed to sense Chunfang's thoughts and explained, 5th grade demon blood is incredibly precious. A single bottle costs at least 10,000 taels of silver, and it's often hard to find. Many times, even if warriors manage to acquire 5th grade demon blood, they prefer to trade it for resources needed by high-grade warriors, or exchange it for essential spirit stones required by mid-grade warriors. In such cases, the price of a bottle of 5th grade demon blood can be inflated to several tens of thousands of taels. I need to go to the Wong Tower in the city to exchange for the 5th grade demon blood. Womp sighed. Xinfang didn't know much about 5th grade demon blood, but he understood and nodded, saying, "Okay, I get it. Thank you, Uncle Huan. 10 vials will be fine." Qinfang thought to himself. As long as he could get the 5th grade demon blood, he could use it to improve his skills and see how much he could gain from it. Compared to just being a spokesperson for a year, the benefits would far exceed the original investment. Wanfei nodded with a smile. All right. Soon, Wanfei took out the cooperation contract between the Wong Tower in Heshi City and Shinfo. Xinfang glanced at it, found no issues, and signed his name. In such investment partnerships, the investing party usually wouldn't go too far. After all, the main goal is to collaborate and gain future benefits. Even if there are some restrictions on a talented individual, there is still a chance for them to rise. If the partnership fails, it could lead to trouble. After both of them put away the contracts, Wan Fei smiled. "I hope to see Chun Tingzio famous in Nanxun Prefecture and Yinju soon." After he spoke, Wan Baoyang, who was nearby, looked excited and went out. Not long after, a young and beautiful maid came in carrying a silver tray. On the tray, there was a small red cloth covering something. Huan Fei presented the tray to Qinfang and said with a smile, "Little brother Chun, everything is inside." Qinfang nodded, okay. When he lifted the red cloth, he found a completely silver bracelet inside. He looked at Huan Fei in surprise. Huan Fei smiled. "This is a high-grade storage bracelet. The 4th grade demon blood is worth this." Chunfang picked up the silver bracelet, focused his mind on it, and left his mental mark on the bracelet. When he saw the space inside, he was also surprised. The storage bag he received at school was only the most basic type with a space of just 1 cubic meter. After putting in some demon corpses, it felt inadequate. The storage bracelet that Huan Fei took out looked much larger than his storage bag at first glance. It had at least dozens of cubic meters of storage space. Inside, there were neatly arranged 120 bottles of 4th grade monster blood. He had learned that treasures of this level, even among items, were considered top quality. Their value was comparable to several bottles of 4th grade monster blood. Qinfang took a deep breath and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your support, Master Huan." W smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's all support for the talented Qin." Qinfang remembered this in his heart. After chatting a bit more with Wanfei and his son, he chose to leave. After Qinfang left, Huan Beiyang looked puzzled and said, "Father, you didn't say this before. Why did you increase the investment after meeting Qinf?" Huan Bang was confused because he knew that giving 120 bottles of 4th grade monster blood was almost all the high-quality monster blood in this branch. This didn't seem like his father's usual style. Wan Fi's eyes sparkled as he replied, Beiyang, spend more time with Qinfeng when you can. He is already at the 3rd grade, and with so much monster blood, he could be aiming for the 4th grade. If, as you said, his awakening time is very short, then if he successfully breaks through, he might be the fastest 3rd grade martial artist I have ever seen. Wan Bao's face was filled with shock. What, he's at the 3rd grade at that moment? He understood what his father meant and murmured, 3rd grade, isn't that the same as me? Meanwhile, Qinfeng had returned to his courtyard with 120 bottles of 4th grade monster blood. He had no intention of saving resources for later. Resources that were used were good resources. He was eager to see how much his cultivation could improve after refining all this monster blood and to awaken stronger talents quickly. Once back in the courtyard, Lin had prepared a meal and was waiting for him. Seeing him return, her face lit up with joy. Husband, you're back. How did it go? She knew Qinfeng had gone to seek investment. Lin's eyes were filled with anticipation, mixed with a hint of worry. Seeing that Qinfeng did not speak directly, Lin felt a bit worried and comforted him with a smile, saying, My dear, you are the best. Even if this investment doesn't go well, there will definitely be other opportunities. When she looked at Qinfeng, her eyes were filled with admiration. She had heard that being at the top of the academy's rankings was an incredible achievement. At that moment, Shanfeng chuckled and replied, Of course it will go well, my dear. There's no need to worry. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with joy as she said, Yes, you are truly amazing. The two then enjoyed a warm dinner together and spent a delightful night. Xinfang planned to rest well with Lin Shui before starting a new round of closed-door training, hoping to break through the 4th grade barrier. However, when he woke up the next morning, he found new information on his panel. Upon seeing the message, Qinfeng's eyes lit up with surprise. You and your wife had a pleasant night together. Your Inyang technique proficiency 10. Your Inyang technique has reached the proficient level, and you have awakened a new talent. A new talent. Xinfeng was excited to see the updated information. The Inyang technique was a skill he awakened after spending the night with his wife Shui. He had always anticipated this moment. It was one of the skills that improved the slowest. Other skills had already reached mastery and even fused with multiple other skills. While the Inyang technique had just reached proficiency, he initially thought it would be a related talent. However, upon seeing the awakened talent, Xinfeng was surprised. Could it really be this? You have awakened a new basic talent, bone enhancement. Your cultivation speed will increase by 0.3 times. Looking at the refreshed information, Qinfeng felt a surge of joy. This meant his cultivation speed had increased by 30. His original cultivation speed was considered average. It was only because of the proficiency panel and the various talents he awakened that he reached the top of the rankings and was called a talented warrior. But deep down, Qinfeng knew that his talent was quite ordinary, and he faced significant obstacles in cultivating various techniques. Now that he has awakened this talent, he can truly be considered a little genius. As Qinfeng was thinking about this, he suddenly sensed a powerful force flowing into his body like a warm current. He could faintly feel that his bones and muscles were undergoing a transformation, becoming more suited for martial arts. His bones became denser and his frame grew larger. His muscles tightened, and he sensed the presence of some energy in the world around him. What is this? Xinfeng murmured in surprise. At that moment, he could also sense the power of faith, but this energy was different. After thinking for a moment, a piece of information he had learned before flashed in his mind, and he was astonished. Could this be the spiritual energy of the world? According to what he had learned, martial artists begin to cultivate true energy after breaking through to the 4th rank, absorbing spiritual energy from the world. However, he had not yet reached that level and could still sense the spiritual energy. This enhancement from his talent was incredible. Qinfeng was amazed, especially since he could now perceive the spiritual energy existing in the world. As he practiced, some of the spiritual energy was absorbed by his body. I wonder if this will enhance the blood dragon devouring technique, Qinfeng pondered. After saying a few words to Lin, he chose to continue his closed-door training. With 120 bottles of 4th ranked demon blood, he felt confident he could reach a higher level. You have refined a bottle of 4th ranked demon blood. Your blood dragon devouring technique's proficiency increases by 7. Indeed, there is an improvement, Xinfeng said with joy. Previously, a bottle of 4th ranked demon blood only increased proficiency by 5 points. Now, after the enhancement, it reached 7 points. Not bad. Let's continue. He refined bottle after bottle of demon blood. When he had refined about 7 bottles, he felt a tremor in his body as his vital energy surged and his flesh underwent a transformation. At that moment, the information on his panel refreshed. Your blood dragon devouring technique has reached a proficiency level of 1. Congratulations on awakening a new basic talent, dragon muscle. Beginner talent, dragon tendon. Your strength can increase several times. The new talent that Qinfeng awakened brought him some surprise. As this talent emerged, his body was undergoing a new transformation. He could sense some large tendons which felt like tree roots intertwining and solidifying within him. Without even looking at the panel information, Qinfeng could feel that his strength had already increased several times. It was incredibly powerful. Continue. Qinfeng felt the transformation of power within his body. His eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to take advantage of the ample demon blood. He had to elevate his physical strength to a higher level. While Qinfeng was in seclusion, Qihu received a promise from the old principal. He originally planned to find Qinfeng, but seeing that Qinfeng was still in seclusion, he could only shake his head and think, "It seems I came too late. I wonder what level Qinfeng will reach when he comes out." Xinhu decided not to disturb Qinfeng and left directly, especially considering the events that had occurred in Black Mountain recently. He didn't have much time to pay attention to Qinfeng's situation. As Qinfeng continued his seclusion, many martial artists gathered in Black Mountain during this time. Numerous human martial artists entered Black Mountain, hoping to search for the Demon Blade Secret Realm. If they could obtain the Demon Blade Secret Realm, it would almost guarantee a breakthrough to the master level. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. Not only the Nanshan Prefecture, but the entire Yuzhou was stirred. A large number of martial artists converged on this place. The gathering of Dukian martial artists and demon cultists in one Black Mountain led to countless conflicts. Dukian martial artists hunted demon cultists, while demon cultists also attacked Dian martial artists. Among them, even the 10th-ranked swordsman Yunshi faced several ambushes. He was even close to facing a life-threatening situation. Of course, Qinfeng was unaware of all this. During the process of refining bottle after bottle of demon blood, his proficiency in the 3rd level of the blood dragon devouring technique was continuously improving. Soon, several days passed. After refining about 15 more bottles of demon blood, Qinfeng's eyes lit up with joy. Your blood dragon devouring technique has reached mastery level. Your beginner talent, Dragon Tendon, has been upgraded to intermediate talent, Dragon Tendon. Let's go again. Qinfeng sensed the surge of power and felt a bit happy. Soon, a week passed. After refining another 60 bottles of demon blood, Qinfeng's blood dragon devouring technique reached perfection in its 3rd level. With a cracking sound, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Qinfeng's eyes, finally perfected. Reaching perfection in the 3rd level, if he could break through to the 4th level, he would be equivalent to a 4th-grade martial artist in body training. That would be incredibly powerful. Qinfeng felt that even if he entered the Black Mountain, a 4th-grade martial artist would not be weak. He glanced at the nearly 50 bottles of demon blood left. A spark of light flashed in his eyes. Let's see if these remaining bottles of demon blood can help my blood dragon devouring technique break through again. During the repeated breakthroughs of the blood dragon devouring technique, Qinfeng could sense that the dragon blood, dragon scales, and dragon tendons in his body were all experiencing various fluctuations. If he didn't hold back, his awakened talents might have fused by now. However, he still needed one more thing. I wonder if these talents can fuse after reaching the 4th grade realm. Qinfeng thought with anticipation. Next, he needed to break through to the 4th grade realm. Qinfeng felt a sense of expectation. He was now at the peak of the 3rd grade. With nearly 50 bottles of 4th grade demon blood left, he should have a chance to break through to the 4th grade or even go further. However, after refining another bottle of 4th grade blood, Qinfeng was surprised. What's going on? You have refined a bottle of 4th grade demon blood. Your blood dragon devouring technique's 3rd level proficiency is complete. No breakthrough, Qinfeng pondered. He drank a few more bottles of 4th grade demon blood. Although he could still feel an increase in strength, he didn't break through the bottleneck, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. After a moment of thought, an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that to break through the realm, I need higher grade blood after all? He was still in the lower 3rd grade realm, and there was a significant gap between the middle and lower 3rd grade realms. In this world, it is rare for a martial artist to advance from the lower 3rd rank to the middle 3rd rank. Many martial artists spend their entire lives stuck at the peak of the 3rd rank. Phew, Qinfeng let out a sigh. It seemed he couldn't be too hasty. From the time he started practicing until now, it had been less than a month. He had progressed from an unknown farmer's child to the peak of the 3rd rank. In this world, he was already considered an extraordinary martial artist. As for the bottleneck between the 3rd and 4th ranks, even the top martial artists on the rankings often need to pause for several months. His hope of breaking through all at once was indeed challenging. However, as he continued to refine the blood of 4th-rank monsters, a thought crossed Qinfeng's mind. He sensed that while refining the blood, his physical strength was slowly increasing, but there seemed to be a bottleneck he couldn't break through. This power felt too weak. Qinfeng thought, do I need a vial of 5th-rank monster blood to break through at his current level? He needed something to push his limits. After forming this idea, Qinfang decided to leave his training. After speaking briefly with Lin Shu, he sought out Huan Beiyang to ask if there was a way to obtain 5th rank monster blood. Huan Beiyang was somewhat surprised. 5th rank monster blood, Brother Qin, refining monster blood does speed up training, but don't rely on it too much. After refining a lot of monster blood, you need enough time to absorb the negative energy within, or you risk being affected by it. Huan Beiyang knew that Xinfang had just received 120 vials of 4th rank monster blood from their branch. Refining this blood could indeed help him quickly improve within the lower 3rd rank, but he needed to be cautious of the risks. Also, to refine 5th rank monster blood, you need to reach the middle 3rd rank at least. Otherwise, the risk of being affected will increase. W. Bang said, looking at Xinfang with some confusion. Xinfang nodded and replied, I see. He thought carefully, realizing he couldn't show his intentions too clearly. If other martial artists discovered that he was not worried about the negative energy from refining monster blood, it might lead to trouble for him. Qinfang shook his head and said, I mainly want to feel the difference between the blood of a 4th grade demon and a 5th grade demon. This will help me better understand my own demon body cultivation. Right now, just 1 vial is enough. I don't need too much. Huan Beiyang nodded and replied, I see. 1 vial of 5th grade demon blood should still be possible to apply for. We can apply at the Wanning Tower in Nan City and then the 5th grade demon blood back. This will likely take at least 3 or 4 days. Also, since you haven't completed the agreement, the 5th grade demon blood might be charged at the regular price, which is usually around 10 to 20,000 silver coins. Are you prepared for that? Huan Bang explained the conditions and issues regarding obtaining the 5th grade demon blood. Qinfang was not surprised. This was a normal transaction. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I can accept that. Given his current relationship with the Wang Tower, borrowing in advance should be possible. As long as he obtained the 5th grade demon blood, and after practicing, if he could truly break through to the 4th grade realm, then 20,000 silver coins would not be a problem. However, the waiting time made him sigh. It seemed he would have to wait for 3 or 4 days. He thought it would be a good opportunity to practice the 3 martial arts he obtained from the Fangyan Tower, the Diamond Demon Slaying Fist, the Golden Bell Shield, and the Skyping Soaring Technique. This would help enhance his combat ability. At that moment, Huan Beiyang touched Qinfang's skin and looked shocked, saying, Qinfang, have you reached the peak of the 3rd grade realm? Huan Beiyang was astonished. He finally understood why Qinfang needed the 5th grade demon blood. Qinfang nodded and said, yes, I think I've reached it. However, refining the 4th grade demon blood doesn't seem to have much effect anymore. Huan Beiyang was amazed and said, I see. Many martial artists choose to continue refining demon blood after reaching the peak of the 3rd grade realm to sense higher levels of body cultivation. I'll talk to my father and see if we can get some quickly. Huan Beiyang was still unable to contain his excitement. Although he had known Qinfang was a martial arts genius with great talent in demon body cultivation, he realized that Qinfang would likely surpass him soon. However, when that day arrived so quickly, Huan Beiyang still felt a bit of disappointment. Qinfang nodded and said, thank you, Brother Huan. Then Qinfang, looking a bit puzzled, asked, Brother Huan, based on what you said, do martial artists really have other choices after reaching the peak of the 3rd rank? Huan Beiyang explained, yes, martial arts training is generally divided into 3 main categories: body refinement, soul refinement, and energy cultivation. Usually, body refinement is the starting point. When a martial artist reaches the peak of the 3rd rank in body refinement to avoid the risk of becoming demonic, they will choose to start energy cultivation and practice higher-level energy techniques. Then they seek opportunities to break through to the 4th rank. This method of breakthrough is also the safest. As for body refinement using demonic blood, while it is the fastest path, it is also highly risky. One must understand that in the deep mountains, besides the danger of demons, there are also martial artists who have turned demonic. Once they become demonic, they basically have no chance of recovery and find it hard to reintegrate into the martial world. They either retreat into the mountains or are absorbed by demonic sects, becoming their followers. Shunfeng's expression changed slightly. Are you saying that some demons are actually transformed martial artists? Huan Bang nodded. Yes. Once they become demonic, they essentially lose their sanity and become mindless killers. Therefore, many martial artists on the path of body refinement do not pursue it too far. In the later stages, they seek to suppress it either through body refinement or soul refinement, relying on a stronger soul to control the demonic energy. Qinfang nodded in understanding. I see. So if I don't continue with demonic body refinement now, I can seek to break through to the 4th rank energy techniques. Huan Beiyang nodded. Exactly. Qinfang replied, got it. I need to carefully consider my future path. Qinfang then left Wen Bao's courtyard, pondering his next steps. First, he knew he couldn't give up on the path of demonic body refinement. With his talent for energy absorption, he hadn't yet felt the impact of demonic energy. As long as he had enough demonic blood, he could continuously improve on the path of demonic body refinement. Or it can be said that he is now able to sense that as he progresses in practicing the blood dragon devouring technique, the awakened talents have a certain attraction to each other. As long as he breaks through a few more levels, there will surely be a significant change. Naturally, he cannot give up. However, he currently cannot find the 5th grade monster blood in a short time. It would be difficult for him to achieve this on his own. Given this situation, he can try the path of Kai training over the next few days. He will see if he can break through to the 4th grade True Realm through Kai training. Moreover, he has already condensed True Kai, so what he needs is clearly a suitable Kai training method. "I'll go check the scripture pavilion," Qinfeng said with anticipation in his eyes. He wanted to see if there were any suitable Truki techniques in the pavilion. He still has 1,000 points left. The few Truki techniques he saw last time have been lingering in his mind. Now that he has points to exchange, he has time to try again. Qinfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to Huan Beiyang, not many martial artists choose to cultivate 2 systems. So he would take on the challenge of being a dual system cultivator and even have the opportunity to become a triple system cultivator. It all depends on whether there are suitable Truki techniques in the scripture pavilion and how he should choose. This was Qinfeng's second visit to the scripture pavilion. On the way there, some students noticed him. Unlike before when he went unnoticed, this time as Qinfeng approached the pavilion, he encountered many surprised and respectful gazes along the way. Although many students discussed Qinfeng privately, in reality when they met him, they still respectfully stepped aside for him. There was a look of awe in many students' eyes. After all, he was the top student on the Rising Stars list. This was enough to inspire admiration from many students. As Qinfeng entered the scripture pavilion, some students expressed surprise. "Didn't Qinfeng just come to the scripture pavilion a little while ago? Didn't they say that since he topped the Rising Stars list, he would surely gain access to the techniques and methods in the Tower of Heroes? He shouldn't be lacking in skills. Maybe he's stuck, seeking a breakthrough." Yeah, many people are watching to see when Qinfeng will rise to the Great Heroes list. I heard there's already a betting pool on when he will make it to the Great Heroes list. Qinfeng must feel some pressure. Some people whispered about Qinfeng, their eyes filled with curiosity. Among the crowd, one person was also watching Qinfeng enter the scripture pavilion. This was Lin Jin, who had a brief conversation with him at the entrance. His expression was somewhat grim as he murmured, "Has he really progressed this far so quickly? Last time I saw him, he seemed like a beginner in martial arts, but now he feels powerful, possibly even stronger than me. Does he already have the strength to be on the wind and cloud ranking?" Lin Jin's face darkened, and a hint of red light flashed in his eyes. It seemed he could not wait any longer. Someone like him, a genius of the human race, must be eliminated quickly. Qinfeng was unaware of the situation outside the scripture pavilion. His main focus was to break through to the 4th rank. He sought ways to become stronger and to get involved in the matters of Black Mountain. He only glanced at the techniques on the 1st and 2nd floors to understand their types and relevance before directly stepping into the 3rd floor to choose a suitable true energy technique. This time, unlike before, after reaching the peak of the 3rd rank, Shunfeng's perception was different. He understood why true energy techniques had different attributes. Each martial artist's physique corresponds to techniques with specific attributes, and there is a compatibility factor between them. Techniques with high compatibility are much easier to practice, while those with low compatibility require more effort for less result. However, martial artists cannot sense which attributes suit them, but after awakening his innate talent, Qinfeng was different. By simply closing his eyes and sensing, he could perceive the colorful aura swirling in the world similar to particles. Qinfeng thought this must be the attribute spiritual energy. The techniques he had seen before, like the Gale Sword technique and the fire formula, corresponded to wind and fire attributes. As a highly talented martial artist, he could sense the existence of attribute spiritual energy, so he naturally aimed to choose what suited him best. According to Qinfeng's perception, techniques like the Gale Sword technique and the fire formula all had high compatibility. What does this mean? Qinfeng was surprised. Does it mean I have good compatibility with any technique I practice? It seemed he had an abundance of attribute techniques he could learn. He even glanced at a few other attribute techniques and found they also had good compatibility. This is about my innate talent, which allows me to connect with all types of skills. Right, Qinfeng said, surprised and murmuring to himself. This was somewhat unexpected for him. He knew that once a practitioner decided on their attribute, it would greatly affect their future training, especially at the 6th level of true intent. the chosen attribute would determine the foundation for the subsequent 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. Choosing a skill should not be taken lightly. Looking at the various skills, Qinfang pondered, how should I choose with his innate talent? He could ensure a good connection with any skill. Therefore, he should select a more powerful skill to practice. He liked skills like the Gale Sword technique and the Fiery technique. However, when he saw some new skills, a different thought crossed his mind. Skills like the Dual Water and Fire technique and the Thunderfire Divine Spear technique required at least 2 attributes to practice. But once mastered, they could unleash double the power, making them extremely strong and formidable. A light flashed in Xinfeng's eyes. Since I can practice all attributes, can I choose skills with more attributes? He continued to look through the options, especially when he came across one particular skill. All his previous thoughts were overturned. He murmured, I'll choose the skill. The skill introduction, he held Red 5 Elements Divine Power. Its rank was high-level Earth grade, and it cost 800 points to exchange. It was the highest-ranked skill in this library. Moreover, it allowed the practice of all 5 attributes. By cultivating metal, wood, water, fire, and earth simultaneously, one could gather the true energy of all 5 attributes, and especially at the level of true intent. One could comprehend 5 divine forms, transforming into a powerful prison. It was both offensive and defensive, extremely terrifying. Xinfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he read the description. This power was indeed impressive. Just as he was about to take this skill to exchange for it, a pleasant, clear voice interrupted. Are you going to choose the skill? Do you know? It is also called the death skill. Qinfeng was surprised and turned to look at the source of the voice. Suddenly, it was the same woman in a white dress that he had seen during his last visit. She had a beautiful face, and at that moment when she looked at the 5-element technique in his hand, there was a hint of complexity in her eyes. Qinfeng was a bit surprised and politely asked, Excuse me, what does the death technique mean? He remembered encountering this woman in white the last time he visited the scripture pavilion. It seemed she had been standing by the 5-element technique. Then did that mean she also chose the 5-element technique? Qinfeng felt puzzled. The woman in white explained, the qualifications required to practice the 5-element technique are very high. It is only suitable for warriors who can sense multiple attributes. Generally, those who can sense 2 or 3 types of energy find it too difficult to practice this technique. One of the biggest challenges of the 5-element technique is that it requires the energy of 5 attributes to progress simultaneously and quickly creating a balance. If one attribute falls behind, there is a risk of energy going out of control. Moreover, if one attribute lags too far behind, it becomes hard to break through to higher levels, leaving one stuck at lower levels. Many talented individuals who ranked first in the talent list have tried this technique, but in the end they had to switch to other methods after wasting many years, depleting their potential. They were then surpassed by warriors with lesser qualifications. It's quite sad. The woman in white quietly explained this to Qinfeng, her eyes showing a complex expression. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng felt enlightened and then smiled, saying, I see. Thank you for the clarification, but I still want to give it a try. He then picked up the jade slip and headed downstairs. The woman in the white dress remained in place, watching Qinfeng leave with a complex and confused expression. After a moment, a light flashed in her eyes. And she murmured softly, he is unaffected and has strong confidence in his training. This new top talent is quite intriguing. How does he have such confidence in himself? Gradually, a light sparkled in her eyes again, and she softly murmured, if he dares to practice, how can I give up such a powerful technique just because of a moment of weakness? Only the mediocre would choose to give up. After softly saying this, a powerful aura suddenly surged from her, impacting the surroundings. The woman in white had a glimmer in her eyes and softly said, just as I thought. Then let's continue training. In her hands was a new technique. She had almost given up on the previously selected 5 elements divine energy. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Qinfeng again, she noticed that he, as a new warrior, had such confidence and was willing to practice the 5 elements divine energy. How could she dare to give up in the first-floor scripture exchange area? Teacher Zhao looked at the technique Qinfeng chose with some surprise and asked, Qinfeng, do you understand the difficulty of practicing this technique? And the exchange price, are you really sure? Qinfeng nodded and replied, yes, I have decided. Zhao's expression showed some concern as he said, do you know that previously he intended to mention that the last top student who chose this technique still hadn't made any progress in their training? But at that moment, Zhao's expression changed to one of surprise as he looked up at the higher floors of the scripture hall, feeling a mix of complexity and joy, murmuring, has there been a breakthrough now? After that, he said no more about Qinfeng's choice and simply exchanged the complete 5 elements divine energy with him. Then he smiled and said, good luck, Qinfeng. The future of the great Qian belongs to you young people. Qinfeng smiled back. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Looking at the complete 5 elements divine energy in his hands, Qinfeng felt a sense of joy. After bidding farewell to teacher Zio, he returned to his courtyard to see what the 5 elements divine energy contained. It had caught the attention of the mysterious woman in white and surprised the teacher at the scripture hall who had seen many techniques. Qinfeng felt that practicing based on this 5 elements divine energy might bring him some unique gains. I just wonder what level that woman in white has reached with this technique. Qinfeng pondered when he was in the scripture hall. He was not far from the woman in white, but did not sense any true energy from her. Could it be that after all this time, she still hadn't mastered the 5 elements divine energy? After some consideration, Qinfeng decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he continued to examine the 5 elements divine energy to understand its meaning. As he looked further, Qinfeng was somewhat surprised. It was indeed different from the methods of breaking through the demon's body. The process of body refinement involves continuously strengthening one's physical body. It transforms the body to be as powerful as a demon or even more terrifying, allowing one to tear apart demons and move mountains with sheer physical strength. On the other hand, true energy cultivation focuses on refining true energy, opening up the Danshan and energy sea within the body, circulating energy through the meridians and opening acupoints to store true energy. With a wave of the hand, a burst of true energy can shatter a person's body, showcasing immense power. According to information about the 5 elements divine energy in the realm of true energy, the more acupoints one can open, the more true energy can be stored, resulting in greater power. The number of acupoints one can open is related to the cultivator's talent and the level of their techniques. The most basic techniques can only open a few acupoints. Although they are still considered 4th-tier cultivators, they often remain at the lowest level of the 4th-tier true energy realm with little hope for breakthroughs. Such cultivators are usually easily defeated by talented warriors. There are also cultivators who can open a dozen or 20 acupoints, which gives them some strength among 4th-tier cultivators. These warriors typically dominate over body refinement cultivators and rarely face defeat from higher-level opponents. Reaching 36 acupoints marks a significant stage for true energy cultivators. At this level, if one can obtain rare materials, there's a chance to break through to the 5th tier, although the opportunity is slim and the difficulty is high. Techniques that allow for the opening of between 36 and 72 acupoints are considered profound-level techniques. Cultivators practicing profound techniques possess strong combat power and endurance at the true energy level, with a much higher probability of breaking through to the 5th tier. Their combat power is considered average among 4th-tier cultivators, but they are already at the upper limit compared to ordinary people. Then there are cultivators who can open between 72 and 108 acupoints. These true energy cultivators can be considered minor geniuses with strong family backgrounds and resources. Their talent is also significant, giving them a good chance to break through to the 5th tier. As for those who can open 108 to 144 acupoints, their talent is evidently strong and they have sufficient resources. Those who can reach the rankings of top warriors have opened at least 108 acupoints. The 144 to 180 energy points are advancing towards the perfect state of true energy. At this level, one can be considered a truly exceptional individual by opening so many energy points. Once reaching the 5th tier, there is a high chance of being recognized on the ranking list. The reason the 5 elements divine power is classified among the top-tier techniques is that it can open the maximum of 180 energy points. The 5 elements correspond to the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are cultivated simultaneously. By absorbing these elements, one can condense the 5 elements divine image. Each attribute can open 36 energy points. Unlike other top techniques, this method requires a deep understanding of the 5 elements and maintaining balance. Otherwise, any misstep could lead to a clash of true energy, resulting in severe injury to the meridians and Danshan. If it could only open 180 energy points, the 5 elements divine power would be classified as a heavenly level technique. I see, Qinfeng murmured thoughtfully. Understanding one divine image corresponds to one attribute. The 5 elements divine power is indeed powerful. However, since true energy has attributes, achieving balance within the body is quite challenging. As for the 5 elements, it depends on which divine image one comprehends. The original creator of this technique categorized the 5 images as azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and chalin. However, it is also said that one can cultivate their own unique divine image without adhering strictly to these 5. Once fully mastered, the 5 images will manifest, bringing forth terrifying true energy and power. Then I will practice this technique, starting with the fire attribute, Qinfo thought. He currently has a strand of true energy belonging to the Crimson Flame Blade technique, which is of the fire attribute. The fire image corresponds to the vermilion bird. Although he could comprehend other divine images, Qinfeng felt no need to change his focus at this moment. He decided to steadily advance his cultivation to a higher level. Then he began his practice buzz. With a humming sound, Qinfeng was amazed. There were no obstacles within him. The original Crimson Flame energy began to transform into the fire attribute of the five elements' divine power. A wave of intense heat was stored within him. In Chunfeng's perception, he gradually sensed some faint fire energy gathering around him. It felt as if he was in a quiet environment. As he practiced the fire technique, he finally succeeded in condensing a strand of fire energy. New information appeared on his panel. You have condensed a strand of fire energy from the five elements technique. Fire technique training has begun. Proficiency 1 skill 5 elements technique. Fire technique progress 1. Oh, Xinfeng opened his eyes and glanced outside. It was getting brighter. He thought only a fire technique, and it took all night just to get started. This training speed is a bit slow. He felt a significant difference from his earlier expectations of quickly condensing all five elements. He pushed aside his thoughts and continued practicing the fire technique. After condensing another strand of fire energy, he sensed the gathering energy within him and pondered. At this rate, it will take at least a month to reach proficiency in the fire technique, and that's with my talent to master all five techniques. Wouldn't that take half a year? This timeline felt too slow. Xinfeng sighed inwardly, wondering if he would still have time to go to Black Mountain if it took him 6 months to train. If other practitioners of the five elements technique knew his thoughts, they would likely be shocked, as many took years just to get started. Xinfeng contemplated that to train faster, he needed to seek relevant resources, but those resources were not accessible to him. Now, the quickest way to obtain resources might be to challenge the ranking list. However, with his current peak 3rd rank, and only having condensed a bit of energy without opening any meridians, he would likely barely make it to the bottom of the ranking. He probably wouldn't earn many points. What should I do, he wondered, looking at the brightening sky. Xinfeng decided to visit the library again to see if there were any insights left by previous practitioners of the five elements technique. If it doesn't work, I can only wait for the 5-grade demon blood that Huan Beiyang mentioned in 3 days to see if it can help me break through the 4th-grade body refinement level. As for the 4th-grade body refinement warriors, I haven't heard of any in the Blackstone Academy so far. I feel that if I can break through to the 4th grade, I might have a chance to challenge the top of the Stormy rankings. Right now, I'm still a bit short. After this thought crossed my mind, I headed towards the scripture pavilion. However, I hadn't been out long when teacher Qinhu contacted me through the student token saying, "Qinfeng, come to my place." I was a bit surprised and wondered what teacher Qinhu wanted since my cultivation was currently stuck. I didn't hesitate and went to his courtyard. When I arrived at teacher Qinhu's courtyard, he was already waiting for me. I respectfully said, "Teacher Qin." Now I could sense some of the energy fluctuations from him. He should also be at the 4th grade level, and his energy was much stronger than my current state. Teacher Qin, who was sitting in the yard, waiting for me. When he saw me enter, a smile appeared on his face as he prepared to speak. In the next moment, he quickly moved in front of me, surprised, and asked, "Have you started to gather true energy? Which technique are you practicing?" His face was filled with astonishment. He never expected that I would gather true energy so quickly. When I sensed his movement, I almost stepped back but held my ground. I could tell he meant no harm. So I replied, "It's the five elements divine energy." Teacher Kai, whose expression became complex as he sensed my energy fluctuations, and smiled. "So it's this technique. It is indeed one of the stronger techniques in our academy. Being so decisive and practicing true energy is commendable. I thought you would be immersed in the path of demon body refinement and not seek other paths." I sighed and said, "The path of demon body refinement is extremely difficult. The resources consumed for demon blood have already been so much. Facing demons in the future will surely be a challenge." Teacher Qian, who paused for a moment, and then said with a complex expression, "That is indeed the case. Are you now practicing the path of Kai cultivation? That's a good thing." However, before Qian, who could finish his sentence, Xinfeng continued, "Teacher Qin, I want to practice both systems, body refinement and Qi cultivation together." Qian, who was surprised, "Practicing both systems. Have you thought this through? A person's talent and potential are limited. Practicing both systems requires much more resources and energy than focusing on just one. It might not just be double the time and effort, but potentially countless times more. Moreover, if you practice body refinement with demonic energy, stronger Kai might actually hinder the transformation of your flesh, and the demonic energy could slow down your Qi progress and understanding. This is not a very good choice," Xin Hu said with concern. Qinfeng was a bit surprised and asked, "They can hinder each other?" Shinhu nodded. Yes, body refinement with demonic energy and martial kai cultivation are two completely opposite paths. Transforming your flesh with demonic blood also means absorbing demonic energy into your body. While this demonic energy may not have much effect at other times, if you practice the path of kai, it could pollute your ki and slow down your progress. Additionally, the later stages of body refinement involve refining demonic souls. While Theki path is about understanding the world, there is a conflict between the two. Without sufficient talent, it is very difficult to attempt this path. Listening to Qi and Hu, Qinfang pondered, I see. However, he thought about his own practice and felt that he had not encountered any obstacles so far, especially regarding the demonic energy he had heard about from the beginning. He had not felt it at all. It seemed that his talent for absorbing energy had refined it all. Moreover, with his talent panel, he could awaken corresponding talents for any martial arts or techniques. He felt that only practicing one path might not fully utilize the potential of his panel. Qinfang did not voice these thoughts, but said, seriously, Teacher Qin, I still want to give it a try. If I feel anything unusual, I will choose to give up. Qin, who nodded. All right, I've explained the differences to you, and I trust you will make your own judgment. I called you here to see how far your practice has progressed. I also reported to the dean, who is currently away, but has agreed that I can allocate some resources for you. I originally wanted to give you a few bottles of 5th grade demon blood stored in the academy, but now that you've condensed your true energy, you have another option. You must be practicing the fire element of the 5 elements divine power. Right, there are also some fire spirit stones in the academy's warehouse that I can reward you with to help speed up the condensation of your fire element. No, it's up to you to decide. Xinfang's eyes lit up at the mention of this 5th grade demon blood and fire spirit stones. He felt a bit excited. The 5th grade demon blood was exactly what he needed for his blood dragon devouring technique. If he obtained it, he might directly break through to the 4th level of the technique. Perhaps after awakening the 4th level talent, he could start a new round of talent fusion. As for the fire spirit stones, they are good resources for true energy practitioners. He didn't expect Teacher Qinhu to mention this. Getting either of these would greatly accelerate his current training. He wanted both. Thinking quickly, Shunfeng asked with a wry smile, Teacher Kai, may I ask why you want to give these resources to a student? Can I choose for myself? He felt a bit confused. Since entering the Blackstone Academy, he hadn't really contributed anything. Instead, the Academy had been providing him with various resources and support. From the initial martial arts techniques to the advanced skills he obtained from the Wind and Cloud Tower and the rewards he exchanged with his points, he felt he was receiving too much. Shenhu paused for a moment. Then seeing Chunfeng's expression, he seemed to understand what Qinfang was thinking and laughed. Qinfang, you're still worried about this. The Academy is willing to cultivate you because it sees your potential right now. You don't need to give anything in return because you're not yet at a stage where you can contribute much. When you achieve success in your training, that will be the time for you to repay the Academy in the Demon Patrol. As he spoke, Qiyin, whose eyes showed a complex emotion, and he sighed. Do you know what the current situation is with the demons in our Great Shin territory? Xinfang replied, puzzled. Isn't it said that our Great Shin Legion is invincible, always defending against the demons, and defeating them outside our territory? Shin, who shook his head. If we were truly invincible, why would there be so many demons within our borders, and why would we need to establish so many demon fortresses in various locations? The situation between the Great Shin and the demons is not looking good. What we need most right now is the rise of talented warriors like you. If our Great Shin could have just one more master, even a 6th grade true intent warrior, it could change the situation in a city or even a whole state. So for you, the best way to repay our academy is to focus on your training and grow to your fullest potential. Qinfang pondered inside. I see. He felt a bit of sadness inside. The situation really was serious. He needed to quickly improve his skills and at least gain the power to protect himself. With the academy providing him so many resources and support, how could he just stand by and watch as everything might be destroyed? Teacher Qin, who looked at Qinfo with expectation and satisfaction. After receiving the dean's response, he had some doubts. Both the 5th grade demon blood and the fire spirit crystal were very precious strategic resources in Blackstone County. However, after talking with Chan Feng, he felt certain that giving these resources to Qinfang would not be a waste. If he were dealing with a genius who only took resources without giving back, he would be worried. But from their conversation and Chunfeng's expression, he could clearly see that Chunfeng genuinely cared about the current situation of the Great Qin. Since such a talented individual could have such insights now, why should he hold back on providing resources, especially seeing the determination in Qinfeng's eyes, Qin, who suppressed his initial reluctance? After thinking for a moment, he said, for today, you can only choose one resource for support. Once you achieve first place on the Wind and Cloud Grand ranking, I will give you the remaining reward. How does that sound, Sheen, who had his reasons? Xinfang's training speed was astonishing. He had already taken first place on the Wind and Cloud's small ranking with an impressive lead. While he was confident in Xinfang's mindset, he didn't want him to become too arrogant. Moreover, given Xinfang's current level, he had the potential to challenge the Wind and Cloud Grand ranking. However, being too focused on training alone wasn't the best approach. It would be better to use this 5th grade training resource to motivate Xinfang, allowing him to experience the competition on the Wind and Cloud Grand ranking and see how other warriors in the academy were doing. Xinfang understood Teacher Qian-hu's thoughts immediately, but chose not to say much. He smiled and said, "Teacher Qian-hu, I agree to this condition. I choose the blood of a 5th grade demon." He felt a surge of joy inside. Compared to the Fire Spirit Stone, which required cultivation to notice any changes, the 5th grade demon blood was clearly more appealing. With the 5th grade blood, he would have the chance to attempt breaking through to the 4th level of the blood dragon devouring technique. Sheen, who nodded and said, "Good. These 6 bottles of 5th grade demon blood were specifically obtained for you. Take them and use them as you see fit. I trust your judgment. However, I advise you not to forcefully refine them right now. If the demon energy enters your body, it may affect your future cultivation." As he spoke, Teacher Qian-hu waved his hand, and 6 bottles of 5th grade demon blood appeared in his palm. Looking at the bottles, Chunfeng's eyes lit up and he happily said, "Thank you, Teacher Chen. I will remember the Academy's support, and when I am able, I will surely repay the Academy." Xinfang said earnestly. Since entering Blackstone Academy, he had been receiving the Academy's benefits. Now that Teacher Qian, who was willing to give him such a strategic resource, he would not let him down. Xinfang continued, "Moreover, I will reach the top of the Storm and Cloud ranking in the shortest time possible." "I won't disappoint you," Xinhu nodded with a smile. "Good, I look forward to seeing you rise." Xinfang replied, "I will make it happen." After receiving the 6 bottles of 5th grade demon blood, he returned to his courtyard. Initially, he planned to review his insights on the 5 elements divine energy, but now that he had the 5th grade demon blood, he would focus on breaking through his physical body with it. He also considered pushing his cultivation and strength to their peak before challenging the Storm and Cloud ranking. From what he understood, the bottom 5 on the ranking were primarily 3rd grade warriors. Only the top 5 had 4th grade warriors. The strength of the warriors on the Storm and Cloud ranking did not pose a significant threat to him at this point. Xinfang returned to his courtyard, informed Linu, and then began preparing for a new retreat. After Xinfang returned with the items, standing in the courtyard, Teacher Qian, who gazed in the direction Xinfang had left, his eyes filled with complexity, he murmured softly, "He truly is a remarkable warrior. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Even if he challenges the Storm rankings, he has a chance to make it onto the list. It's impressive that he remains humble and focused on his training. He is indeed a promising talent. If we could have another 6th rank warrior, it would greatly benefit the situation in Nanchun Prefecture." While Teacher Qian, who was lost in thought, he suddenly felt puzzled and took out his communication talisman. Upon reading the message, his expression changed instantly and he looked troubled, saying it. "Demon cult has infiltrated Blackstone City. These wretched cult members have even killed our genius from the Storm rankings. This is outrageous." Xinhu's face was extremely grim. The information on the talisman revealed that the demon cult had made several assassination attempts recently. The latest message indicated that Huan Bao had been attacked by the cult. If it weren't for Huan Beiyang being the young master of the Wanzang Tower, equipped with various defensive charms, he might have been killed. However, even though Huan Beiyang escaped this time, the situation in Blackstone City was still dire. In the past couple of days, several talents from the junior Storm rankings had also been targeted for assassination, including a peak 3rd rank member who had fallen. Looking at the information, Chen-hu's expression darkened further. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that Chunfo was currently ranked 1st in the junior Storm rankings. Since the demon cult had already infiltrated Blackstone City, given their boldness in launching attacks, it was clear that they had an insider within Blackstone Academy. "I need to inform Xinfang to avoid leaving Blackstone Academy for now," he thought, and sent a message to Xinfang. However, he received no reply, indicating that Xinfang had begun another round of closed-door training. Xin, who could only shake his head and sigh, "Refining the blood of a 5th-ranked demon requires at least several days. I can only leave a message for Xinfang, while I must join the city guard to eliminate more cult members. This way, the talented students in Blackstone City can face less pressure." With that, Xinhu headed towards the city guard's direction. Xinfang was unaware of the events that followed. After receiving the essence of a 5th-tier demon, Xinfang immediately entered seclusion. Without any delay, he drank an entire bottle of the essence in one gulp. Let's see if this works, Qinfang murmured with some anticipation in his eyes, the essence of a fifth-tier demon. When he obtained it, he sensed that the blood in his body seemed to be flowing faster. Now, with the essence consumed, a rumble echoed in his ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized the sound was coming from his blood, which was now in a frenzy. Energy surged through him, transforming not only his flesh and skin, but also flowing into his bones. Waves of energy entered him, and he noticed a faint silver glow beginning to appear on the bones of his right hand. As the power gathered, Qinfo was amazed. Is this the transformation of my bones? He could sense the change happening in his right hand. Gradually, all the energy flowed into his right hand's bones until the essence was fully absorbed. New information appeared on his panel. You have refined new fifth-tier demon essence. Your blood dragon devouring technique has reached the 4th level. Your right hand's bones are beginning to transform. A light sparkled in Chunfeng's eyes as he chuckled. Let's go again. Body refinement level, 4th-tier bone refinement. According to what he had learned, reaching the 4th tier meant starting to refine the bones. This was different from the lower 3 tiers of cultivation. The middle 3 tiers had clear subdivisions. In Kai cultivation, the strength of the 4th tier depended on the opening of meridians, while in body refinement, it depended on the refinement of bones. Once he successfully refined the bones of his limbs, spine, and skull, he would essentially have no weaknesses left. Moreover, the place of refining brings a significant increase in strength compared to before reaching the 4th rank. Just like now, Qinfang opened his eyes and looked at his right hand. Feeling a bit amazed, he simply threw a punch forward. Swish. He felt that both his speed and strength had improved at least twice compared to before this breakthrough. Not bad. Keep going, Qinfang thought to himself. He then continued to refine the remaining 5 bottles of demon blood. He could sense that with his breakthrough, the first 3 levels of the blood dragon devouring technique were awakening the talents of dragon scales, dragon blood, and dragon tendons, all beginning to shimmer slightly. It was likely that after reaching a proficient level in the 4th stage of the blood dragon devouring technique, he would awaken new talents and possibly start a new round of fusion. I wonder what surprises await this time, Qinfang thought with some anticipation. You have refined a bottle of 5-ranked demon blood. Your proficiency in the 4th stage of the blood dragon devouring technique has increased by 10. You have refined a bottle of 5-ranked demon blood. Your proficiency in the 4th stage of the blood dragon devouring technique has improved as he refined bottle after bottle of demon blood. Qinfang could sense that the bones in his right hand were transforming towards a golden state. However, his expression became serious. He didn't expect that after reaching the 4th rank, each bottle of 5-ranked demon blood would only provide a 10-point increase in proficiency. If this continued, by the time he refined all 6 bottles, he still wouldn't be able to reach proficiency in the 4th stage of the blood dragon devouring technique. Wouldn't that mean he couldn't awaken the 4th stage's talent characteristics? Qinfang pondered this. However, not long after, when he had refined 3 bottles of demon blood, his right hand's bones had already transformed into gold. It was time to begin the transformation of the bones in his other limbs. Without hesitation, Qinfang chose to transform the bones in his left hand. He had the Sky Pong soaring technique and the Sky Pong illusion talent, so he didn't lack speed. Since the first transformation was of the bones, it made more sense to complete the transformation of both hands to enhance his strength. This would also yield certain benefits in battle. By the time he had fully refined all 6 bottles of 5-ranked demon blood, his left hand's bones were also completed. Blood Dragon Devouring Technique, 4th Stage 60 Proficiency. Looking at the panel information, he felt the strength in his hands. Now Qinfang sensed that his power had grown significantly compared to before. According to his training in body refinement, he was at the peak of the early stage of the 4th rank. Qinfang thought, with this strength, I should be able to rank in the top 10 of the Stormy rankings. However, he sighed it might still be difficult to reach the top spot. Initially, he planned to break through to the 4th rank in body refinement while awakening a new talent, then enter the Stormy rankings to claim the 1st position. This way, he could obtain the 5th rank demon blood promised by Wan Shang Tower. Now it seemed he would need at least 4 vials of 5th rank demon blood. He wondered how many vials Wan Bong could provide in 3 days. If he could get 4 or more vials, he might awaken a 4th level talent. At that moment, Qinfang pondered, previously, I was stuck at the peak of the 3rd level and needed 5th rank demon blood to break through. I wonder if 4th rank demon blood has any use. Could it help me gain some proficiency? He still had about 50 vials of 4th rank demon blood left. Then Qinfang took out a vial of 4th rank demon blood and drank it. The next moment he felt a hint of surprise. It still works. He had thought it would be completely ineffective. You have refined a vial of 4th rank demon blood. You gained 5 proficiency. Although it only increased his proficiency by 5 points, it was enough for a significant advancement. For the rest of the afternoon, Shunfeng continued to refine the fourth-ranked demon blood. By the end, he had completely refined all the remaining vials. At that point, his blood dragon devouring technique reached 90 proficiency in the fourth level. With just 2 more vials of fourth-ranked demon blood or 1 vial of fifth-ranked demon blood, he would be able to break through to the fourth level of the blood dragon devouring technique and awaken a new talent. This was not a burden for Qinfang. If necessary, he could first enter the Stormy rankings, achieve a good ranking, and earn decent points to exchange for resources. After the demon relaxed, Qinfang headed towards the library. With a solution for the demon, it was time to learn more about the 5 elements divine energy. He also needed to understand the techniques of true energy warriors better. If he encountered unfamiliar techniques on the wind and cloud ranking, it could lead to trouble. While considering this, Qinfang quickly arrived at the library and went straight to the 3rd floor. He wanted to see if there were any insights left by previous practitioners of the 5 elements divine energy. To his surprise, he saw the woman in the white dress he had encountered before. She looked surprised to see him. However, the next moment, her expression changed as she exclaimed, "Have you entered the 5 elements divine energy?" Her eyes were filled with shock. She was known as a talented student at Blackstone Academy, deeply immersed in the practice of the 5 elements divine energy. Although she had seen Qinfang a few times, she didn't know much about him. She remembered that just a few days ago, Qinfang had chosen the 5 elements divine energy, and now she sensed a wave of true energy from him. At that moment, Qinfang was also surprised to feel the same energy from her. He realized she was also a practitioner of the 5 elements divine energy. He was amazed that when he last saw her, he hadn't sensed any energy from her because she had hidden it. Or had she also just begun her practice in the past few days? Qinfang was shocked. He had progressed quickly due to his proficiency panel. So how had this woman managed to enter her practice if it was just her talent? That would be impressive. Thinking about this, Qinfang replied, "I was fortunate to enter." The woman looked at him with admiration and said, "To enter the 5 elements divine energy in just a few days is indeed a sign of a talented practitioner." Qinfang, feeling puzzled, asked, "After all these years, there must be many warriors practicing the 5 elements divine energy. Why is just entering considered a talent?" The woman in white shook her head and said, "The 5 elements divine power is truly at the top level among earth raid techniques. If it weren't for various limitations, it could be considered a heaven raid technique. The difficulty of practicing a heaven raid technique is not simple. Just getting started is only the first step, and maintaining balance is the most important part. However, the faster you can condense new 5 elements truki, the easier it will be to maintain that balance. You managed to succeed in such a short time, which shows you are a genius in this field." Qinfang pondered. "I see maintaining balance." He had seen similar statements regarding the 5 elements divine power. The greatest difficulty of the 5 elements divine power is maintaining balance. One mistake could lead to an imbalance in the truki and result in serious injury. This was the first time he learned that the faster one condenses the truki, the easier it is to maintain balance. While he was thinking, he noticed the silver scroll in the woman's hand. She saw the look in his eyes and smiled. "This is my own discovery. I can't share it with you. However, here are some insights on the 5 elements divine power collected by the Academy. You can take a look once you condense at least 3 elements of true Kai. I can show you this scroll and we can discuss it further." As she spoke, she put away the silver scroll and pointed to a remaining jade tablet on the stone platform. Qinfang felt a bit disappointed and asked, "Senior, according to what you said, are there many people practicing the 5 elements divine power? Is there also knowledge about it being shared outside?" Qinfang knew that the 5 elements divine power was here, which meant others had practiced it too. However, he didn't expect that. According to the woman in white, there were insights about it circulating outside. "Does that mean there are many practitioners of the 5 elements divine power out there?" The woman in white nodded and said, "Of course. Do you know how precious it is to practice a technique with 180 perfect acupoints? Often the 5 elements divine power is considered a heaven grade technique, and there are even rumors that there are advanced techniques beyond it. The version of the 5 elements divine power that is currently known is not the complete version. The true complete version may even exceed 180 acupoints. There are naturally many martial artists training outside. It can be said that many talented individuals have practiced the 5 elements divine energy and left behind a lot of insights about it." Qinfang nodded and said, "I see." He felt a bit dazed and wondered if it was really possible to open more than 180 meridians. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Just the 5 elements divine energy already made him sense its immense power. He thought about how terrifying it would be if he could open more than 180 meridians. The woman in white then pondered for a moment and said, "By the way, if you want to practice the 5 elements divine energy, besides various rare materials, the environment for training also matters. Blackstone Academy is just an ordinary training place. If you want to speed up your practice, you need to find spiritual lands with attributes like magma areas for fire attributes or icy areas for water attributes. As for the specific effects you need, you will have to look for them yourself. Qinfeng nodded in thought. I understand. Thank you, senior sister. The woman in white didn't stay long in the scripture pavilion. While Qinfeng was looking at new and other martial arts, she had already left. At that moment, Qinfeng realized with some regret that he hadn't asked for her name. After all, she was the first disciple he met who practiced the 5 elements divine energy. It seemed she had quickly grasped it. Otherwise, they could have exchanged more information. He could only wait for another chance to meet her. Regarding resources, Qinfeng had some thoughts. Just as teacher Qin, who had mentioned before, fire spirit stones, they belong to rare materials. They would be beneficial for his training in fire attributes. As for magma areas, he had some guesses. Training in magma areas would allow him to absorb more fire energy, which was expected. Then he looked at the insights on the 5 elements divine energy, which required 100 points. After thinking for a moment, he decided to exchange for it. This left him with 500 points. Qinfeng began to think about how to arrange the remaining points based on his current situation. However, it seemed that exchanging for demon blood wouldn't be enough. Moreover, in a day or two, he would receive the 5th grade demon blood from Huan Beiyang, but even if he exchanged for it, it wouldn't have much effect on his upcoming demon body refinement. In addition, there is no shortage of martial skills. Now his main goal next is to reach the top of the wind and cloud rankings, and then to get involved in the Black Mountain to see what the secret realm of the Demon Blade is all about. That sword cultivator Yunshi gave him such a great opportunity, and he doesn't want to remain unknown. After a moment, a glimmer of light appeared in Qinfeng's eyes, and he softly said, "It's time to develop a side business and earn resources from it." Just like martial arts techniques can be mastered through practice, I wonder if a side business can also thrive through hard work. If that's possible, it would be quite powerful. Qinfeng looked at the remaining 500 points. Then after looking around the 3rd floor, he went down to the 2nd floor. This floor had many more students. To enter the 3rd floor, there are requirements for both cultivation level and points, so very few students can access it. On the 2nd floor, various students gathered here. At this time, Qinfeng chose suitable books to read. Soon, he found a book on side business analysis. It only cost a few dozen points, so he exchanged for it right away. While checking the book, he considered what side business he should choose. The main purpose of choosing a side business is to earn more profit and money without too much hassle. Looking at the introduction to side businesses, Qinfeng began to form some ideas. He pondered deeply. Based on his selection, the most suitable options for him seemed to be alchemist, formation master, or weaponsmith. Among them, the alchemist and weaponsmith are the most profitable. However, both require rare materials, and without enough of those, it's nearly impossible to create high-level pills and weapons. Qinfeng thought that at the beginning, he probably wouldn't have enough resources for forging weapons or refining pills. Moreover, it might not greatly enhance his strength. This side business could be postponed until he has enough time to consider how to proceed. Another option is to become a formation master. Compared to alchemists and weaponsmiths, formation masters may not earn money as quickly. However, the power of a formation master is also significant. According to the side business analysis, it mentioned that if one can be extremely focused and meticulous, choosing to be a formation master is a good option because array masters do not need many rare materials and resources. The most important requirement is a strong mental power talent, making the entry barrier very high. They must be able to skillfully control spiritual energy on blank array plates, spirit stones, or even ordinary land to carve out array runes. From the simplest gathering arrays favored by ordinary warriors to the large protective arrays of top forces, there have even been array masters who could reportedly inscribe arrays that covered an entire world. Some arrays were said to be able to bury a world. "That's really impressive," Qinfeng exclaimed softly, filled with awe. In addition to this, what attracted Qinfeng the most was that each small array rune must be inscribed perfectly. Any mistake would ruin the entire array. Even the simplest array requires dozens of small runes, and each small rune has at least dozens of intricate lines. To inscribe such a small array on a plate the size of a palm is a delicate task. One misstep could lead to the plate exploding in serious injury to the warrior. However, for Qinfeng, this was quite simple. He had a proficiency panel, and since he could solidify his proficiency, it meant that as long as he successfully inscribed the runes once, he would not face any further issues. With this thought in mind, after seeing the introduction to array masters, he felt a spark of excitement and immediately chose to become an array master as his first secondary profession. For the choice of secondary profession, it was suggested that warriors start with simple runes for practice, and once they were comfortable inscribing them, move on to small first-grade arrays and gradually upgrade. However, for Qinfang with his proficiency panel, it was impossible for him to choose those simple runes. He completely ignored the runes with dozens of lines and directly selected one of the best-selling low-level arrays, the Gathering Array Rune Analysis. The cost was only a few dozen points. A blank array rune cost around 4 or 5 points. But if he could inscribe a gathering array on it, its value would soar to over 100 points. Additionally, the exchange center also accepted array plates that successfully inscribed arrays. After obtaining these, Qinfo was filled with joy. He quickly left the scripture pavilion, excitedly thinking, "Spirit gathering formation, here I come. I wonder how the talent boost will affect the formation engraving, the spirit gathering formation." This is one of the most practical formations among the low-level ones. Formations are divided into 9 ranks corresponding to the 9 levels of warriors. The first rank is the lowest, while the 9th rank is the highest. The spirit gathering formation is significant across all levels from low to high. At the Blackstone Academy, there is a massive spirit gathering formation that covers the entire academy, allowing it to have more spiritual energy than the outside world. This helps warriors train better. Additionally, there is a low-level spirit gathering formation in the courtyard that can gather a certain amount of spiritual energy. The better the courtyard, the higher the level of the spirit gathering formation. Outside of school, when warriors go to places like Black Mountain or other training locations, the spirit gathering formation disc is one of the most attractive items. Having a low-level spirit gathering formation disc allows one to gather considerable spiritual energy, even in remote areas. This enables training anytime and anywhere, speeding up the improvement process. Seeing all this, Qinfeng's eyes sparkled. If he could engrave more spirit-gathering formation runes for himself, it would certainly enhance his training speed. Next, he began to study the runes of the spirit-gathering formation. The first-rank spirit-gathering formation has as many as 18 basic formation runes, and each basic rune consists of dozens of formation lines. Qinfo was amazed as he looked at these. After returning home, he took out a blank formation disc and started engraving. Engraving low-level formations can be assisted with a formation engraving pin, which helps guide one's mental energy and truki. It only costs a few points. Qinfang had naturally exchanged for it. When Lin saw Qinfang return with these items, she was a bit surprised. "Husband, what are you planning to do?" Qinfang smiled and said, "Swear, I want to see if I can engrave some formations and try to become a formation master. If I can become a formation master, we will definitely have enough resources in the future." Linwell looked at him with admiration, saying, "Husband, you are amazing." In her eyes, there was nothing Qinfang couldn't achieve. While Qinfang was engraving the formation, teacher Qinhu at the school was still paying attention to Qinfang's training. When he learned from the administrator Zioin at the library that Qinfang had exchanged for items related to formations again, Qinhu was a bit surprised. "What's going on? Why is Qinfang interested in formations again?" Qinhu frowned slightly, thinking this was a waste of his talent. He wanted to contact Qinfang to persuade him to focus more on martial arts training. However, after some thought, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Every genius has their own ideas. What we need to do is not interfere too much. As long as it doesn't involve the core of training, other things don't matter. Maybe he can really find a path in formations." While Qinhu thought about this, he continued to keep an eye on Qinfang and the situation in Black Mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wan Beiyang was a bit delighted. It arrived so quickly, a whole day early. That's impressive. This was regarding the 5th grade demon blood that Qinfang had mentioned before. After receiving the 5th grade demon blood, Huan Beiyang felt excited. He had 3 bottles of 5th grade demon blood, and his father had entrusted him to give them to Qinfang. This was before Qinfang had met the agreed conditions, and Huan Beiyang understood his father's intentions clearly. Naturally, he felt even more excited. Continuing to support Qinfang would definitely be beneficial for his future development. Moreover, thinking about how anxious Qinfang had been waiting, he felt that once Qinfang knew the 5th grade demon blood had arrived, he would be very happy and would want it immediately. It was like sending help in a time of need. However, to his surprise, after Huan Beiyang sent the message, he expected a quick reply from Qinfo, but several hours passed without any response. This left Wan Bong astonished. What's going on? Based on past experiences, when it comes to demon blood, Qinfang wouldn't take this long to respond. Could something have happened? Huan Bong was startled and murmured to himself, especially thinking about the recent news of various demon cultists attacking human genius warriors in Blackstone City. Could it be that Qinfang had also been ambushed by demon cultists? Thinking of this, Huan Beiyang felt worried and headed towards the courtyard where Qinfang was. After receiving Linu's reply, Huan Beiyang was surprised and confused. A formation is Chunfeng in seclusion to study formations. When did Brother Qin start studying formations? Huan Beiyang asked, puzzled. He felt anxious, saying, formations are a very complicated path in supporting professions. Each formation's engraved symbols are different, and the engraving patterns vary as well. Often, a small difference can lead to very different outcomes. Becoming a formation master requires as much time and energy as becoming a martial artist, Huan Beiyang said with a complex expression. Qinfeng was deeply immersed in formations, which meant he would spend a lot of time on them. When would he be able to rise to the top in the Dukian dynasty? It was difficult for multi-skilled martial artists to become top experts. Most of the time, people chose to study other professions only after becoming strong. Qinfeng was attempting to practice so much at just the third or fourth rank. Previously, he was only focused on cultivating true energy, which already worried Huan Beiyang. Now, with the addition of studying formations, his feelings were even more complicated. Holding the 5th grade demon blood in his hand, he felt confused. He wondered if the previous cooperation was right or wrong. He let out a soft sigh. When Beiyang said to Lin, sister-in-law, I'll take my leave now. When Qinfeng comes out, please tell him I was here with an urgent matter. Having formed a plan in his mind, he spoke up. He had already made a decision. Qinfeng had such great interest in various paths of cultivation. It was one thing to practice dual paths, but if this continued, he felt it might waste Qinfeng's talent. If within 3 days, Qinfeng could realize his talent and understand the drawbacks of multipath cultivation, then he could focus on body refinement or true energy paths. In that case, the previous support would still count. However, if Qinfeng remained absorbed in formations and neglected martial arts and true energy cultivation, then even if he lost hundreds of bottles of 4th grade demon blood, he might have to terminate the investment contract early. At the very least, he wouldn't provide additional support for 5th grade demon blood, just as Wen Bao was thinking about this and preparing to leave. In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the direction of the room where Qin Feng was in seclusion. Following that, a wave of energy directly emanated from his room. As soon as Wen Baoyang sensed this energy, he froze in place. His face filled with shock and disbelief. He turned to look toward Chunfeng's direction and murmured in amazement. Did he succeed the power of the formation? Huan Bong was certain that the wave he just sensed was the sign of a successful formation. But how could this be possible? It had only been a few days, and according to Lin Shua, Qinfeng had only obtained the formation-related texts a few days ago. After just a few days of seclusion, being able to carve out the formation patterns would already be impressive. To carve basic formation symbols usually takes at least several months or even years. If one could carve basic symbols within a year, they might have a talent for formations and could potentially become a formation master. The shorter the time taken to carve basic symbols, the higher the talent. Being able to carve formation symbols in just a few months was already quite remarkable. This was also why Huan Bong felt a bit disappointed when he learned that Qinfeng chose to practice formations. In his view, since Qinfeng had talent in martial arts, he should focus on advancing in that field until reaching the top level. He originally planned to see if Qinfeng would lose interest after a few days, but he never expected that a wave of spiritual energy would now come from Qinfeng's room. As the young master of Wang Tower, he had seen and used formation discs before. Therefore, when he sensed this wave, he was shocked. It clearly indicated the formation was taking shape, especially since this was likely Chunfeng's first attempt at carving a formation disc. He couldn't control all the energy from the formation symbols. Huan Bong softly murmured, first-level formation, and it seems to be the gathering spirit formation. His heart was filled with excitement, and the steps he had intended to take away halted. Standing outside the room, looking toward Chunfeng's courtyard, he felt a mix of complex emotions and disbelief. Some thoughts crossed his mind. Could it be that Qinfeng is using another formation disc? It doesn't necessarily mean that Qinfeng carved this first-level formation. However, at that moment, as the energy in the room began to settle, a disheveled Qinfeng walked out of the room and smiled wryly, saying, "Why, since you are here, why rush to leave?" Wen Bao glanced at Qinfeng, especially sensing the fluctuations of the formation coming from the room. He looked surprised and said, "Qinfeng, are you really studying formations?" Qinfeng smiled and replied, "Yes, I was fortunate enough to inscribe a spirit-gathering formation." There was no hint of pride on his face. Indeed, inscribing the spirit-gathering formation consumed a lot of resources. At the beginning, even a slight error in the intricate lines could cause the formation to collapse, rendering the entire array useless. If it collapsed, it could even cause him some harm, which was one reason for his disheveled appearance. Fortunately, after mastering the small formation runes, he mostly focused on improving his proficiency. Then, after forcibly memorizing all the basic lines of the spirit gathering formation, he began a new round of inscribing. Initially, there were signs of failure. But after successfully inscribing for the first time, there was no chance of failure in the subsequent attempts. Eventually, he succeeded in inscribing, but due to his lack of experience in controlling the fluctuations, Huan Beiyang discovered him from outside. However, Qinfeng felt joy in his heart. The main reason he sensed Wu Beiyang's arrival was due to the fluctuations of his vital energy. His body was surging with energy, allowing him to sense the presence of fifth-grade demon blood, which was why he chose to emerge at that moment. Listening to Qinfeng's explanation, Wan Beiyang was filled with admiration and said, "Brother Qin, you truly have exceptional talent." His previous doubts had completely vanished. The formation profession is quite renowned among secondary professions. A skilled formation master holds a high status, whether in exploration or daily practice. This is especially true when facing ancient ruins or secret realm explorations. It's important to note that most secret realms in this world contain various formations along with many incomplete ones. Some may not be directly harmful, but there are still many dangers present. A single mistake could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, formation masters hold a very high status in explorations. Then, without saying much more, Wan Beiyang smiled and said, "Brother Qin, here is the fifth-grade demon blood you mentioned before. I couldn't get a large amount, but I managed to bring 3 bottles. Is that enough?" As he spoke, Wan Bang took out 3 bottles of demon blood. Qinfeng, who had been feeling tired from the engraving formation, seemed to lose all his fatigue upon seeing the bottles of demon blood. With a joyful expression, he smiled and said, "That's enough. Thank you, Brother Huan." Then Qinfeng said seriously, "I will quickly rise to the top of the wind in cloud ranking, and will remember the friendship of Wancheng Building and Brother One from Blackstone City." Huan Bang felt relieved and smiled. "Then I wish you success in breaking through to the 4th grade of body refinement. I won't disturb you any longer." He then left holding the bottles of demon blood. Xinfeng watched Wan Bang's departing figure and tightened his grip. He couldn't keep delaying the investments from Wang Building and Blackstone Academy. Although both parties had given him a year to take his time, he didn't want to prolong it any further. If he could break through to the 4th grade of demon body refinement, he would be considered an above-average warrior in Blackstone City. As for breaking through to true energy without opening up the acupoints, he would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary 3rd-grade warrior. Thinking about these things, Qinfeng rested at home for a day. Your Yin-Yang Technique Proficiency 10. Qinfeng was surprised that after the progress of his Yin-Yang technique improved, it did not weaken his proficiency, which was different from other skills. Other skills would see a slight decrease in proficiency when their progress increased under the same conditions. This made Xinfeng look forward to what would happen if his Yin-Yang technique talent continued to improve. The next day, he began to refine the 5th-grade demon blood. You have refined a bottle of 5th-grade demon blood. Your blood dragon devouring technique level for proficiency 10. Finally, after refining a bottle of 5th-grade demon blood, Xinfeng felt his blood circulating rapidly within his body. Moreover, new information appeared on his panel. Your blood dragon devouring technique level 4 proficiency has increased. You have awakened a new basic talent, Dragon Bone Buzz. In that moment, as the new talent awakened, a powerful light surged into his transformed arms. Even without directly sensing it, Xinfeng could see the fleeting golden light on his skin. His bones, which had already undergone a transformation, were now changing again. Xinfeng waved his hand slightly to feel it. The bone structure was tighter and his strength was greater. Qinfeng felt a bit surprised. Is this the talent of the 4th-level Dragon Bones? Compared to before, his strength had increased several times. He even wondered how his current strength compared to other 4th-tier body-refining warriors. Most importantly, this was something Qinfeng had long desired to achieve. The Blood Dragon Devouring technique awakened a basic talent at each level: Dragon Scales, Dragon Blood, Dragon Tendons, and Dragon Bones. Previously, there had been signs that these basic talents were about to merge, but something was missing for the fusion to succeed. This time, he finally awakened the 4th Dragon Bone talent, as if he had found a core. Looking at the 4 basic talents flashing on the panel, Qinfeng did not hesitate and thought, merge the Dragon Scales, Dragon Blood, Dragon Tendons, and Dragon Bones. Before this, since starting the 2nd level of the Blood Dragon Devouring technique, Qinfeng had been curious to see if these talents could merge. After all, they were different levels of the same technique, which could lead to unique changes if merged. However, he had been unable to do so until this 4th-level awakening. Once he felt the possibility of fusion, Qinfeng chose to proceed. In that moment, as he made his decision, the panel information showed the Dragon Scales, Dragon Blood, Dragon Tendons, and Dragon Bones flashing and quickly merging together. Then new information refreshed on the panel. You have merged the dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon bones into a new advanced talent. Dragon transformation. Dragon transformation. Qinfeng looked at the information on the panel, surprised. Then a powerful wave of information surged into his mind, leaving him in awe. Additionally, he felt a tremendous energy flowing into his body. The 4 talents of dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon bones began to form a cohesive whole. His vitality surged wildly during this process. However, since the dragon bone had just begun to cultivate the upper limbs, the flow of energy mainly changed in the arms. After a few minutes, Qinfeng finally opened his eyes. Sensing the changes in his body with a hint of amazement in his gaze. Is that so? He looked at his arms and thought deeply. Dragon transformation. Buzz. In that moment, as he focused his mind, a powerful force surged into his right hand. Blood-red scales appeared on his arm. In just a moment, his upper limb transformed into a blood-cold dragon claw. The scales shimmered with light. Shenfeng was somewhat surprised. Just by sensing it briefly, he realized that after the transformation, his dragon claw had become significantly stronger in both power and defense. With a slight shift in his mind, the dragon claw reverted back to hand. Then, with another thought, the hand transformed back into a dragon claw. Feeling the immense power within the claw, Qinfo pondered. This could serve as a hidden card. Moreover, considering the current situation, as he continued to cultivate the blood dragon devouring technique, the talents awakened later could potentially transform into a blood dragon. He wondered what level of power and defense that would reach. With these thoughts, Qinfo did not linger and continued to refine the remaining demon blood. After consuming 2 bottles of 5th-grade demon blood, he advanced the 4th level of the blood dragon devouring technique to 40 proficiency. In the following time, Qinfeng familiarized himself with his strength. Glancing at the time, it was only around 10:00 in the morning. Sensing the restless blood within him, he looked towards the direction of Black Mountain and softly said, "It's time to prepare to go out." Entering Blackstone Academy from Black Mountain Village had been nearly a month ago. In that month, he had made significant progress. Now his Kai cultivation was at half at 4th grade, and his body refinement had broken through to 4th grade. He had also mastered powerful techniques like the Skyping technique and the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist. It was time to fulfill his promise. With these thoughts, Qinfeng headed towards the Wind and Cloud ranking. Before going to Black Mountain, he would challenge the Wind and Cloud ranking first. From the information he had seen earlier, only the top 5 on the ranking had reached the level of 4th grade warriors. Above the True Realm, they might not be much stronger than him. The last 5 are still in the 3rd tier. In other words, they have just begun to touch the level of condensing true energy to challenge the Wind and Cloud rankings. According to his earlier conversation with Huan Beiyang, he could notify Huan Beiyang, who would inform him of important details. However, this time, Qinfeng chose not to send a message. He didn't want to attract too much attention. He simply adjusted his state and headed towards the Wind and Cloud Tower. When Qinfeng arrived at the Wind and Cloud Tower, he was surprised to find that many martial artists had gathered outside. There were various discussions and some exclamations. "What's going on?" Qinfeng wondered. During this time, some students noticed him and looked surprised. After all, Qinfeng had become somewhat of a minor celebrity at Blackstone Academy. Some people curiously remarked, "Is Qinfeng here to challenge the Wind and Cloud rankings? I don't know, but today should be exciting." The previous first place of the Wind and Cloud minor rankings and the current first place are both here on the same day to challenge the Wind and Cloud rankings. That's interesting. Yes, let's inform others. This will be a show. I wonder who will rank higher on the Wind and Cloud rankings. I heard Qinfeng has been in seclusion at the academy and hasn't participated in any tasks, so he probably won't rank higher than Huiyuan. Various whispers filled the air. Listening to his classmates, Qinfeng quickly understood what was happening and was a bit surprised. What a coincidence. It turned out that Huan, who he had pushed out of the first place on the minor rankings, was also challenging the Wind and Cloud rankings today. Qinfeng thought this is a good chance to see how Huan performs and how big the gap is. He wasn't in a hurry and continued towards the Wind and Cloud rankings. Although many people had gathered, they made way for him when they saw Qinfeng. Soon he reached the front of the Wind and Cloud rankings and looked at the rankings. He quickly scanned the list and noticed that Hu Yusuan occupied the 10th position. Huan Beiyang was in 8th place and Lin Jin was 6th. What surprised Qinfeng was that next to Hu Yusuan's name, her cultivation level was listed as the 4th tier of true energy. Seeing this scene, Qinfeng was somewhat amazed. Hu Yusuan's talent is impressive. He had also reached the top of the Wind and Cloud rankings and knew what kind of rewards and gains one could find on the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Hone likely had a ground-level martial skill in her possession. He just didn't know what it was. It is said that the main focus of the Wind and Cloud Tower is the battles between various students. After each battle, a mirror clone is left behind, almost perfectly replicating the student's techniques. If a student cannot fully replicate their skills in one attempt, they can be directly defeated by other challengers and lose their ranking. Then the defeated ones, believing they still have a chance, will rush back in to reclaim their positions. Thus, any warrior who can make a name for themselves on the wind and cloud rankings has usually gone through numerous fierce battles to secure their rank. Just like the previous changes in ranking between Huan Beiyang and Lin Chain, the two of them constantly fought back and forth to regain their rankings. They have likely experienced dozens or even hundreds of battles, deeply understanding each other's techniques, which could lead to some conflicts. Xinfang looked at the rankings and recalled the information he had gathered. At that moment, he noticed that the 8th rank on the wind and cloud rankings was flashing. Xinfang squinted and looked over, which meant Huiyuan was starting to challenge the 8th ranked Huan Beiyang. Xinfang pondered, I wonder what kind of martial arts Hu Yuxuan, the original first on the wind and cloud rankings, is practicing and what skill she has acquired to break into the wind and cloud rankings in such a short time. Looking at the flashing name on the wind and cloud rankings, Xinfang felt a bit puzzled. He had risen so quickly due to his talent, but even so, it took him a long time to break into the 4th tier. Huiyuan, who was originally at the peak of the 3rd tier when she was first on the wind and cloud rankings, had now quickly broken into the 4th tier, which surprised him. However, Xinfang was not in a hurry. He decided to observe the original first on the wind and cloud rankings and see how far she could go. Moreover, the wind and cloud rankings were different from the wind and cloud small rankings. In the wind and cloud rankings, one could battle against other people's mirror clones. Although it's impossible to fully understand someone else's skills just by observing them, you can learn a bit through practice. With this thought in mind, Chinfo waited outside. The challenge for the wind and cloud rankings was not a common event at Blackstone Academy. Especially after Chinfo arrived, news quickly spread. The appearance of 2 top-ranked competitors at the same time was certainly exciting. People occasionally came by to sneak a look at Chinfo. So I'm wondering, is this thinner-looking guy really Chinfo? He doesn't seem special at all. Anyone who can reach the top of the wind and cloud rankings is usually a recognized talent. Now, we just have to see how far Chinfeng can go. If he ranks higher than Huiyuan, that's fine, but if he ranks lower, it might be embarrassing. That's true. As long as you hold a top position, the resources you gain each month are significant. As various whispers filled the air, time passed slowly on the wind and cloud rankings. A bright light flashed. Suddenly, Huan Bong's rank dropped to 9th place. While Hui Yusuan's rank rose to 8th. Huan, you lost, Chinfeng murmured. He felt a spark of curiosity about Hui Yusu's challenge. He had worked with Huan Beiyang before and knew he was strong among the 3rd-tier fighters. He could even force a peak 3rd-tier wolf demon to flee. Although he hadn't seen much else, he knew that his own movement skills were not inferior to those who practiced the cloud smoke-free step. Wei Yuan's strength was clearly formidable. The challenges on the wind and cloud rankings continued. Soon, Wei Yuan faced Lin Jane, who was ranked 6th. Chinfeng was curious about Lin Jane, but it was clear he had some fighting power since he had defeated Huan Beiyang. It was time to see how far Hu Yuxuan could go. The spectators outside couldn't see the challenges inside and could only guess the events based on the rankings. Before long, Lin Jin's rank was replaced by Huiyuan. This scene surprised many of the students watching outside. Is Hai Yuxuan really that strong? What kind of skills and techniques is he practicing in the past? When the top of the small list challenged the big list, the highest rank was usually around 10th or 8th, right? How is it that Huiyuan is so strong, reaching 6th place on her first try? Yes. On the big list, only a few top contenders can maintain a spot in the top 10. Others have usually competed dozens of times, refining their skills. It's rare to see someone jump straight into the rankings like this. We'll have to see what rank Ween can achieve. Do you think she will dare to challenge the 5th place? Probably not. The weakest in the top 5 has already reached the 4th tier, and they have truly opened their channels. I doubt Hui Yuxuan will go for it. Amidst the low murmurs, some people occasionally glanced at Chinfo, who was quietly waiting in the crowd. Some sighed, it's a pity for Chinfeng. Huiyuan has been at the top of the small list for a few months, and she clearly came prepared for the big list. Chinfeng has only been at the top of the small list for a few days. He might embarrass himself this time. Yeah, I wonder what Xinfeng is thinking right now. I heard Hu Yuxuan seems to have awakened a water attribute talent with her challenge on the big list. Many people are paying attention. Look over there. Isn't that San Wan Yu the second on the big list? Even she is here. I wonder if Huan will continue to challenge or take a break for a while. As some people quietly discussed, they were eager to see Hu Yuan's final results. Chunfeng, however, remained calm and indifferent, simply listening to the conversations around him, feeling a bit puzzled. Huan has awakened a martial talent too. This is the first time he has heard of another warrior with awakened talent. If that's the case, the top 5 on the big list are likely all warriors with awakened martial talents. While Qinfeng pondered these thoughts, a stir arose around him. He looked toward the big list and felt a hint of surprise. At that moment, the name of the warrior ranked third was flashing. This meant Hu Yuxuan was challenging the third-ranked warrior. On the big list, 2 names were continuously flashing. This time, the flashing paused longer than the previous names. After several minutes, the names flickered before stabilizing. At first, Wuxuan's name dimmed, but soon after, it suddenly shone brightly. She secured the 3rd position on the wind and cloud ranking. The warrior who originally held the 3rd spot dropped to 4th. This ranking surprised the onlookers. She won from 1st place on the small ranking to 3rd on the big ranking. Wuxuan's talent is incredible. Yes, I remember the original 3rd place. Luat Tong had defeated a 4th-tier monster, so Huan must be quite strong among the 4th-tier warriors. Various exclamations filled the air. Some were curious if Wu Yuxuan would continue to climb higher. Before long, the door of the wind and cloud tower opened and a graceful figure stepped out. The crowd of students gasped in surprise. It's fair. She's amazing. Truly a genius from our Blackstone Academy. Yes, she's incredible. Maybe our academy will produce a warrior who can make it onto the human ranking. If we have a genius on the human ranking, wouldn't that make our academy famous throughout the entire Dukian? We could get more training resources. Excited voices echoed around. The benefits of nurturing a genius in an academy are a myth. Outside the crowd, when Xinfeng saw the person stepping out, he was also surprised and softly said, "So she is Huan." The woman in a white dress was indeed the same one Qinfeng had met twice on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, where they had discussed the 5 elements divine energy. This made Qinfeng marvel. No wonder she chose the 5 elements divine energy. She truly has exceptional talent. It seems I can spar with Hu Yuxuan's clone later and see how she practices the 5 elements divine energy. With these thoughts in mind, Qinfeng stepped forward toward the wind and cloud tower, thinking it's my turn to challenge the wind and cloud ranking. Let's see what is different about the wind and cloud rankings. As Qinfeng stepped forward, the other students around him looked over. It's Qinfeng. Is he going to challenge the wind and cloud rankings? Looks like we have a good show ahead. I heard Qinfeng is friends with Huan Beiyang, who is ranked 9th. I wonder how far Qinfeng can go. Some others commented he managed to get the top spot in the minor rankings, so Qinfeng must have some skills, but he hasn't been at the top of the minor rankings for long. Even if he got some techniques from the tower spirit, he probably hasn't practiced them enough. Yeah, he might embarrass himself this time. If I were him, I would have stayed at the top of the minor rankings longer. Various voices of discussion filled the air. Qinfeng seemed to ignore all of this. His expression was calm, and his heart was like still water. He was there to challenge the wind and cloud rankings, mainly to fulfill a previous promise. As long as he secured the top spot, the investments from both the Blackstone Academy and the Wyong Tower branch would be worthwhile. Especially for Qinfeng, there was another important gain. If he achieved the top rank, he could receive a soul cultivation technique from the tower spirit. This was a huge attraction for him. Thinking about all this, Qinfeng walked step by step toward the entrance of the wind and cloud tower. Huiyuan, who had already come out, was clearly surprised to see Qinfo and nodded at him. Qinfeng responded with a calm nod. He was also a bit amazed by Huiyuan. 5-element divine power. At that moment, he could fully sense that Huiyuan was practicing the 5-element divine power and had successfully harnessed the power of the 5 elements. This scene caused gas from the other students nearby. Looks like Qinfeng and Hui Yuxuan know each other. Yeah, I wonder what the outcome will be. Amidst the discussions, Qinfeng had already stepped into the wind and cloud tower. The name of the last ranked warrior began to flicker. Qinfeng paid no attention to the chatter outside. Meanwhile, Huan, who had originally planned to leave after her challenge in the wind and cloud tower, stopped at that moment. She lingered among the crowd, watching the ranking challenge on the wind and cloud rankings. This scene surprised some of the other students. They exclaimed, "I didn't expect Fairy Ho to be interested in Qinfeng's challenge. This is certain." After all, Qinfeng rose to prominence by stepping on the ranking of Fairy Hoiwen. It's normal for her to be interested, right? Higgy, let's see if the two can meet. If they do, we will know who is stronger. In the eyes of many students, Huan stayed here clearly to see how Qinfeng would rank, hoping to ease her frustration about being pushed down from the top of the wind and cloud list. However, at this moment, Wu Yuxuan felt a bit surprised. So this is Qinfeng. He also practices the 5 elements divine energy. I wonder how strong he really is. Once he enters the wind and cloud rankings, people outside will be able to learn some of his techniques. Huan thought about these things. As time passed and news spread, more practitioners began to gather at this place. Many were amazed when they saw Hu Yuxuan's name on the wind and cloud list. Wang Beiyang also arrived shortly after. He didn't feel much about dropping to 9th place on the list. He was just a bit excited to confirm that Qinfeng had entered the wind and cloud tower. Has Qinfeng gained enough confidence to challenge the wind and cloudless so quickly he wondered, I wonder how high he can rank. As long as he makes it into the top 10, my father should stop worrying. Wang Beiyang thought about these things. He didn't mind that Xinfeng hadn't informed him before challenging the list. Everyone has their own timing for such challenges. To him, it seemed that Qinfeng was influenced by Hui Yushuan's challenge. He just had some thoughts about how many attempts it would take for Qin Feng to reach the top of the wind and cloud list besides Wang Baoyang teacher Qin, who was also paying attention to this place. Qin, who had some expectations in his eyes, I wonder how far Qin Feng can go. Unless he surpasses Ho Yusuan this time, his reputation might be affected. Regardless, it was already beyond his expectations that someone could climb the wind and cloud list so quickly. Xinfo, unaware of the situation outside, had already entered the wind and cloud tower. For him, it was about seeing what rewards he could gain from challenging the wind and cloud rankings. Once inside the tower, it was different from when he challenged the small wind and cloud list. In this first layer, at a glance, there is clearly a space covered by mirrors resembling a circular arena with a diameter of about several dozen meters. Surrounding the arena are upright prisms. Only on the side facing the entrance is there a one-person wide passage. The passage also has prisms above and below. Outside the arena, there is a weapon rack displaying various weapons like swords, spears, and halberds. However, upon closer inspection, most of these weapons are made of wood, likely to prevent martial artists from using powerful weapons that could damage the mirrors surrounding the arena. This scene surprised Qinfeng, who thought, I can actually use weapons here. This aligns with the challenge rules of the wind and cloud ranking. Stepping onto the arena signifies the start of the challenge. Qinfeng first looked at the weapons. He only knew the red flame blade technique, but it felt much weaker than he expected. With that in mind, Qinfeng said nothing more and stepped onto the arena of the first layer, ready to test how effective the diamond suppression fist and the sky falcon technique really were. As soon as Qinfeng stepped onto the arena, a flickering light appeared on the prism in front of him. Then a man dressed in black emerged directly from the prism. He had a cold expression and held a black long knife, blade technique slash. The man in black did not hesitate and shouted as he charged straight at Qinfeng. Qinfeng narrowed his eyes and murmured, a martial artist with knife techniques. At that moment, he recalled the information about the wind and cloud ranking he had seen earlier. Originally ranked 9th, now ranked 10th, Xiaoqi, who primarily attacks with knife techniques. Seeing Qinfeng enter the arena, Xiai's mirror image approached him with a cold face, wielding a long knife. Swish! The long knife of the mirror image came down, targeting Qinfeng. Sky Falcon technique. Qinfeng remained calm, though his heart stirred. In an instant, he vanished like a shadow from his original spot. Qinfeng was also observing the mirror image, looking for any patterns. Upon closer inspection, the mirror image appeared to be a shadow formed by spiritual energy resembling a puppet but seemingly controlled by the surrounding mirrors. At that moment, when Qinfeng saw the information refresh on the panel, he was a bit surprised. What is it that obvious? He then looked up at the scene before him, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The panel refreshed with new information. You used the Sky Pong technique in Battle Proficiency 3. Seeing the information on the panel, Qinfeng felt a surge of happiness. Before this, he had combined the Sky Pong technique with the Cloud Smoke step, awakening the Sky Pong illusion talent. During the following time, his daily training had led to some proficiency gains, but they were too slow. He didn't expect that entering the stormy rankings, even when challenging just a mirror clone, would yield such a significant increase in proficiency. Let's go again. Diamond Demon Fighting Fist. Boom. With a loud crash under the Sky Pong illusion, Qinfeng's fist struck the mirror clone directly, sending Xiao's clone flying. Then the panel continued to refresh. You used the Skyping technique in battle. Proficiency increased. You used the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist in battle. Your proficiency 5. Not bad. Let's do it again. Feeling the improvement in his control over the two skills, a light sparkled in Qinfeng's eyes. I made the right choice coming here. Looking at the mirror clone again, he felt a rush of excitement. He charged forward once more, not holding back at all, continuously using the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist in battle. With the addition of the Skyping techniques movement in a short time, the tower was filled with Qinfeng's shadowy figures until another punch landed. The mirror clone was shattered into pieces. However, Qinfeng sensed the increase in skill proficiency and felt delighted. He did not head directly to the next level. Let's go again. After waiting for the mirror clone to recover, he jumped back onto the stage and charged again. Before entering the stormy tower, Qinfeng had gained some basic understanding of the rules within to challenge a level. As long as he defeated the mirror clone and knocked it off the stage, he could move to the next level. If he used other means to shatter the mirror clone, he could also proceed to the next level. However, if one does not take the opportunity to move to the next level after defeating the opponent, their mirror clone will reappear. Only after creating their own mirror clone will the opponent's clone disappear or move down to the arena of the lower level. According to Qinfeng's previous thoughts, he would just keep pushing through to earn his rewards. However, this first-level challenge changed his mind. What a great place to practice and improve skills. Such opportunities are rare. Thus, Qinfeng became more patient. He decided to wait for Zioi's mirror clone to recover before attacking again. Vidra Demon slaying fist-skyping soaring technique. His skill level continued to rise. After defeating Zioi's clone 3 times and it stopped reappearing, Qinfeng sighed and moved on to the next level. He realized that after defeating the opponent 3 times, the tower spirit would no longer create the opponent's mirror clone, forcing him to advance. While he felt a bit regretful, he also made a decision. He must maximize his gains on each level. The mirror clone was clearly different from ordinary puppets. Each time it was defeated, its techniques and strength seemed to change slightly when it reappeared. Second level, Shinfo thought with a smile as he stepped into the next stage, continuing to hone his skills. He moved through each level steadily, feeling increasingly confident. However, his performance surprised other students outside the tower. Some looked on in astonishment. What's up with Qinfeng? Isn't he the top of the small tower? Why is his progress so slow? Yeah. When Huan was challenging, she was much faster than him. Her time was probably less than a fifth of his. Is Qinfeng just for show? His speed is slower than mine when I challenged. Someone sighed with a hint of mockery. Others recognized the speaker and said, "Oh, it's Senior Brotherly. He once made it onto the Wind and Cloud rankings. It seems Qinfo is just a facade. We can challenge him and climb the rankings. Even one reward would be worth it." Some people looked on with anticipation and excitement. As long as they could make it onto the leaderboard, they could earn a reward. Stable spots were usually earned through repeated challenges. However, many students believed that Shunfeng's quick rise to the leaderboard was just luck. They didn't pay much attention to him and were eager for him to appear so they could challenge him, take his spot, and claim the rewards. At that moment, someone mocked. It seems not every top player is a genius. Maybe they use some sneaky tricks. Now, Qinfeng is challenging Wang, who is not someone Zioi can compare to. How long do you think Qinfeng can last against Wan Bang's clone? I bet he won't last more than a few minutes before getting eliminated. Someone laughed. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten Qinfeng and Huan Beiyang are friends? They might have had some training together, so Qinfeng could know Wan Beiyang's fighting style well enough to last longer than Zioi, who was ranked 10th. There were many opinions among the crowd. Wan Bang, who had been quietly waiting for Qinfeng to face the challenge, now looked a bit worried. He glanced at the leaderboard where names were flashing and wondered. "Brother Qin, what's going on with your skills? Shouldn't it be easy to win against my little brother?" He had witnessed Qinfeng's strength firsthand. Before Qinfeng had even broken through, he could defeat a peak-level wolf demon using his talent. That was a creature he still couldn't fight against. Now, if that was the case, why did Qinfeng need so much time to win against him, especially now? He could see names flashing on the leaderboard with his name appearing alongside Qinfeng's. This clearly indicated a fierce battle, suggesting both were on the brink of defeat. A similar situation had occurred when Hu Yuan challenged the third-ranked Liu Teng, indicating a balanced struggle, which meant they had reached their limits. Huge had chosen to give up the challenge. Huan Beiyang considered that if Qinfeng faced a similar evenly matched situation, he might also have to choose to withdraw. However, he did not expect this situation to happen to him. This left him feeling puzzled, and he could only wait to see how the rankings on the Storm and Cloud leaderboard would stabilize. Meanwhile, on the other side watching the match, Yuan was also surprised. She murmured, "What's going on?" She had interacted with Trinon before, and during the 5 Elements divine aura, she could sense the true 5 Elements energy within him. Although the first attribute of his training might be different, it definitely was the power of the 5 Elements divine aura. But relying solely on this power shouldn't delay things for so long, right? Huan glanced at Huan Beiyang, who despite ranking on the Storm and Cloud leaderboard, seemed to pose no threat in her eyes. She didn't believe he could hold Qinfeng back for long. Could there be something in the Storm and Cloud leaderboard? Wushun whispered. After all, the Storm and Cloud Tower had various rewards. The Storm and Cloud leaderboard only involved mirror clones in battle, which could help refine martial skills. But compared to the Storm and Cloud minor leaderboard, it felt like something was missing. Now, seeing Qinfeng linger on each level of the Storm and Cloud leaderboard for such a long time made Hu Yuan feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that Qinfeng discovered something? She thought quietly. As she looked at the leaderboard, her eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Just then, the students who had been watching suddenly gasped. He won. At that moment, Qinfeng's name battling against Huan Beiyang shone brightly, and soon after, Huan Bang's name faded, while Qinfeng's name climbed to the 9th position on the Storm and Cloud leaderboard. Seeing this scene, Wan Bao's expression was calm, but there was surprise and contemplation in his eyes. Is there something in the Storm and Cloud leaderboard, he wondered. He even thought about entering the leaderboard to see what was going on. Of course, few shared this thought. Many other students, upon witnessing this moment, shook their heads mockingly. See, Qinfeng just can't do it. Otherwise, why would it take him so long to challenge Huan Beiyang? Yes, Huan Beiyang's strength isn't that impressive. He is just good at defense. Winning has been so difficult for him. Just wait. It won't be long before Qinfeng gets eliminated. I think so too. Amid various low conversations, many students looked down on Qinfo, who was currently challenging the 8th rank position. Even though he made it onto the leaderboard before Qinfeng, there was Hui Yuan, who was also the top student on the junior leaderboard and soared to 3rd place on the main leaderboard after several challenges. In comparison, Chunfeng's progress seemed slow. He barely defeated his opponents at the last moment. Many students doubted his speed and strength. Some even believed that if they faced Qinfeng, they might have a chance to defeat him and rise on the leaderboard. As time passed, many students who had been defeated on the leaderboard gathered in front of the tower to watch Qinfeng's challenge. This scene surprised and shocked many. Some students even started betting on how far Qinfeng could go, what rank he could achieve, or how long it would take him to challenge a rank. Lena heard about this and rushed to the tower. She also heard the comments from the surrounding students. As just a family member, she couldn't argue with them. She could only silently cheer, "Come on, my husband. You are the best." Lin believed that Qinfeng was indeed the strongest. Outside the tower, Qinfeng ignored the situation. He had already reached the 8th level. However, this time, he didn't rush to challenge the level's leader. Instead, he felt a bit excited. Indeed, fighting is the fastest way to improve. He looked at the information panel. Your Diamond Demon Fighting Fist has reached a proficient level, and you have awakened a new basic talent, Diamond Fist Shadow. Seeing this information and sensing the power within it, Qinfeng felt a surge of joy. He had finally brought the Diamond Demon Fighting Fist to a proficient level. This meant he had gained an additional advantage in his attack skills. The Diamond Fist Shadow allows him to create a golden fist shadow that covers his fist when he attacks. Similar to a boxing glove, his fists gained immense power and defense. Qinfeng sensed the effect of this talent and thought, "This Diamond Fist Shadow is like an equipped armor." Buzz, he felt a stir in his heart. In the next moment, a golden fist shadow suddenly covered his fists like a thin golden film. However, when he touched it with his finger, the power contained within was incredibly strong. With his current strength, he couldn't easily break through this fist shadow. I wonder how this defense compares to different levels of weapons. Qinfeng pondered. From what he understood, weapons were divided into several levels: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. He had only been in the academy and had only obtained an ordinary weapon when he returned to Black Mountain Village, which didn't even reach the lowest yellow level. Now this fist shadow felt like a pair of boxing gloves formed from gathered energy, adding some pressure to him. With these thoughts, he charged directly toward the 8th level. The 8th level was named Penguin. He was a slender man with a serious and cold expression, holding a long sword. Penguin stepped on the ground and his sword instantly moved like a shadow, attacking Qinfeng. Seeing this, Qinfeng narrowed his eyes. Windblade technique. He had studied various martial arts in the library and had a deep understanding of the techniques. As soon as he saw Penguin's attack, he recognized it as the Windy Blade technique, known for its speed. Previously, Qinfeng would have chosen to retreat, using the speed of the Skyping technique to evade and then defeat him. However, this time, a glimmer of light flashed in Qinfeng's eyes as he chuckled. "Let me test the power of the Diamond Fist Shadow." With a hearty laugh, Qinfeng did not dodge, but instead charged forward into the range of Pong Win's Windblade. In just a moment, the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air. Qinfeng's Diamond Fist Shadow enveloped him entirely in defense, impenetrable. At the same time, he continuously clashed with the Windblade. In a short time, they exchanged blows dozens of times. Qinfeng's face showed some delight. Bring it on. His Diamond Fist Shadow indeed withstood the fierce attacks of Pong Win's wine sword technique without breaking, and it unleashed an incredibly terrifying power. At the same time, Qinfeng was even more delighted. After awakening the Diamond Fist Shadow talent, the speed of his Diamond Demon Fist's improvement not only did not slow down, but seemed to accelerate. You engaged in an intense battle using the Diamond Demon Fist. Your proficiency increased by 5. You launched a fierce attack with the Diamond Demon Fist. Your proficiency increased by 5. Finally, after Qinfeng withstood the Wind Sword technique, he seized the opportunity and threw a punch. Boom. It struck directly at Penguin's mirror clone. With a cracking sound, Penguin's body instantly shattered into pieces. At that moment, the information refreshed again. You defeated an enemy using the Diamond Demon Fist. Your proficiency increased by 10. Martial skill Diamond Demon Fist, proficiency progress 26. Seeing the refreshed information, Qinfeng felt a surge of joy. Defeating the mirror clone counts as defeating an enemy, and this time my proficiency increased so much. Does that mean that just this level can nearly elevate my diamond demon fist to a new realm? Thinking about this, Chunfeng felt a sense of anticipation. This time, entering the wind and cloud ranking was truly the right choice. Otherwise, where could he find such a great place to hone his skills? With these thoughts, Qinfeng did not linger and stood on the arena waiting. In less than a minute, a wave of spiritual energy gathered in the center of the arena. Suddenly, Penguin's figure reappeared. Without saying a word, he charged directly at Qinfeng again. Wind sword technique, swish, 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 accompanied by the sound of tearing space. This time, the wind sword technique was much faster than before. However, Qinfeng showed no hesitation and quickly countered. His powerful fist struck directly at Penguin's sword without concern for any injuries. After several exchanges, Qinfeng felt a surge of energy within him. Then, finding an opportunity, he threw a punch at Penguin's heart. Mirror Clone instantly shattered into pieces. The proficiency of the Diamond Demon Fist continued to rise by 20. Then the third battle began. After clearing this level, the proficiency of the Diamond Demon Fist has increased to 70. This made Qinfeng feel a bit excited. It seems that in the next level, he can further improve the proficiency of the Diamond Demon Fist to a mastery level. Such an evolution would enhance the talent of the Diamond Fist Shadow again. I wonder if it will evolve into another talent. When he stepped into the next level and saw his opponent on the arena, Qinfeng narrowed his eyes. Linen, the opponent in this level, was unexpectedly Lining. He was the person who had shown hostility towards Qinfeng when he first entered the Blackstone Academy, accompanied by Huan Baoyang for registration. Qinfeng squinted at Lin Jin, who despite having a blank expression, still gave off a sinister vibe. A chill ran through his heart. Let's see how much nourishment you can provide me. Qinfeng snorted coldly. At that moment, Lining moved and charged toward Qinfeng. Diamond Demon Fist, Sky Falcon Technique. Qinfeng swiftly dodged and appeared behind Lin Jin, delivering a punch. Outside the tower, Lin Jin had also arrived at this place. Standing apart from the crowd, he was accompanied by a few lackeys. Linen watched as his name and Qin Feng's name flickered on the leaderboard. This sight darkened his expression even more. With a cold glint in his eyes, he thought, Qinfeng, is that the Qinfeng who just entered the academy not long ago? He can challenge my mirror clone so quickly. No wonder the messenger Huang ordered to eliminate him without mercy. It's a pity that this Qinfeng has been hiding in the academy for so long, not going anywhere. It seems that with my strength alone, it will be difficult to deal with him. I must report this. With these thoughts, Lining turned and left with a grim expression. Other students who noticed this scene merely thought Lining was upset about dropping in rank, especially after being challenged twice in one day. Only One Bang, observing Ling Jin's departing figure, furrowed his brows slightly. Inside the tower, Qinfeng swiftly dodged Ling Jin's attack. His eyes showed a hint of surprise. Such speed, Sky Falcon Technique. He quickly dodged again. In front of him, Ling Jin's figure was like a shadow closely following him. This made Qinfeng feel a bit serious. Lin Jin has some skills to reach this level. Since starting the challenge on the Stormy rankings, Qinfeng had not felt much worry. Especially earlier, he had been unstoppable, easily shattering every clone. He thought he wouldn't face any obstacles until the top 5 or 4 rankers. However, he didn't expect to almost be caught off guard this time. Although Ling Jin had some conflicts and issues, this was his first time battling against Lin Jin's clone. Qinfeng was surprised that Lin Jin's speed was not much slower than his own. At that moment, he noticed that the proficiency of the Sky Falcon Technique was continuously improving. Qinfeng thought, I see now, Sky Falcon Technique. So when facing Lin Jin's attack, he didn't use the Diamond Devil Subduing Fist to take it head-on. Instead, he used the Sky Falcon Technique with 2 figures flickering back and forth into space. Qinfeng's figure was in front and Lin Jin's was behind. It looked like they were inseparable, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that Qinfeng's speed was always just a bit faster. This made it impossible for Lin Jin to catch up. You intensely used the Sky Falcon Technique. Your proficiency is continuously improving. Seeing the progress of his proficiency rise, Qinfeng felt a bit excited. It seemed that soon his proficiency in the Sky Falcon Technique would reach mastery. If that happened, his speed would clearly increase again. Come again, swish, swish, swish. In this layer, in just a short time, it was all Qinfeng's figures. Upon closer look, one would find that all these figures were illusions. They only slowly stopped moving as Qinfeng's actions slowed down. In contrast, Lin Jin's following figures appeared extremely fragile. In an instant, they burst like bubbles. Clearly, in terms of speed, he couldn't keep up with Qinfeng. As Qinfeng pursued Lin Jin's mirror image, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The tamping zoning technique had finally improved. Your tamping zoning technique has greatly increased in proficiency after an intense chase. Your tamping zoning technique has reached a mastery level of 1. Buzz. At that moment, as the tipping Zhang technique reached mastery, a surge of profound information about the technique flooded into his mind. Moreover, Qinfeng felt that as his energy flowed into the meridians in his legs, they felt significantly lighter with just a slight movement of his mind. Buzz, he took a step forward. In an instant, his figure shot out, leaving behind a series of illusions. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, who was chasing him, had just reached his first illusion. After the mirror image collided with his Tun Pong illusion, Lin Jin stood still for a moment before continuing to chase after Qinfeng. Seeing this, Qinfeng felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. After his Tiangzong Hen technique broke through to mastery, he had easily outpaced Lining. As a result, Lining could not catch up to him at all, leading to a minimal increase in proficiency. Realizing this, Qinfeng sighed inwardly. What a pity. He also pondered further. Based on his earlier guess, if the first half of the Tian Pong Zong Hing technique reached mastery, shouldn't the advanced talent Tun illusion also improve? To his surprise, it did not. He only noticed a significant speed increase when using the Tamping Zhang Hing technique. Recognizing this, Qinfeng continued to analyze the basic patterns of the system. It seemed that during battles, if the enemy could apply pressure, his skill proficiency would increase more rapidly. However, if the enemy was too weak, the proficiency gain was almost non-existent. Regarding the talent improvement, since it did not increase after reaching mastery, Qinfeng speculated that he might need to integrate new techniques to achieve another enhancement. Additionally, based on previous integrations to elevate the level of techniques, he would need to merge with higher-level skills. As for other techniques, Qinfeng currently had no effective methods. However, Qinfeng felt a bit of anticipation for the Sky Falcon technique. After all, in his soul space, there was still a jade slip containing the second half of the Sky Falcon technique. Based on his earlier communication with the Spirit of the Wind and Cloud Tower, if he could successfully master the complete Sky Falcon technique, his level would reach the heavenly tier. This would be considered top-notch agility within the entire Dukian dynasty. Now Qinfeng was also looking forward to mastering the Sky Falcon technique, not only for the level increase, but also because if his guess was correct, when the Sky Falcon technique advanced, his advanced talent of Sky Falcon illusion would also improve. Currently, his highest talent was already at the advanced level. He wondered what level it would reach after the upgrade and what kind of enhancements that level of talent could bring. Thinking about all this, Qinfeng did not hesitate. As Lin Jin's mirror image clone attacked again, he quickly moved behind the opponent and struck with a punch, shattering Lin Jin's mirror image clone into pieces. Without pausing, he stepped forward and continued to the next level. This was the 6th-ranked presence on the Wind and Cloud rankings. As long as the pressure from his enemies was not enough, the improvement of his martial arts skills would be extremely slow, almost ineffective. Now Shenfeng felt a glimmer of hope that these higher-ranked warriors would provide him with more pressure, allowing him to train longer. He hoped they wouldn't be too weak, otherwise he would soon break through this Wind and Cloud Tower. It might take a long time to find such a safe way to challenge himself again. Outside the tower. As Qinfeng stepped into the 5th level, representing the 6th rank on the Wind and Cloud rankings, the expressions of many students changed instantly, and a wave of astonishment filled the crowd outside the tower. Someone exclaimed, "He won. Qinfeng defeated Lining. Is this real? Yeah, what happened wasn't Qinfeng supposed to be weak? I fought Lin before, and I didn't even see Lin Jin's shadow. I was defeated instantly. How could Qinfeng beat Lin Jin? This must be fake." There were various exclamations. Before this, many students had doubted and mocked Qinfeng. In the past, once someone made it to the prestigious leaderboard, they would receive admiration and respect from many students. This time, however, because Hu Yuan ranked 3rd before Qinfeng, some people looked down on Qinfeng's upcoming challenge. Now, as Qinfeng defeated Lin Jin and prepared to challenge Wuking, many faces changed, especially since Wuking was present, listening to the discussions around her. Her expression darkened and she let out a cold snort. In that moment, a fierce energy spread around her, silencing those who were talking carelessly. Their faces turned pale and some even coughed up blood. Fear filled their eyes as they quickly bowed to Wuking and hurriedly moved away from the front. This scene made many martial artists who were still talking look on with respect. No longer daring to speak freely, Lining and Wuking were not unknown figures in the academy. Lining in particular was known for his speed and ruthless tactics. After conflicts, he would retaliate harshly, either forcing opponents into the fighting arena or seeking revenge in secret. Under these circumstances, many realized Qinfeng's strength. Although he was a new student, he had also made it to the leaderboard, making him not someone ordinary students could provoke. With Wu Qing present, who was currently ranked 6th, but had been 5th before, it was clear she was one of the few who had truly mastered their energy. Now that Qinfeng was challenging Wu Qing, to continue underestimating him would also mean underestimating her. It's no wonder Wu Qing stepped forward, looking at the leaderboard with a changing expression. On the other side, Huan Beiyang was already surprised. Has it really come to this? He knew Qin Feng would win, but didn't expect it to be so decisive. After losing to Lining, he had tried to reclaim his rank, but found that Ling Jin's speed had increased, making it impossible for him to catch up. Now it was clear that Qin Feng had also made significant progress. I just don't know how far I can go. If I can even defeat Wu Qing, then it's clear that Qin Feng has reached the 4th level of martial arts. Wan Beiyang thought with some anticipation. At this moment, inside the tower, Qin Feng took a step down and reached the 5th level. As he moved, he looked at the arena ahead and recalled that it was Wu Qing who was previously ranked 5th. I remember she seems to have cultivated true energy. This means that from this level onward, she is basically a 4th level martial artist. I can't be careless, Qin Feng thought. Then he stepped onto the arena and looked ahead. In a moment, a mirror image of himself quickly formed in front of him, turning into a woman dressed in blue. She had a beautiful face. Qin Feng was still puzzled about what weapon she was using. However, in the next moment, Wu Ying pulled out a long bow and shot a blazing arrow directly at him. Archery. Chun Feng's expression changed as he exclaimed in surprise, "Heavenly rock technique." He thought, quickly dodging Wu Ying's attack. Boom. In that instant, the spot where he had been standing was struck by Wu Shuqing's arrow, which exploded upon impact. Seeing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and frowned. A master archer. I didn't expect to encounter a master archer in this challenge for the Wind and Cloud rankings. He had once relied on basic archery skills to defeat enemies from the Hong family. However, after arriving at Blackstone Academy, he had no enemies to face. So he had set aside his basic archery training to focus on improving his cultivation level. With his talent for archery, he understood how terrifying a master archer could be if they ensured their own safety. Swish, swish, swish. More sharp sounds followed as the area around him was shattered again. Despite his speed, he could only evade Wu Ying's attacks. This can't go on. I need to get closer, he thought, for a master archer. Once I'm close, they won't be much of a threat. With that in mind, Qin Feng rushed toward Wu Qing. Heavenly rock technique. His figure moved like a phantom, creating multiple illusions on the arena in a short time. He wanted to use illusions to confuse Wu Ying's judgment and avoid her attacks. At first, this strategy seemed effective, allowing Qin Feng to dodge several arrows. He planned to take advantage of Wu Ying's momentary distraction to close in and defeat her while also practicing his movement skills during the dodging. However, in the next moment, Qin Feng's expression changed to one of surprise. Not good. Suddenly, Wu Ying's attack revealed the exact location of his true self. An arrow shot through the air and struck where he was standing. Qin Feng felt a sense of unease, thinking it might be a lucky guess by Wu Ying. But to his shock, several more arrows quickly followed, all landing in the same spot. I've been seen through, Qin Feng thought, narrowing his eyes. He wondered if this was due to adjustments made for archers in the rankings, or if it was a specific targeting by the tower spirit. The space in this layer was clearly much larger than before. In earlier matches, the distance between him and his opponent was only a few dozen meters. However, during this fight with Wu Qing, the distance had stretched to 30 m, even though he used his movement skills to close the gap. The opponent managed to increase the distance again in a short time while attacking and dodging. Qin Feng felt a bit helpless. What's going on? How did Huxun defeat Wu Qing? Once he recognized Hu Yuxuan as the woman in white, he realized she also practiced the 5 elements divine energy. However, you thought that even a typical practitioner wouldn't be able to dodge such arrows. From Qin Feng's perspective, Wu Ying's arrows were just as accurate as his own, if not more so. It was clear that she had dedicated herself to mastering the archer profession, practicing various skills related to it, while he had spread himself thin by trying many different techniques. Peace.